Not dead! Not dead! Still not fucking dead! Snort, snort!
The Doodle crapped in here. What a crappy life. The Doodle crapped in here. What a crappy life. The Doodle crapped in here. A little bit. The Doodle crapped in here.
The Ziggy Piggy is here. Ora. I am Cat and I liking my balls. It says that. I am Cat and I liking my balls. I love Hulk Hogan's dick. truth of the matter is, this whole situation going on in the world right now is not a joke to be joked about anywhere, and you shouldn't be joking about it. So saying something stupid like that is warrants for getting the fuck out of my stream for good.
Overdrive.
That was just genius level.
$16.51 from PayPal. My last shot, fly golden arrow. Oh, yeah, whoa, whoa, whoa. He didn't die.
We wanted to run, we wanted to fall together. Back then our world seemed so clear. We were so bright, shimmering lights around us. We'd take flight into the sky. How many worlds would you cross to use the light that's right in front of you? There is no light on the other side. I say, look straight ahead and you will see. You will see.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money. Pay my bills.
How many worlds would you cross to use the light that's other side, I say, look straight ahead and you will see. Take my hand, I'll lead you on into the stars. We'll ride away from all the wars, close the doors and disappear again. And I don't know how many times I've said that this is not the end, and we will make it out of here alive. Oh, alive. Alive. Oh, alive. Alive.
Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming you. Oh no.
How many worlds would you cross to use the light that's right in front of you? There is no light on the other side, I say. Look straight ahead and you will see. You will see.
Look out, there's a black woman coming out! He takes them both out.
You
Boom!
will see.
Steals the black cracker, runs away. Oh.
How many worlds would you cross to use the light that's right in front of you? There is no light on the other side, I say. Look straight ahead and you will see. How many worlds would you cross to use the light that's right in front of you? There is no light on the other side, I say. Look straight ahead and you will see. You will see.
Alright, so Gabe Horn is awesome. What the hell are you talking about?
lock and load, little lizard.
Ah! You want to play the fucking game?
I need that money. I really do. I need that money. Pay my bills.
The Ziggy Piggy is here. Good morning, everyone, and oh.
Look at them. Look at them. Come on. You got.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Pre-Stream Podcast. Today is Tuesday, the 4th of January, 2022. I'm Darkside Phil, and I welcome you here to my final consecutive streaming day of the week. But, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to a very, very special stream. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is my year-end series. Yes! Once a year, we sit down and we review everything that came out the year before. We look at the good, we look at the bad, we look at the outstanding gaming experiences, and we look at the most disappointing ones. And we count them down. Right? It's a good fun time that I've done every single year since I started as a content creator way back when in 2008. That is right. Do the math. That's like 40 or 50 years that I've been doing this. And it's actually one of my favorite times because when we do this, it kind of feels like we're officially pushing forward and moving into the new year. And this year, I actually get to do this at the right time. And what I mean by that is, last few years, I always seem to have a crazy long lingering playthrough that made it that I just couldn't do it right away. Last year, do you remember Assassin's Creed Valhalla? The game that would never end, and I ended up playing it all the way through January. The year-end series weren't until February of last year. And that's just no way to do it. Just being honest. The best way to do a Game of the Year Awards countdown or a most disappointing games countdown is to do it right at the beginning of the new year, so then you can move fresh into new games, new playthroughs, and all kinds of new stuff. So I'm very excited to be doing this with all of you today, live on stream. I am a full-time streamer now, so as you know, I used to do this as an on-demand series on YouTube many years ago, where each part, or each installment, each countdown number was its own video of like 5 minutes. I don't do that anymore. Now, I'm a more long-form content creator, meaning what you'll see today is essentially 3 videos. The pre-stream podcast, which we're doing right now, the most disappointing games countdown, and the Game of the Year Awards. 3 videos for this entire stream, okay? And that's actually how I'm going to separate up the segments of
YouTube mode on.
For the live stream as well as YouTube. All right, we're going to do the pre-stream podcast right now. Then we're going to transition over to the most disappointing games countdown. Then we're going to take a break. Then we're going to come back and do the Game of the Year Awards. Just to give you guys a little bit of a preview, most disappointing games of the year, only about 7 this year to count down. And you might say, well, wait a minute. Why is that so? Because you said earlier on in 2021 that there was like almost no good games. Everything was disappointing. And it's kind of weird you only have 7. Usually your disappointing games countdown is very lengthy. As you guys know, I have basically transitioned and changed a little bit as a content creator. In the year of 2021, I focused way more on picking and choosing the games that I felt were actually going to be good content for the streams. Just take a look at some of the situations we had. For example, Call of Duty Vanguard, Battlefield 2042, and Halo Infinite all coming out within a 2-week span, so I only played Halo Infinite. You see? That's kind of the situations that I did last year, is I said, man, with the limited time I have on stream to play games, and the limited amount of funds that I have to financially be able to afford games, I need to pick the best
shut up
ones.
this dude who's being a moron?
So with that being said, there was way less times when I played a game that would be considered kind of shitty or disappointing. So that countdown's going to be on the shorter side. On the flip side, in the long span of the year of 2021, where the first half of the year was very, very kind of disappointing with the games that came out, the second half of the year was incredibly jam-packed with really good games, to the point where I have more than 10 this year. Usually, I would do like 10 and maybe an honorable mention or two. This year, I've got more than 10 to do in the best games of the year countdown because there's so many good games in 2021. Okay? So,
Stop this!
that's what we're doing now. Just so you guys know, the pre-stream podcast
shit we
today
don't wanna
will be
hear
a little
you
bit
talk ever
special.
again. Just shut
And
your
here's
face.
why. In fact,
We're gonna go
you
through
can
our
actually
usual
zip your lip
stuff where I'm gonna
permanently,
go through
put
the
a
schedule
zipper
and
on your
everything
lip,
so you
and
guys know
zip,
what to expect for the
and
rest
never
of this
talk
week,
again. It would be
streaming
better
wise,
off.
right?
Your content would
But
actually be
then-
better off if you would just shut the hell up.
we
We
are
are going to go down memory lane and go through the playthroughs that I played in 2021. I'm actually going to have the list of playthroughs right here on my screen, and I'm going to outline the best ones. And what I mean by that is not the best games. I mean the best overall playthroughs, okay? That means it could be anything. It could be a game from 2021, a game from 2022. It could be an older game that was a retro game that I played as a playthrough. I kind of want to go down that list because I'll be honest with you, there was a lot of games I played in 2021 that weren't new releases that were still great. And being that I'm a variety content creator and streamer, I do a lot of that kind of stuff. And I think that stuff should have a chance to be highlighted, despite the fact that it's not necessarily a game of the year contender. People might want to know, gee, what did Phil do last year that was really good that I might want to check on demand later? And this is a great way to know that, okay? Awesome. All right, but ladies and gentlemen, before we get to any of that, a few quick things. First of all, yesterday was a big day. Yesterday, I made a major announcement right here on the podcast. I retired officially the King of Hate moniker that I had been associated with since the early 2000s in the Street Fighter community and all through my YouTube career up to this point, stating that I don't feel it applies anymore. Too many people have misrepresented what it means to the point where I don't think it really applies to me anymore in any way, shape, or form. And I wanted to move on positively, especially now that I've become a full-time YouTuber again, and I'm full force moving forward with content here on DSP
Now,
Gaming.
this shocks me.
Why would I want?
Why
to
are you an
associate
idiot if you
myself
don't
with
agree? If
something
you
like
don't
that that
agree,
would sound
because
negative, could be
when you have
spun in
factual
a
evidence of
negative way.
something
In
constantly
addition
thrown
to
in front
that,
of your face and you
yesterday
ignore it,
was a
and
big
choose to
day
believe
because
something else,
I
you're an idiot.
retired the King of Hate vlogs. That is my long-standing vlogging channel that I set up in 2012 as a place where I was going to be doing all kinds of vlogging style videos, including the weekend preview, release day unboxing, both of which have been retired many, many years ago. Ongoing series like DSP Tries and Ask the King, and of course the new series that I just started last year, Feasting with the King, were all exclusively featured over there.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
But now, why separate my content? Why make it that I have a channel over here that I upload to once every few months and almost no one notices, and then a channel here where I upload daily? Why am I separating the content? If you guys remember way back in the day, the reason that I originally separated my content to separate channels is because, number one, you couldn't monetize gameplay content at all. So I needed to have a separate channel I could monetize to try to make a living doing this. But number two, the fact that I uploaded so much in one day, because back then the video clips were limited to being much shorter. When you were uploading videos to YouTube, the most you could upload was like 10, 11 minutes. And then later on, they changed it to like 15 minutes. So in a day, me putting out, 6 hours of gameplay, sometimes I'd be uploading, no exaggeration, 30, 40 videos in one day to DSP Gaming. And people were like, dude, if you're going to also upload vlogs and other stuff, that shit will all get lost in the shuffle. We'll never find it. So that's why I diversified my content and split it apart into separate channels. At one point, I even had a channel for Street Fighter stuff exclusively. But now, we are so different today as a group, as a community, right? I mean, I don't flood you guys with a million videos anymore. My videos are long form. They're all about an hour long, if not longer each, right? And I'm really trying to build up DSP Gaming in a big way. This year, the year 2022, I'm going to focus exclusively on making content for this channel, whether it's live streams or the archived videos, and pushing to try to grow DSP Gaming, build it back to prominence, and make it so that DSP Gaming can be found legitimately in YouTube search results again for games. DSP Gaming, you guys may not realize this, at one time was one of the most prominent YouTube gaming channels. Whenever a new game came out, you would type in, oh, I want to see someone doing a walkthrough or a playthrough or a let's play of, I don't know, Infamous 2. And DSP Gaming would show up on the first page of YouTube search results as someone doing an ongoing playthrough. Go check it out. You can't, okay? It was huge. I used to get so many viewers just off of YouTube search rankings that every fall, when it was the busy gaming season, all the new games would come out, DSP Gaming would be doubled in views. It was insane, okay? Now I literally get none of that. None of it. Reason being, many years ago, malicious things were done to this channel, including a lot of false copyright strikes. I was forced to remove a bunch of videos from the channel per the instructions of YouTube. They're the ones who told me to do it, to try to protect the channel and stop it from being automatically shut down by false copyright strikes. Which is all well and good. It worked. I stopped the channel from being shut down by the false strikes, but it irrevocably damaged the channel. It tossed DSP Gaming from being prominent into obscurity. People would search for DSP Gaming and nothing would happen. Or, you know, the new playthroughs out doesn't show up in any of the pages of people who are playing the game. It basically treated the channel like I'd done something wrong when I never had. What ended up happening over the years is that the negative content about me and my channel ended up getting prominence because those channels weren't removed from YouTube search rankings. Mine was. So here we are. I'm putting out playthroughs of the hottest new games, streams of the hottest new games. You can't find any of it on YouTube. But the asshole who made a video about how Phil sucks at that particular game is getting prominence when people search for me. You see? And this is very, very painful and bad in regards to someone who's operating a business to not have visibility on YouTube when this is how I was making my living. It killed me. It's one of the major reasons why in 2017 I had to stop being a full-time YouTuber and adopt being a full-time streamer. Okay? Not to say that that was a bad decision or something I regret. Oh my God, it was the best decision ever because now my content is better than ever and we have such great, fun, interactive streams with each other every single day, right? But anyway, the point I'm making here is why would I want to separate my content on YouTube when I am trying to get people refocused on DSP Gaming, get people to sub to the channel? My goal is to hit 200,000 subs by the first week of April so I can do a celebration of not only hitting my milestone, but also my birthday at the same time, which would be amazing. But also to get re-engagement in the channel. If you're watching this live stream right now and you're having a great time, you're like, wow, this is going to be a fun stream today. I can't wait for Phil's year-end series. Give the stream a like. That gives visibility to DSP Gaming on YouTube. People will be like, oh, someone's doing year-end series? Oh, cool. It's DSP. Let me go check them out. They'll be able to see that on YouTube. I won't be hidden off in some dark corner of the internet. Okay? If you are watching this video on demand on YouTube, thanks. Thanks for watching after the fact. Please give it a like. That makes this discoverable when people are doing YouTube search.
If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still
leave
be on
a comment.
camera,
And this is actually one of the biggest things for my year-end series, okay? Undoubtedly, people who are watching these year-end series after the fact are going to have a lot to say about them. Oh, man, that was a good pick by Phil. I didn't even think of that one myself. Or, oh, man, I completely agree with Phil. These are great picks. Or, wow, Phil was completely off base. He's an idiot. Those picks suck ass. I want that kind of reaction to the video. That's the point, is to stir up interesting discussion about the games that were part of 2021. When I had comments off for several years, right, what was the point? If you can't stir up discussion about it, then the year-end series pretty much lose a lot of their meaning, you see? Now that's back. That is back for the first time in like 5 years here on DSP Gaming, right? So that's awesome. Now, having likes be visible, having comments be on videos, why would I now separate my content? The other thing is, because I'm not uploading so many videos to DSP Gaming, there's no reason why the 20-so-thousand people, I think it's like 29,000 people who are subscribed over on the King of Hate vlogs, why some of them can't come over here and sub and still get access to all the content they used to like. Because the truth of the matter is, people over there basically were kind of, you know, stagnant. That channel was dead, right? I wasn't actively doing stuff over on the King of Hate vlogs. That channel would sit there for 2-3 months untouched, and all of a sudden a new video would pop up, and maybe like 500 people would watch it. You see, like, it was a dead channel. When you can't even get 1,000 views on a video anymore,
dead air
of a series that used to get like 10,000 views, that's obviously means the channel's dead. So I figured it makes more sense to bring everything over here and focus everything on DSP Gaming. And by the way, no, I'm not closing that channel. The King of Hate vlogs will stay there as an archive of the I think I opened it in 2012, so it's basically about 10 years of archived footage of vlogging that I did. It's a history of stuff that I've done on the internet. It's awesome to stay there. I welcome you to go check out that archive of the stuff. But from now on, stuff like DSP Tries It, Ask the King, Feasting with the King, etc. will be here on DSP Gaming. Okay? It won't flood the channel because the day that I make that content means it's the day I'm not doing gameplay, right? Today, this stream will be 3 videos. That's not going to flood anyone's inboxes. So, awesome. Okay. Very nice, everyone. So, before we get to a little bit of reminiscing about the best, the best playthroughs of 2021, what I would like to briefly do is, number one, talk about the schedule for the coming week, and then talk about a few things that were updated for the new month, and then I'd like to get to that countdown. Well, not really countdown, but that segment, okay? So, this week will be an interesting one. Obviously, this stream right here is my year-end awards. Blah, 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 blah. If you support this stream, thank you in advance. There's no going to be any real gameplay on this stream, although I will be showing gameplay clips of the games I'm talking about. There's not going to be any active gameplay, but it's still a normal stream for me. So, if you support it, yes, I'm still going to do shout-outs for your contributions on the stream today. We still have tip goals in effect. You know, gunner glasses, pick a hat, pick a vest if we hit the incremental tips goals during today's stream. Thank you in advance to anyone who supports it. I know it's a different kind of stream. It's not going to have high levels of active interactivity as if I were playing a game. At the very same time, I appreciate everyone who does support this because I do it once a year and I love doing it, okay? Later tonight, there will be a normal gameplay stream. Halo Infinite multiplayer at 6:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. 2 hours of multiplayer action tonight. I'm excited to jump in again. And hopefully what I would say is I feel like the connections hopefully will be a little better. When I played it over the weekend, the connections were a little wonky. Some cases, you know, me teleporting through enemies and stuff. I hope that doesn't happen tonight, but I guess we'll see. I'm still really enjoying actively playing it, and this is my second session of the week. I'm actually getting to play Halo twice a week now. Awesome. So I hope you'll join me for that tonight. Tomorrow I'm off from streaming. It's my day off for the week, where I'll be doing grocery shopping, going to the fucking garbage dump because the garbage people didn't come this week because there were 2 inches of snow on the ground. I'm not going to get into that again. Just watch. You can watch the pre-stream podcast from a few days ago if you want the explanation on that nonsense here in Washington State. And doing other stuff. I'll be back on Thursday. It's none of anyone's business. For the week. We got an interesting mix because the daytime streams will be ongoing major playthroughs, while the night streams will be a very good variety of stuff that's not just the same old stuff anymore, okay? So on Thursday when I return, it's the continuation of GTA 3 Definitive Edition. Will I beat it or not? I don't know. From what I'm being told, I basically have about 8 main story missions left, but there's definitely other content left to do in the game. So maybe I'll beat it, maybe I won't. We'll all see how it goes on Thursday. Thursday night, I'm doing a special Game Pass exploration stream where for the first time since the late summer of 2021, we're going to go into the Game Pass section of the Xbox Series X. We're going to explore the games that have been added in the last like 3-4 months and see what ones are interesting and see what ones you guys might want to see me play. Pick out a few, probably download a bunch of them, and set it up for me to play some of them in the future. If we have time, maybe I will download live and play a few of them. But the thing is, downloading the games live could take a while when I'm streaming, you see. But it should still be a pretty interesting stream to set me up for more games coming up in January. Then on Friday, the main gameplay stream will be the continuation of Resident Evil 4, which, as you know, has been a hell of an experience recently. That hedge maze was a crazy grind of death. But I got through it. More Resident Evil 4 on Friday. And then Friday night, my weekly throwback session of old school Street Fighter fun, which I very much enjoy doing. Okay? And then on Saturday, it'll be the continuation of Skyrim Anniversary Edition. And that'll be paired with Halo Infinite multiplayer. Now, here's where it gets interesting. The next few days of the week, the night streams will be a little different. One of those nights, I'm going to do a late night stream of Lost Judgment, where we do post-game content. We're going to be exploring all the side content that opened up now that I beat Lost Judgment last night. And I'm interested to see if anything new opened up, because I was told some new stuff will open up. But also there's other missions like the squirrel investigations and things to do. So there's plenty more to do as a chill stream once a week. We're going to do that. One night, I am actually planning on going back to Condemned Criminal Origins, the playthrough that I started on Halloween. You guys really seem to enjoy it when I played it for about 3.5 hours and wanted me to go back to it. Of course, I've been so busy with new releases the past couple of months, I didn't get a chance. Now I'll finally get a chance to start that up.
Sounds nothing like that at all.
So, good variety of stuff coming up in the week ahead. I don't exactly know yet when my day off will be, but I will let you know as soon as I know. Okay, because I don't know yet, but I'll know hopefully within the next few days. Okay, the only other thing I really want to talk about before we get to reminiscing a little bit about the best playthroughs that I did last year is I would like to direct your attention right down here to the members goal for January. last few days we've all been mulling about what the members' goal should be for January. And, excuse me. Excuse me. We've been talking back and forth about it. I think I have an idea of what I would like to do. Okay, I think I have an idea. Here's what I'm thinking. And you can say, oh, this is a bad idea or whatever. Or you can say, oh, I like the idea. I think we should do the second ever Game Pass Marathon. And here's what I mean by that. Just this week, I'm going to do a special late night stream where we're going to sit down and we're going to look at Game Pass and we're going to see what games are on there. I guarantee you we're going to pick like 5 to 10 games for me to take a look at eventually in the long term. Okay? If we hit the members goal for the month, we can do a Game Pass Marathon Day.
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
And basically get a good flavor for what those games are. Now, based on how those go, some of those games might be really good. Oh, wow, I'm hopeful we'll play those as full playthroughs in the future. And others might be like, they're okay, but maybe not right now. And in other cases, maybe I can actually take some time to try to continue on with games that I did try in the last Game Pass Marathon, but just never panned out. For example, someone literally just said in the stream chat, System32 said, what about Grounded again? Yeah, remember Grounded? That seems like a pretty good game. An open world exploration and survival game where you've been shrunken down to the size of an insect. Excuse me, and you're trying to survive in your own yard. Like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the movie, right? I played it for around an hour, I would say, and I literally liked it. And I never had a chance to go back to it since last summer. So maybe I have a chance to play a game like that again and re-explore it and see what content's been added. Because a game like that has been actively updated since last summer. Right, My Ruin says, what about Serious Sam 4? Exactly. These are the kind of things we could sit down and look and play some of them during a Game Pass Marathon and get a good exposure to the stuff that's on Game Pass. People really liked when I did the Game Pass Marathon last summer. So I think this is actually a good idea for a reward for the month of January. But the only way it can happen is if people become members of the channel. All right? So let's talk a little bit about that. When you become a channel member of DSP Gaming, you get many benefits. A highlighted name in the stream chat. Okay? You don't have to abide by the slow mode rules of the stream chat. You can talk as much as you want. You get a Chat Crown badge to show how long you've been a supporter of this channel. You get emotes unlocked, all right, where you can access tons of these
shut
emotes.
up this dude.
When you get 350, I'll unlock another emote slot. And by the way, one thing that we definitely need to talk about is we need to discuss what emote do you guys want to replace the Santa emote? Because for the month of December, we had a Santa emote, which was nice. Now December's over. We got to replace it. But what emote are you guys looking for from the old emotes I used to have on Twitch and what we can likely do in the near future on a pre-stream podcast?
Ziggy Piggy is
talk
here.
About those emotes that I still have that I could replace the Santa emote with. Okay? So, those are just some of the benefits. In addition, new benefits that were added just over the last month or two. Priority access to Ask the King. And what I mean by that is I do a Q&A show every 2 to 3 months. The next episode is actually scheduled for the first week of March. Okay? You get to ask your questions and have a dramatically increased chance to have your question answered on the show. In fact, when I just did Ask the King on Christmas Eve, I want to say at least 1/3 of the questions I answered on the show were from channel members. 1/3. That's a giant amount, right? That's a huge priority. So there you go. In addition to that, when there are special events going on where basically you can pick a game to be played or whatever, you will have priority to nominate and vote on said games. I mean, we just did a Christmas marathon, and the members had priority to nominate and vote on a game that I played. The game The Forest was picked by channel members. Okay? There you go. Now, in addition to all of that, yes, I am still planning at some point to do members-only exclusive events, such as, let's do a members-only night stream of Halo Infinite tonight multiplayer, where I team up with them in a fire team and stuff like that. It hasn't happened yet, and it's not happening tonight. But once I settle into this to January and I start actually regularly doing double streams of Halo a week, maybe one stream could be with members, you see? So I'm working on that. You got to give me a little time now. I got to settle into January, get used to the flow of things. Maybe around the middle of January, we could actually start doing streams like that, all right? But anyway, that's a lot of benefits to being a channel member. Now, there's something else happening this year. YouTube promised everyone in 2021 that at some point in 2022, they would enable gifted memberships here on YouTube. Much like gifting subscriptions over on Twitch, what this means is that people would be able to purchase and gift a membership to someone else who doesn't have one on YouTube. Now, it's unclear how this will work. On Twitch, the way they do it is you can either do it individually for a person, or you can actually do what's called a sub bomb, where you can purchase a mass of subs and they're just randomly distributed to stream viewers. It's unclear if that's how it's going to work here on YouTube. All right. And some people were like, oh, this is amazing. This will be great for Phil because back on Twitch, he used to always have a giant amount of gifted subs. You're right. Every month, I would have anywhere from 100 to upwards of 300 gifted subscriptions against the channel. That would help tremendously. And one of the major awesome things about gifted subscriptions and or gifted memberships here on YouTube, you're basically getting a trial run of something that you maybe didn't know what it was or if it would benefit you. If you get a trial run of it and you like it, chances are you may renew it. In which case, even though that was temporary boost in support because someone purchased it on behalf of someone else, it may actually result in ongoing growth for the channel. It absolutely, over time, resulted in ongoing growth of my Twitch channel, and I would actually bet that here on YouTube, it could also result in some really ongoing growth, okay? But, guess what? It's not enabled yet. Which I was afraid of. I was afraid that YouTube would make all these promises, and then we would start 2022, and none of the promises that they made would be given yet. And it's true. They haven't come through yet. Here we are, the 4th of January. Nothing has changed. No improvements. No updates from YouTube on when those things will be coming.
I love it.
They claim this. It could literally be December 31st, 2022. They could implement them. You know? Because they didn't commit to anything. So even though these positive changes are coming, please don't rely on them. Don't expect them sooner rather than later. I'll be ecstatic when they do, if they ever come. But I'm not like...
miserable.
I don't have my fingers crossed,
miserable.
my arms crossed, my legs and toes crossed, expecting that all of it's actually going to happen right away. I actually am more skeptical that YouTube will drag their feet with these kind of changes.
I have to ask.
Okay? So, thank you in advance to anyone who becomes a channel member. Please consider becoming a channel member for all the benefits that I've outlined, and the goal would be a Game Pass marathon, which I would very much enjoy doing. Okay? All right. Now, we're going to head into our reminiscing segment, but give me a second here because it looks like the sun went away, so I'd like to actually open the blinds in the office, get some natural air. And
I live rent-free in their heads 24 fucking 7.
All right. Nice. Some nice natural light. You know.
Fuck you, Trey.
Thanks for the money,
Actually,
stupid
very
fuck.
cloudy outside, but it's nice.
He is so excited for gifted members.
Good to have the fresh
Heroic
air coming in.
wheelchair symbol.
Okay.
Whale.
So, ladies and
Wheelchair
gentlemen.
symbol. Whale. Wheelchair symbol.
Backing up outside. Ladies and gentlemen, what I would like to do right now for the rest of the pre-stream podcast is kind of go through the listing of playthroughs and games that I did in 2021 and let you know my personal favorites. All right? So, let's start off with the games that I was playing in January of 2021, a full year ago, which many of you may not even realize or remember. The first major release that actually came out in 2021 was Hitman 3. Okay? A game that a lot of people don't even remember came out in 2021 because it came out right away, like right that first week or month or whatever of the year. And, oh, excuse me. A lot of people liked it. Although a lot of people found it a little bit, what's the word? Is it divisive? Or basically people didn't really agree. I was one of the people who liked
you're gonna be an
certain
asshole,
things about the
you're
game.
gonna be treated
and
like an
definitely
asshole.
didn't
You're gonna be
like
shown
certain
the
things
door.
about the game. Let me put it this way. I didn't hate it at all. I definitely thought it was a good outing for the Hitman series. But I actually thought that Hitman 2 was way better.
Wow, what a
so for me, it was
moron.
kind of like,
Maybe you
meh.
shouldn't have just
And
stood
after I
still.
played through the
Pay
game, I
attention,
completely
dumbass.
forgot about it. Like I didn't even give it a second thought after I played it. It was just kind of forgettable, which is kind of weird because it was supposed to be the ending of this trilogy, and I basically forgot that it even existed.
There you go.
Destruction All-Stars. Definitely not one of the best playthroughs of 2021. I actually did my Cyberpunk 2077 playthrough, finished that first week of January. Obviously, that's not one of the best games or best playthroughs of the year. The playthrough that was like the giant playthrough that actually, if you guys remember, held me up from doing my year-end series last year was Assassin's Creed Valhalla. All right, that game was so freaking long. one of the longest games I had ever played at that time in the Assassin's Creed series.
It's none of anyone's business.
81 parts. Yeah, longer, if you can believe this. Assassin's Creed...
Go. Fatty fat fuck.
Looks like, I don't know. Assassin's Creed Valhalla was longer of a playthrough than my Lost Judgment playthrough that I just finished last night. The game was insane. I don't know what they were thinking making the game that lengthy. And by the way, it wasn't just like, that's because you did a bunch of side content. No, the game forced you to do so much shit to beat it that it took forever.
Toxicity.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, yeah, I could have skipped the segments about the Valhalla where you're playing like the story of the Norse gods or whatever, but then you actually miss critical plot points that you would have needed to know to understand the ending of the game. So, oh my god, that playthrough took so effing long, man. Seriously, it was just nuts. One of my favorite playthroughs of 2021 that pretty much no one has talked about since I played it, Immortals Phoenix Rising. This is a game that I actually want to give a shout out to because I don't feel like many people gave it any kind of credit. This is a game from Ubisoft, and number one, it's from Ubisoft, so it sucks, right? No, that's ridiculous. Just because Ubisoft sometimes makes pretty bad games, and sometimes
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
In the case of Immortals Phoenix Rising, it was a game that actually felt like it had a unique identity, which is very different from a lot of other Ubisoft games.
Alive and well in Israel. I don't care.
I felt the writing of Immortals Phoenix Rising actually was very entertaining. The way that the dialogue was done was very comical. The characters had personality to them. And the colorful art style of the game, which was more cartoony rather than more gritty and serious like most Ubisoft games, was also a welcome change. In addition to all of that, it had a lot of fun stuff. Like, it was a combination of puzzles and dungeon crawling combined with combat elements that were fun and actually got better as you got through the game and leveled up your character. So, Immortals Phoenix Rising, I feel like, is the forgotten gem. If you remember, it had come out late in 2020, and then a lot of people skipped it because there were other more prominent games that had come out around that time. And so I played it in early 2021, and I actually really liked it. Like, significantly shocked at how good it was. But a lot of people have forgotten about the game entirely. So I want to give it a little bit of credit here on the pre-stream today. Of course, everyone remembers my game of the year of last year, Yakuza 7 Like a Dragon. A playthrough that was 102 parts. Although a lot of those parts are post-game content where I did post-game dungeon grinding.
And that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again.
I mean, obviously my favorite game of the year last year. But a lot of that playthrough spilled over into 2021 because of the post-game content, and I really enjoyed it, okay? Let's see here. Bowser's Fury was a nice little playthrough. Even though it's not a full-fledged game, it definitely showed what you could do with a different kind of formula for Mario. And it basically took the Super Mario Odyssey formula and added in a giant kaiju monster and different levels of puzzle and stuff. It was actually quite interesting and unique, and I actually really enjoyed Bowser's Fury, although it's hard to really talk about it at length because it's so short. It's basically like an idea of a game that maybe in the future will be turned into a full-fledged game. Because in reality, the game you bought when you bought Bowser's Fury was actually Super Mario 3D World, which was actually one of my first major playthroughs of 2021. Now, Super Mario 3D World is a great game. Super Mario 3D World was very fun to play through, and I don't remember it. I'm serious. Like, the problem with that whole 3D era of Mario games, the ones that came out for the Wii and the Wii U and the 3DS, is that they all came out in a cluster of about 5 years. And so when all of those games came out together, back to back to back, they all kind of mishmashed in my head.
They said, Phil, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole. Because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, you're always still having problems.
And when I'm trying to remember that, and nothing's getting better. It's hard for me to even discern between them, like what was part of which one. You know what I'm saying? And like I remember playing the game and liking it, and like, wow, this is fun. I'm glad I'm playing it again. But man, I tell you right now, I can't remember it. I just played it a year ago, not even, and I can't remember the game. I feel like this was a major problem with Nintendo, is they went crazy with Mario for a few years there, and they oversaturated everyone with Mario games and reimaginings of the classic Mario formula in a 3D realm or a 2D realm or whatever it may be. And then they basically kind of killed it. You know what I mean? Like, after that, there wasn't a Mario game for a long time. And then we had Super Mario Odyssey. Great. I liked Odyssey. It was my game of the year, 2017. And now here we are in 2022. When's the next Mario game coming out?
I think someone drove a bulldozer through Phil's condo in Connecticut.
It's like feast or famine with Nintendo sometimes.
Can someone please shut up this
Sometimes
dude
they
who's being a
overload you
moron?
with content of one type, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, whatever happened to that character? I don't know.
What do I do?
Right? Zelda. We had Breath of the Wild, right? And then we basically had a bunch of kind of re-releases and remakes for years and years and years. When the hell did we get Breath of the Wild 2? Right? Give me a new Zelda game. What's going on over there? What are they doing? Give me a new Mario Kart, for God's sakes. What is happening in Nintendo? Now their thumbs up their butts over there. Re-releasing freaking Nintendo 64 games to get you to spend more money on their stupid Nintendo Online rather than pumping out good new games. Nintendo, their bread and butter at Nintendo is pumping out good first-party titles. Where are they right now? Anyway, I'm pretty sure the Super Mario 3D World playthrough was a good one, but I seriously can't remember it. Sucks. Then one of the interesting things that I actually did earlier on in the year last year, for my birthday, I did a special marathon called Birthday Blowout 2021, the Mario Classics Challenge Run. This actually was something that I had wanted to do for many, many years. I'd always wanted to go back and play the classic Mario games, including not only Super Mario 1, but also the Lost Levels, which is the Japanese sequel, technically Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan. I was very excited to do this, and because I was on Twitch at the time, we were able to do a fun, interactive stream where people were wagering their channel points that they earned by watching the channel on challenges that I was performing during this marathon event. Could Phil beat this stage within 5 lives? Could Phil beat it within 30 seconds? Could Phil do this? Could Phil do that? And man, it was actually a really fun challenge. It was very exciting. It was one of the more unique things I ever did for DSP, for the channel, I should say. And also, of course, for my Twitch streaming channel, Darkside Phil. At the time, people said it was actually one of, if not the best thing I had ever done for my birthday. And people were saying, you got to do more stuff like this more often. Can you do another one next month? I was like, all right, I don't know if we should do one a month. That seems excessive. But maybe, once every 2-3 months, we could bring it back as a marathon event. Tiger, And then what happened? If you guys remember, by the end of April, Twitch kicked me out of the partner program for things I had done over 10 years before. I talked about this on yesterday's pre-stream podcast. I definitely don't want to go into detail about it again. It's just going to upset me. So let's not talk about that again. But basically, because I was no longer in the Twitch partner program, I lost all the ability to use channel points. So all the people who would watch my channel for years and years and earn those points, they were finger snapped away by a bunch of fucking corporate assholes. And so that was the end of that. I mean, if you think about it, the channel point system had kind of reinvigorated my channel content for a bit. When I was playing Call of Duty, we were doing these challenges. When I was doing Mario, we were doing these challenges. And it was adding a whole new aspect to my content that had not been present before. And then it all went away. And it pissed me off. All right, moving on. The next major playthrough of 2021 was Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. Fuck, that game was crazy hard. Like, seriously, Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection was, by no exaggeration, one of the toughest video games I've ever played in my entire life, and that includes the classics like Ninja Gaiden on the NES. That game was literally designed as what they call a beginner's trap. You would go into areas having no idea what the hell was coming up. Dead, 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 dead. Imagine if you woke up in the morning and your whole house was set with booby traps. All right? And every time you run into a booby trap, you had to start back in bed. So you get up, you throw your covers off, immediately a bucket of electrified piss falls out of the sky, lands on you, and you die. Okay? All right, I respawn. So now you take your covers off. Here comes the electrified piss, and you roll out of bed. Oh, you survive. Whew. Oh, man. Well, thank God. So you open up your top drawer to put on your underwear. Oops, someone put dynamite in there. It explodes, and your head pops off your body. And now you're back in bed. Oh, you gotta open your sheet. Oh, here comes the electrified piss. Roll off the bed. Oh, you gotta open up, grab your underwear, shut the drawer real quick. Put your underwear on. The dresser explodes, but now you don't die. So you open up your door, and a machete-wielding maniac stabs you. Like, that's Ghosts of Goblins Resurrection. Like, every little thing in the game that seems innocuous can kill you. And there's a million of these things in every single stage, right? That's the game. It's insane how hard the game is. And you gotta try and try and try and try. And every time you think you made a little bit more progress, you start fucking back at the beginning. Man, it was tough. Definitely one of the most challenging gameplay experiences of my life. I got to the very end and I had to change the difficulty down for one segment so that I could actually beat the game. Because it was so effing hard. I had played this game. Give you some perspective. Okay, it's designed to be a classic side-scrolling action game. There were some days that I would stream an entire 3-hour stream of gameplay, and I did not make any progress. None. Not to say that I didn't see more of the stage. I didn't understand more of what was coming, but I didn't even beat one stage in 3 hours. It's insane. It was still fun. Don't get me wrong, but man, it was grueling. That was like one of the most grueling and stressful experiences. And I actually knew no matter what else came in 2021, I had already passed the most stressful game of the year. There was no way there was going to be another stressful game. And it's true. Everything else the year was like child's play compared to fucking Ghosts of Goblins Resurrection. So, the next major playthrough of the year was Resident Evil Village. And at the time, I basically felt that was by far the best game of the year. First of all, one of the more lengthy Resident Evil games. It was a 17-hour-long playthrough for me. And the fact that the game had a variety of locations, great graphics on the PlayStation 5, just a lot of new things to it that I really enjoyed. I thought it was definitely, at that point, one of the best playthroughs not only of the year, but it was actually one of my favorite survival horror playthroughs that I had ever done. Because I really felt like this was how you bring Resident Evil to a modern audience. A variety of different creatures rather than, classic Resident Evil games. Okay, there's 7,000 zombies and then there's a few mutations. And this one, it was like, my God, they threw everything but the kitchen sink at you. You had fucking werewolves, vampires, demons, mutations, ghosts. Okay, there weren't really ghosts, but you thought there were. Like, it was pretty crazy. I really liked the variety of stuff. So that was one of my favorite playthroughs of 2021. Although, admittedly, I'm disappointed with the playthrough. I am. And you might say, well, why? If it's one of your favorite games of the year and the playthrough turned out well. And yeah, by the way, it was actually one of the more supportive playthroughs that I had of the entire year. Here's why I'm disappointed with the playthrough, okay? Because I'm going to admit this, I was stupid.
Oh, here we go.
Stubborn,
now he's talking about WWE Champions.
At this
piece
point,
of shit.
when the game came out, I had been kicked out of the YouTube partner program.
How about this? WWE Champions.
Partner program, excuse me. I've been kicked out of the Twitch partner program.
WWE Champions.
I was stubborn and I wanted to still try to stay on Twitch.
Head.
I don't know why I thought it was going to work.
I don't think about
it was
WWE
really stupid.
Champions.
I thought that I was going to be able to make a living just on
You
tips.
probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will.
Subs.
Because you're an idiot.
Nothing, no gifted subs, just tips. Okay? That was, honestly, it was stupid, but I really didn't want to give up on a community that I had built up for over 5 years at that point. And I was very disappointed that it looked like I was going to have to. And I remember doing the full playthrough in 720p, okay? Which I regretted now because, man, I was playing on PS5 at 720p. I could have shown you guys the incredible detail of that game. The graphics were very, very good, including full 60 frames, 1080p on the PS5. And I only did it at 720p, okay? Excuse me. In addition, I actually got more attention on my Twitch channel as a result of playing that game because I showed up in Twitch search and basically I got discovered by like hundreds of new people and they were very excited to check out my stuff. And then right after that, I decided I was going to move over to YouTube. So it was like, oh, it's like the last hurrah for Twitch, this big ass, this big ass playthrough. It worked out really well. Everyone liked it, but I had to stream it and record it at a low resolution compared to what the game really deserved. And any kind of attention or growth that I got for that playthrough was basically negated because it was for Twitch, and then I left Twitch. I should have definitely come over to YouTube earlier, because then I could have played that game, and I feel like I would have actually initially gotten a big boost of members and a big boost of attention here to build up DSP.
Someone please shut up this dude
and I
who's being
basically
a
threw
moron.
all that away trying to hold out and stay on Twitch, okay? So, let's continue. Oops. What the hell did I just do? How did I think I accidentally zoomed in. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, I guess it kind of fixed it,
What do I do?
but not really. Oh, okay.
What do I do?
Okay, I think that fixed it. I misclicked on my laptop and screwed stuff up. Okay, continuing on. The next major playthrough of 2021 was Returnal. Now, for those of you who watched the playthrough, you know my opinion on this. It started off strong. It started off actually being a really unique and fun game. By the time I was about halfway through Returnal, I wanted to rip my hair out of my fucking head because they had designed the game in such an asinine way that you had to have, like, no exaggeration, 3 or more hours to play it to even make any advancement in the game. Because you had to, at one point, start from the beginning and pass through all of these stages to even get to new content. There were no checkpoints, no saving. And, unlike other roguelike or roguelite games, basically you almost never unlocked something permanently. It was incredibly rare in the game playthrough when you unlocked something that stuck. Unlike other roguelikes, this one,
thanks for the money,
you just gotta
stupid
do it
fuck.
all in one run.
Shout out to
well,
Message
if you die,
Deleted
you
for the
fucking
super
wasted
chat.
all of your time. And that sucks. When you're a gamer, all right, and you are not someone who is afforded a ton of time to play. What if you're someone who has a very busy job or a very busy life, and maybe you get an hour or two to play games a day, if that? Oh, I want to play Returnal.
Blah,
Well,
blah,
you
blah,
can't.
blah,
What do you
blah,
mean?
blah, blah,
You
blah,
can
blah,
play it,
blah,
but you won't
blah,
ever
blah, blah,
get
blah,
it.
blah, 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 blah,
Why?
blah, blah,
Because the
blah,
game
blah, blah,
fucking
blah,
makes you
blah,
play
blah,
3-4
blah,
hours
blah,
and do
blah,
a bunch
blah.
of stages back to back in order to make any progress. What? Yeah, that's Returnal in a nutshell. Like, it literally was one of the worst designed games I had played at that time. Now, the thing is, it was the first roguelike or roguelite game I had ever played, so I didn't really understand how the formula worked at that time. Then when I played other roguelike games during the course of the year, I got it, and man, did they ever show up that Returnal was a poorly designed game. Like, seriously, like, I was like, oh, now I see better, you see? So Returnal, by the way, it wasn't a bad playthrough. It ended up about being 28 hours long. But if they had actually designed it better, it probably would have been a 10-hour-long playthrough. So there you go. What an idiot. Nier Replicant. This was an interesting playthrough. 38 hours long. A game that's basically the predecessor to Nier Automata. Before I had played Nier Automata, I had played a Nier game before, but it was a Drakengard game, wasn't it? Like Drakengard 3 or something like that. And I never beat it. So Nier Automata, after having done a full-on playthrough of that game the year before, it was very exciting to finally go through and actually play Nier Replicant. It was a good game. It was a good game. Challenging, yes. A little bit outdated compared to Nier Automata. I think Nier Automata obviously is a slightly better game, but that's because it came out later. But I'm very happy that I played it, and it was a really cool way to kind of lead into understanding Nier Automata more. Although, admittedly, I wish that there was more of a bridge, and what I mean by that is when you play Nier Replicant, it's a great game, but man, I wish that there was more of a connection between what happens in Replicant and Automata, because there's a huge time gap there, and then in Automata, basically you have to read like logs and shit, and listen to audio logs to try to understand what happened between the two games, when it would have been nice to just have that happen. I even said it would have been interesting for me if they made another game between the two to bridge the gap, to explain some of the occurrences that happened between Replicant and Automata. I think that could actually be a really successful game. But anyway, I really enjoyed playing it. The Mass Effect Legendary Edition trilogy, who remembers that? That was an interesting playthrough. First of all, I started off with Mass Effect 1, which is still to this day, it's still my favorite Mass Effect game of all time. I think Mass Effect 1 was actually the best one because it actually felt like interactive Star Trek with action. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was its own universe, but it kind of had the feeling of Star Trek. Dramatic plot, interesting races of alien characters that you got to know their culture and their backstories and things. interesting dialogue trees that you could choose, and it's almost like a choose-your-own-adventure game in that way, where you could change different relationships and things based on the choices you make. In fact, you can actually do things in a different order in the game depending on what you want to do. At the time, the graphics were great, and actually has RPG elements, which I really liked. So I'm actually very happy that I got to do yet another playthrough, because this was my third playthrough of Mass Effect 1, I think, for the internet since I became a content creator. I really enjoyed doing that. Then there was Divinity Original Sin 2. Alright, in a nutshell, guys, in a nutshell, I don't feel that Divinity Original Sin 2 is a bad game. I want to clear the air here. I actually feel that it's quite a fine game. And if you're someone who absolutely likes to immerse yourself in an RPG universe for an extended period of time, it's probably one of the best RPGs in the last decade. But the game basically is incredibly slow-paced and incredibly time-consuming and demanding. Those are two factors that are a recipe for disaster when it comes to my streams, right? Any game that's insanely lengthy usually takes months for me to get through and beat. And if I'm not making any progress in them, basically engagement gets lost. People don't, oh, that game, he's still playing it? Nah, I'm going to skip it. You know, if some games, if I don't play them within 2-3 weeks of their release, a lot of people lose interest. But a game like that, where the game is so effing long, people told me, yeah, minimum of like 100 hours to beat it. It's like, how will I ever beat it, right? And the thing was, over the course of the playthrough, I actually gained a lot more respect for the game engine. As I leveled up my characters, got more abilities, and understood more how the game works. And like I said, if this was a game if this was the only game, or maybe I was only playing 2 games at a time, and this was a game that I was focusing on tremendously, then maybe after playing it for like a solid month and making 80 hours of progress, I would have loved it. But for me, it was like, okay, I'm playing it like twice a week, a couple hours, and it's really not doing well viewers-wise or follower-wise. People are already bored with it. I'm struggling with the game engine. My God, I played it for 2 weeks, and I feel like I made 0 progress in this fucking game. It just didn't work. Seriously, it just didn't work as a playthrough for my stream. So after about 60 hours of gameplay, I put it on indefinite hiatus, and by the way, no one really ever asked for it to come back besides people trying to josh me and troll me. No one cared that I put that playthrough on hiatus at all. They were like, meh, fine. To which I was like, okay, good, because I don't want to play it anymore anyway. I was incredibly bored with it. New Pokemon Snap. Admittedly, New Pokemon Snap was not the most riveting game. In fact, I would even go off as far to say it's a little boring. There's not much to it. All you do is go around taking pictures of Pokemon. There's a little bit of incentive to replay the stages, because when you do, new Pokemon may show up in different situations. You can get better shots of them. What I would say is Pokemon Snap and New Pokemon Snap, the ultimate chill game experiences. And what I mean by that is no pressure to perform, right? It's fun to just mess around with it. And take some fun pictures of Pokemon and play it at your own pace and casually get through it. But man, there's just not a lot of meat to it, you know? It's one of the lighter games. It's still an entertaining game, and I know some people actually told me they found it as one of my better playthroughs of the year because it really was an opportunity to just kind of chill and relax with people. But at the very same time, it just wasn't super exciting, you know what I mean? Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown. The reason I played this is because it was a re-release on the PlayStation 5. For people who had PS Plus, it was free. I had actually never played, I had actually never played Virtua Fighter 5 before. I had seen it in arcades back in the day in the 2000s. I knew people who played and loved it. I had never played it at all. So it was my first exposure to the Virtua Fighter franchise competitively. I actually really enjoyed it. The problem being is that
thanks to Jubbity Bubbity for joining the hate army.
Characters was playing online and stuff. I got to a point where I felt like I would have had to sink in a significant more amount of time, like not 1 or 2 sessions a week, but like 4 or 5 sessions a week, playing online, learning the character matchups, learning the priorities, learning the very strict timing windows to do some of the more very difficult high-end combos and techniques in order to make any progress with the game. And because of that, because I'm a variety streamer, and because I really feel like, sadly, I just didn't have that kind of time, I kind of gave up on the game. The weirdest part about this, later on in the year, the game came back as part of Lost Judgment. So because I had played Virtua Fighter 5 earlier in the year, when I played Lost Judgment, I absolutely dominated the part of the game where you were in a esports club playing Virtua Fighter 5. Go figure. Then we had Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, which was a PS5, one of the big PS5 exclusives for the year. Admittedly, I had mixed feelings about the game. I actually did enjoy it overall and thought that it was quite a good game. But I basically kind of felt like for a game that was meant to be an exclusive for PlayStation 5, that probably should have been a game that should have sold the system. I felt like the game kind of fizzled out and died after about halfway through. Like, they kind of ran out of ideas. I think it's actually one of the best looking playthroughs that I did in 2021. Graphically, the game was very nice. The portals, when you're going between dimensions, seamlessly going through with no loading and stuff. Pretty outstanding in that regard. And yeah, a lot of the weapons are fun and everything. But at the same time, it's just another Ratchet & Clank game at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like you're playing an older Ratchet & Clank with better graphics. It doesn't really feel like there's much innovation or anything there. So, MLB The Show 21, Road to the Show playthrough. This is where you play through your career mode, you create a character, and basically you play through the game, trying to build yourself up from, like, the independent circuit, all the way, not independent, but what do they call minor leagues? Yeah, the minor leagues, and build yourself all the way up to the majors. Again, I'll be honest with you guys, I know that this was a fun and chill playthrough that lasted over 20 hours. I don't remember it at all. It was just something that, you know, was kind of like a time filler that balanced out with other stuff going on at the time. It was definitely a chill playthrough that we did at night, but it was more about interaction with you guys than the game, and I seriously don't even remember if the game was any good or not. That's the truth. Mario Golf Super Rush Adventure. A game that really I wasn't expecting much out of to be a very good game. Started off strong, and then oddly about halfway through it, the game was so weird, it confused me because it just didn't have a lot of content. I actually beat the entirety of the campaign and everything in 14 hours. And for a Nintendo first-party title, I actually felt like it should have had way more content to it, and it didn't. There were actually parts of the game that were never explained. Like, there's this whole mechanic where you need to try to shoot your balls through these, like, tornadoes so they could jump up platforms and stuff. And it doesn't really explain that. So you gotta kind of figure it out for yourself.
What do I do?
The game also abruptly ends out of nowhere and doesn't even play through all the courses. It's a really weird game. I didn't dislike it. I actually thought it was interesting and different, but it just didn't feel like it was finished to me, which is rare for a Nintendo first-party title. Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony. This was a playthrough that had actually started way back when in March and was played all the way through March, April, May, and I believe the playthrough actually completed in June. No, July. Holy shit. Yo, that playthrough lasted forever. So, that is interesting. That is interesting to me. I don't know. I don't know how you guys thought about the playthrough. Personally, I thought the plot was good, but man, those games are so drawn out. And that was the longest Danganronpa game of all time. That one was 65 hours. 65 hours. Yikes. I enjoyed it, but man, it took so long to get through. Again, this was one of the playthroughs that it's just, you're playing it for 3-4 months, people lose interest. So by the time that I had finally beaten it, it was like, oh my god, thank god it's finally over. At the same time, I kind of feel like if I had played it more rapidly, I would have liked it more. I did like it, but I feel like if I had played it more rapidly, I would have liked it more. This, I have to be honest with you guys, alright? These lengthy-ass playthroughs, a lot of the times, I feel like they don't do the games justice, alright? Because when I take 2-3 months to beat a game, you're not really getting enough of the game fast enough for delivery of the game. You know what I mean? Like, when you play a good game, you want to be immersed in it. I'm a variety streamer. I can't play the same game 12 hours a week because it's a 60, 70-hour game. I can't play it 12 hours a week so I can beat it in 2 months. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of gameplay of the same game. People get bored. And
what do I do?
I really enjoyed it, but man, I really wish that, I don't know, that maybe it was a new release and I focused more on it. Because the way that I played it only twice a week, I barely made any progress. That's what took so long. And by the time it finished, it felt more of a relief to finish the game than to actually say, oh, thank God, this what an amazing ending. You know what I'm saying? And I don't really like that. I like to basically feel like I'm enjoying the game at a good rapid pace. I wasn't. The Xbox Series X. Holy crap, this was awesome. A fan donated to me an Xbox Series X in August. And so I did a big premiere coverage. And in fact what you're going to see here is that there was a lot of different things that I did under Game Pass at that time that was interesting. Games like Halo the Master Chief Collection, as well as playthroughs like The Medium, Last Stop, 12 Minutes, right? All those games were played under Game Pass at the time, and admittedly, I feel like when I got my Xbox Series X, this changed everything. If I didn't get a Series X in 2021, the second half of the year may have been a lot more slow, boring, and not that interesting at all, because I only had a PlayStation 5, and my Xbox One Launch Edition wasn't good enough really to be running new games that well, and I feel like I would have been very limited with what I did. Because I got the Series X, it blew the whole landscape open, and now I'm playing the new hot games on PS5, the new hot games on Xbox Series X, all this shit under Game Pass. It basically filled out the rest of my year, and thank you so very much to the person who donated it. You have no idea. It helped tremendously, really. Now, one playthrough that I feel was a bad idea in 2021. If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you 3 Legendary Edition. The reason I played it is because I never replayed it after my original playthrough from when the game was a new release way back when. I had already played Mass Effect 2 a year prior. So after I beat Mass Effect 1 in the Legendary Edition trilogy, I didn't want to play 2 again. I just beaten it the year before. But people were like, oh, you should play 3. You haven't played that since launch. But man, what ended up happening was exactly the opposite of the desired effect. I realized how bad it is. Mass Effect 3 is actually the worst game in the original Mass Effect trilogy by a mile. It's boring. The gameplay is grindy and action-based. There's little to no RPG elements at all. The writing is bad. The ending is bad. Bad! And so replaying it, especially the time that I was replaying it, there were other releases coming out, and here I am playing Mass Effect 3, and people were like, what are you doing? So, it was just a bad choice. I shouldn't have played it. The Medium, alright? A cute little game from Bloober Team, but man, it is just way too short. I liked the mechanics of being in 2 worlds at once and having puzzles where you do something in one world that affects the other, but it was just such a short experience. And by the way, the ending sucked ass and had a cliffhanger ending with no definitive ending of what really happened. So I thought it was good as a Game Pass game. If I actually had to buy the Medium, I probably wouldn't have liked it. Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. This was kind of a sad case. Came out in August, but it came out at the same time that I got my Xbox Series X, and all this possibility opened up. Are you a functional retard? I have to ask. For me to play games under Game Pass. So the attitude was, oh, play Skyward Sword. I started playing it. Then the Xbox showed up, and people were like, ah, fuck that shit. Go play games on Game Pass, because those are way more interesting. And admittedly, they were. Not to say that Skyward Sword is a bad game. It's not. I actually like Skyward Sword, and I was really I was enjoying playing this new version. Because basically it took away all the motion controls. The game actually controlled better without the motion controls, for sure. But in reality, that playthrough was hampered down because people wanted to see new stuff under Game Pass. So I ended up stopping it and never continuing it. Last Stop, a game that I never would have touched if I didn't have an Xbox Series X and Game Pass, ended up being one of the weirdest, most quirky narrative-based games I've ever played to this day. The ending was fucking weird, man. 12 Minutes. Unique game. Interesting game. One of the most weird and fucked up plots I've ever seen in a game. But very short. You beat it in like, about 6 hours. And because of that, doesn't really, once you've seen the alternate scenarios of the game, there's not a lot of replayability either. So, kind of a mix for me. I did enjoy it though. I actually thought it was one of the most unique game experiences of 2021. I just wish that there was more to it. Of course, I feel that likely one of the biggest, longest running, and most entertaining playthroughs for all of us in 2021 was Fallout New Vegas. Going back to this game and for the first time ever, playing it from start to finish with all the DLCs included as an interactive stream with all of your input and everything, that was like the ultimate summer-long chill stream. And I tell you guys, every summer, usually there's a theme or there's a game that kind of dominates each summer. The Summer of Judgment, right? This was definitely the summer. Can someone please shut up this dude? It was so much fun playing Fallout New Vegas with all of you guys. Super fun. I'm so glad I did it. And then what happens? They fucking re-release it at 60 frames per second. Like a month after I beat it. Maybe one day I'll go back and play it again, but no time soon. Okay. The Ghost of Tsushima DLC, Iki Island, was alright. Wasn't great, wasn't bad. I felt that it was a good thing for people who actually like the game, but at the very same time, it was more of the same with a few variations here or there.
That's
So if
stupid
you
little kitty shit.
Ghost of Tsushima, it's just more good stuff with better graphics if you're playing it on PS5, but not really much to talk about. Tormented Souls, really cool surprise playthrough that I did out of nowhere. A game that's a total throwback to the old school tank controls, fixed camera survival horror games of the 1990s, a la Resident Evil or Silent Hill. I really enjoyed it way more than I really thought I ever would or had any right to. It was so good because I like that classic style of game because I grew up playing it. The plot's terrible, makes absolutely no sense, but man, it was a fun ride. Psychonauts 2, a game that was shockingly good. I never expected Psychonauts 2 to be anywhere near as good as it was. It blew me away. The graphics were great on the Xbox Series X. Really great, interesting, funny writing. An open world that was quirky and differentiated depending what brain you were going inside of. Every world was completely different. Puzzles were ingenious and fun. And it was just, obviously, it was, I'm going to tell you, it was one of my favorite games of the year and one of my favorite playthroughs of the year, and no one played it. The game sold insanely poorly. It didn't even make like the top 10 games of that month, even though it was on Game Pass. The game got zero press. The game got zero marketing, and no one bought it or played it. What a shame, because it actually is, in my opinion, such an outstanding game. Life is Strange True Colors. Now, here's a case of a series that completely went in the wrong direction, course corrected, and went back to greatness, in my opinion. The original Life is Strange game I liked because of its quirky writing, interesting, unique characters, superpowers that were actually quite interesting, and this plot line of you didn't know what was going to happen. Could things be changed for the better or worse? There was dramatic turns and things. It was a really well done game. Then they made like 2 more games that sucked ass because the writers were just idiots who either made it incredibly boring or incredibly implausible, trying to shove liberal plot lines down your throat. Okay? Life is Strange True Colors, not to say that there's not liberal plot lines in this. I mean, the main character is kind of bisexual, and one of the main choices is, oh, do you like this guy? You like this right? But refreshing, interesting. The plot is good. It actually has an entire stage of the game that acts like a classic turn-based RPG in Life is Strange. Colorful, interesting characters, meaningful choices, and a plot that keeps you guessing what's going on, much like the plot of the original Life is Strange. It's actually the best Life is Strange game since the first game. Deathloop. In a nutshell, Deathloop was a fine game. Not great, not bad in my opinion. It was a good outing for Arcane that combined everything that they had basically learned up to that point in game development, including all of the mechanics and things from games like Prey and the Dishonored series. But honestly, in my opinion, it wasn't a lot to write home about, except that all the game developers said it was game of the year. Excuse me. All the game journalists, I misspoke, said it was game of the year. I don't know why.
$16.
I just thought it was okay. Kena Bridge of Spirits. Now, here was a cute little game made by an indie studio, PS5 exclusive, gorgeous graphics, really interesting game mechanics the further in you get, and actually, in my opinion, one of my favorite playthroughs of the year, although it didn't really resonate with my audience for some odd reason. I don't know why, but yeah, a lot of people just didn't like it. I don't know why. I thought it was great. Maybe it's one of those games that's just better to play than watch, but I actually really enjoyed it, while a lot of people kind of criticized it. Microsoft Flight Simulator, another game I never would have played if I didn't have an Xbox Series X. It ended up being, in my opinion, one of the chillest playthroughs I've done in many years, and ended up being some really cool content because we were flying all around the world, and we were learning things about the places that I was flying due to people coming into the streams and giving all kinds of interesting geography facts and stuff. It was really neat. It was ultimate chill. We went to theme parks. We saw monuments. We saw skyscrapers in major cities all around the world. We learned about the cultures all around the world. Actually, one of my, by far, Microsoft Flight Simulator, one of my favorite playthroughs of 2021. If you didn't check out any of that content, you should give it a look. You just sit back, relax, have a drink, and just chill with us. You're going to have a blast watching that content because it's so relaxing and fun.
It says that. I am Cat,
Hades.
and I'm liking my balls.
Now, everyone knows my feelings about Hades. I thought, actually, it blew me away. It was one of my favorite games of a long time, and Hades does things right in the roguelike formula, where Returnal did things so very wrong. This game shows you how to do it. If you're going to play and you die, it's okay. You're going to earn something that sticks with you, so you feel like you didn't waste your time. Oh, by the way, every time you die, there's more plot that unfolds. Characters have unique dialogue. It feels like the game doesn't disrespect you and waste anything you're doing. Everything you're doing is building up for progress. That's how a roguelike should be done. That's what Hades was all about. By the way, it had great visuals, great music, great plot. The builds that you could do are different and varied and very, very fun. Super fun playthrough. Hades,
Blah 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 blah
Back
blah
for
blah
Blood.
blah blah
I think a lot of people
blah
also
blah
learned
blah
about this one.
blah
A game that I was
blah
shocked
blah
that there was so
blah
much
blah.
content in it, but at the very same time, I don't feel like it ever reaches the greatness of the original Left 4 Dead games. That's it in a nutshell. Alan Wake Remaster. Fun playthrough. Only the second time that I had ever played Alan Wake since its originations way back when, 10 years ago. And it was very fun during October to play through the game for Halloween month. It was a cool horror-themed playthrough that I did then. But admittedly, the game's not riveting. When you get about halfway through, you realize it's all kind of the same combat over and over. And with the DLCs, they're fun, but at the very same time, by the end, you kind of get frustrated because they just throw everything but the kitchen sink at you, insane gauntlets of enemies, and at the very same time, the game never really has a definitive ending, which is disappointing because you want a definitive ending, you want an answer about what happened to Alan. But then, since I played this game, they announced that they're making a sequel, so I guess we're going to get our answers. Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. Holy shit. A game that drove me absolutely nuts. One of the most difficult throwback games that I've played in a very long time. I enjoyed playing it, but man, did it drive me bonkers trying to master those controls. People really liked seeing me rage. It was basically one of the most rage-inducing playthroughs of the year, along with Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. And then, of course, we had the Halloween Marathon, which was very fun. One of the cool playthroughs that came out of the Halloween Marathon was Visage. This was a game that many years ago, I had actually played during a previous Halloween Marathon in early access. Okay? When I played it in early access, I didn't really understand the game that much. Probably because it was early access, there wasn't really a lot of guidance on what to do. So it's a lot of wandering in circles, not knowing what triggers what and shit like that. But when I finally played Visage on the Xbox Series X, here we are years later, there's an understanding of what to do to get the meaningful content out of the game. And this time around, I liked it so much, I ended up doing a full playthrough of it. Ladies and gentlemen, Visage is one of my favorite survival horror games of all time. And I'm not just saying that lightly. I actually feel that game is incredibly well designed to be scary. The ghosts in that game, the way they move, the way they interact with you, it's creepy as fuck. I got goosebumps multiple times playing the game. I say give it a shot. If you're a true buff of survival horror, I think you're really going to like what they did with Visage, especially if you're playing it on a high-end PC or the Xbox Series X where you get the full gamut of what the visuals and the audio of the game can do. It creeped the shit out of me, and I love it. I seriously can't praise this game enough. And the thing is, this was not a new release for 2021, so this isn't one that would be in, like, my Game of the Year awards. I got to give it this game credit. You guys should absolutely check out Visage if you haven't yet and you like survival horror. It's so good.
I did nothing wrong.
Far Cry 6.
I did everything correct.
This is the kind of game where I feel like if you're just going for a wild ride and you want to unplug your serious meter in your head for a while, you'll enjoy it. It's the same formula as the other Far Cry games with well-needed tweaks, okay? There's not as much grinding in Far Cry 6 as there was in previous Far Cry games. There's not as much repetition, all right? The plot. Some of the characters are fun. Some are insanely obnoxious, in my opinion. It's a fun little game. It's not necessarily the best in the franchise. It's also not the worst. But I actually had a great time with it. I'm glad that I played it. And like I said, if you like action-based stuff, open world exploration, they did a good job with it and improved upon many of the previous installments. The Dark Pictures Anthology House of Ashes. Personally, I really liked this game. It's one of these choose-your-own-adventure horror games. However, I actually felt that last year's Little Hope was better. A lot of people disagreed with me. I think they liked this better because it was more like a horror action movie than an actual horror game. But I definitely liked it. You know, for horror, especially because, again, it came out right before Halloween, perfect timing. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, one of the most shockingly good games of 2021. No one expected this game to be good. The game got little to no marketing.
They said that you're a
and
gay
the little
boy.
bit of the game that was shown,
And that we're gonna make
before
love
it
to
released
each other tonight.
was not a good representation of what the game actually was. So by the time it came out, everyone was like, meh. Even me, I was like, meh, I'm not going to play it. And then people came out and was like, oh my god, it's so good. It's ridiculously good. It's polished. It's fun. It has high production value. The dialogue is outstanding. The plot is good. There's amazing character development. Ladies and gentlemen, I cried playing Guardians of the Galaxy. It was that well written. It's by far one of the best games of 2021 and one of the most shockingly good games that I've played in a long time. Because no one expected it to actually be good, and it actually is really good.
Special delivery.
Okay.
Special delivery.
Metroid Dread. Very good game. Probably one of the best side-scrolling Metroids of all time. I'm not so sure that I would say that it's better than like Super Metroid, but definitely a great outing. A lot of people think it is the best Metroid game of all time. Thing is, there's not much to say about it because it's basically Metroid for a modern audience, better graphics, more modernized mechanics. The one annoying thing, definitely those
down on my
hunter
hands
robots
and
that are
knees and
trying
say
to
thank you
track
and
you
still be
down
on
for what they
camera,
call the
I
Emmys
would
or
do
whatever.
it.
They're super annoying because you can't kill them in a traditional way. You have to find basically a puzzle solution to kill each one. Although by the end of the game, it's kind of cute.
The Ziggy
creative and
Piggy's
neat
back.
and interesting to figure out how to kill these things. I liked it. I definitely liked Metroid Dread. Forza Horizon 5, definitely the best driving game of the year, and in my opinion, some of the best visuals.
these people
you'll see
freaking
in
out over
anytime
pretty
soon
much
on a
nothing.
console. Unique with its open world aspect, how you drive around everywhere you go on the map. There's something new to do, different challenges, different fun things, and pretty much an ultimate chill playthrough. And what I mean by that is, it's not meant to be serious. There's not necessarily big plot developments every time you play it. Even the story missions that have plot aren't really serious. It's more like, let's mess around with cars and just have a chill time today. If you treat it like that, you'll really like the game.
What the hell are you talking about?
Halo Infinite. I think you guys know how much I like Halo Infinite, to the point where I was shocked that the game is as good as it was, right? Not only did the multiplayer release early, a month earlier than it was supposed to release, and end up being some of the best first-person shooter multiplayer that I have played in years. It was a throwback to the classic Halo combined with modernizations that make it feel like a much better game. Man, Halo Infinite multiplayer is so good. The only shortcoming is that, man, they don't have enough game modes and maps yet. You know, it's free. Everyone got it for free. So you can't complain you didn't pay for it. At the very same time, man, they definitely need to start adding new content because it's been out for over a month now and it starts to get stale when it's the same thing over and over and over. But I really like it. I'm digging it. Campaign, wow. They improved it. That's all I'm going to say. One of the most improved campaigns in a first-person shooter I've ever seen in my life. They really had great ideas. There's parts that play like old Halo, and there's parts that play like a totally new game. Really good. Outside of that, there were a few other random playthroughs during the year. For example, as you know, I played Street Fighter every single Friday night. That was a staple of every week. There was obviously the Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition Trilogy. And you know my thoughts on that. I actually enjoyed playing it. YouTubers Life 2, I actually like, but I didn't really get enough time to play it. Condemned Criminal Origins, I played on Halloween. I'd like to get a chance to go back for that. And it looks like we're going to be doing that within the next 1 to 2 weeks.
Does that sound like
some betas that I played, like the Call of Duty
No,
Vanguard beta,
sounds
that
nothing
convinced
like
me
that
to
at
never
all.
play the game because it sucked. I played Fall Guys for the last time. I think it was in September. And although I really enjoyed that game, sadly I felt like it was just trying to move on from it because there really wasn't much going on in it. Yeah, boy, 2021 was a very eventful year for games. And like, the one thing that stands out to me about all the stuff that I just told you guys is that most of the games that I just told you guys about, all right, that I felt were good, were in the second half of the year. You notice that? Most of the games that I talked about are all games from the second half. And that was the weird thing about 2021, is like the first half of the year outside of Resident Evil Village really felt like a bust. It felt like a year where things just didn't go so well, and it looked like it was going to be one of the most deflating years for games. And then all of a sudden, the second half of the year was like overload of great games. It really was. So that was the year that was. Overall, in 2021, some of the standout playthroughs: Visage, holy shit; Fallout New Vegas, wow; Microsoft Flight Simulator. Like, those are some of the three that actually stuck out in my mind that would not be in a Game of the Year Awards countdown. But man, I loved those games. And if you didn't check out those playthroughs, if you weren't paying attention during that time frame when I was playing those games, I urge you to give them a look here on DSP Gaming. I think you're going to like what you see. Okay? All right, guys. That's it for the pre-stream podcast. We just have some brief shout-outs to do, and then we can actually get started with my Game of the Year Awards countdown. Okay? So let's do some quick shout-outs here. It looks like Aqua Deer did a super chat. Says, if Phil's having the most amazing day, the worst thing that happened that day is he stubbed his toe he'll complain about how much it sucks. Okay? Fair enough. All right.
What?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Anso Kamaru upped their membership for 5 months and enjoyed today, brother. Thank you very much,
Look how
Anso
dumb they
Kamaru,
are.
for the ongoing support. I appreciate that. And Kevin Bernstein did a super chat, and he says, let's hype the post-judgment and play some real games. Alrighty then, Kevin. All right. And guys, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We don't have any other contributions. 0 tips to shout out. I think what it is today's a different kind of stream. And so unlike a normal stream where there's gameplay and stuff, I don't know how much interaction and or support we'll get. Hope we do get
It's been
some
pretty
support,
slow.
obviously.
I need
It's a
that
normal
money.
stream
I
day
really
for
do.
me.
I need that money to pay my bills.
So hopefully things go better. But anyway, that's it for the pre-stream podcast. That was kind of a quick recap of the year that was 2021 gaming-wise, and my favorite playthroughs that were kind of hidden gems that definitely won't be in my countdowns, all right? All right, guys, thanks so very much. See you later. All right, guys, we're about to start with the Game of the Year Awards.
I don't have money to
Well,
do
we're
it.
gonna
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
What I need to do is get rid of this. And what I'd like to do is blow up the webcam to be full screen now. Okay. And what I'm actually going to do is I have some intro artwork that I'm going to show for YouTube. Is this it here? There it is. Cool. And I'm going to blow my nose because my nose is bothering me. So I'm going to blow my nose and then we're going to get started. Okay? All right, hold on. Oh. Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champions. So he's a piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champions. All right? WWE champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will because you're an idiot.
All right.
You're an obsessed loser. All right. Alex from Phoenix just did a super chat. He says, will you play the new Sonic Frontiers game this year? It looks like Sonic will go open world. Yes, if it comes out this year, I'll play it. For sure. Sounds good to me. Sounds like an interesting experience that hopefully is much better than the previous Sonic experiences we've had recently. All right. So, guys, here's the deal. We're going to get started.
Oh, my God, I
With
can't stop
Disappointing Games
joking.
Countdown. Yes, there's still going to be pop-ups.
seriously-
Yes, there's still going to be things going on.
Can I
I'll
stop
do my
joking
best to do
today?
shout-outs for you
Oh my
guys
God.
in between the
Ugh.
countdown.
Ugh.
If you do
What the-
contribute, I promise you will get a shout-out. Okay?
Fuck.
This Disappointing Games
Hold
Countdown
on.
is not
It's
nearly
gonna
as long
clear
as the
up, I
Game of the
swear.
Year Awards. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the Disappointing Games Countdown. And
Jesus
then
Christ.
I'm going to take a break. And
Ugh.
I'm going to come back from it. And then we're going
Okay,
to do
it's
the Game of the
actually
Year
starting to
Awards
feel
that are going
better
to be
now.
much longer. Okay? Much more in-depth, much more lengthy. Okay? You guys ready? All right, let's get started. Here we go. Let me mute my mic first. All right, what is going on, everyone? DSP here, and welcome to the
Dead
most
air.
disappointing games of 2021 countdown here live on DSP Gaming. So, 2021 was an interesting year for sure for games. The year started off incredibly slowly. If you actually look
YouTube mode on.
historically at the amount of games released in the early first half of 2021, it ended up being actually, in my opinion, one of the most underwhelming gaming years of all time. A lot of people had asked me by like June, gee, Phil, you know, what do you think is the Game of the Year contender? And I was like, dude, I think I have one. Like, seriously, I think I have one. There's just not that much great stuff going on in gaming right now. And it was a tough year, really. I think COVID affected things in a really negative way for game developers. A lot of games that were originally scheduled to be out in 2021 got bumped or delayed till 2022 or beyond. And so the gaming landscape changed in a big, big way. And that is disappointing because normally you get a good mishmash of games here or there. You get the good mix with the bad. And when you just get like a big deflating series of months with nothing going on, it could be pretty bad. At the same time, the second half of 2021 was actually one of the most jam-packed times for gaming I've ever seen in my life. Release after release after release after release. What we're about to do is go through a brief countdown of the games that I feel personally for me were the most disappointing games of the year. All right? That does not mean they were bad or terrible games. All right, some of these are bad and terrible games, and I'll tell you which ones I actually feel are. But what you're going to see in general is the games that I'm going to go through here usually have some strong points, usually have some good things about them, or a lot of good things about them. But maybe there's a few things about the game that I felt were shortcomings, or that the games could have been dramatically better if they had gone a different route. And that's what I want to emphasize about my most disappointing games countdown. It's not the worst games of the year. A lot of people do the worst games of the year. Why don't I do that? I'll tell you why. Because as a content creator, I have limited time to play games. I'm a full-time streamer, and my time is very valuable, where I have to pick and choose what I feel are the best games for my audience. I don't have unlimited funds and unlimited time to just do whatever. You know, back in the day when I was a full-time YouTuber and I didn't stream, things were very different. I would literally buy every new release in 1 week, rush through them all, even if they were bad. And then when I did my disappointing games countdown, it was a very different thing. In fact, I would argue that in the past, my disappointing games countdown usually had more disappointing games than actually good games in the Game of the Year awards. But now things are actually changing to be more of the positive. That being said, there's a lot of games that likely if I had played in 2021, I would have said were disappointing. Case in point, Call of Duty Vanguard, Battlefield 2042.
Thanks for the money, stupid
just to
fuck.
name a few.
Blah 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 blah.
So you're not going to see those games in my disappointing games countdown because I don't have any experience with them, and I'm not going to crap on a game just for the sake of piling on it. I want to actually have played it in order to give an opinion. All right. So the games that I'm about to go through, all right, are games that I played, games that for one reason or another I felt did not live up to my personal expectation for how good they should have been. So let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh no. It's
in my
Kevin's
opinion,
fault.
the least most disappointing game that I played in 2021. Yes, I know you're going to be shocked by this
Super
one.
Hound's fault.
Forza
There's
Horizon
a sick
5.
motherfucker on the internet
Now,
called Super Hound. Whatever the
why
fuck
Forza
this idiot's
Horizon
name is.
5? What was bad about the game? What was disappointing about the game? Well, here's the thing. Many years ago, I played Forza Horizon 3 on a whim. Originally, I hadn't had any plans to play the game at all, and it was recommended to me. I ended up actually getting a free copy and played it, and I very much enjoyed it. I was like, wow, it's open world. You roam through this big, beautiful, gorgeous environment. There's challenges to do all over the map. Okay? And there's just such a variety of content in this game. You could try to do drifting. You could do jumps. You could do races. You could build up and tune your cars. You could try to find hidden cars, a wide variety of cars, right? There's crazy, ginormous stunts that you can do that are just over-the-top ridiculous. And one of the things that I absolutely like about the Forza Horizon series is that it's not meant to be serious, unlike Gran Turismo or other more simulation-style racing series. Forza Horizon is meant to be a more chill experience. Who cares if you're actually having any progress when you play it today? Just drive around and enjoy yourself. Enjoy the environments. Enjoy the variety of off-roading versus on-roading races. Try to unlock some new cars today. Maybe do a silly story.
Thanks for the money, stupid
where you're
fuck.
driving around looking for a
Wheelchair symbol. Dizzy face. Wheelchair symbol. Dizzy face. Wheelchair symbol. Dizzy face.
If I could get down on my hands
These
and
are
knees and
unique
say thank you and
places
still be on
where
camera,
at both
I would do
playthroughs,
it.
I actually had people coming by the streams. And when they were on the streams, they would say, oh, I'm actually from those places, and I can give you some input on the area you're in. Here, I'll tell you about this monument. I'll tell you about this city. I'll tell you about this or that, or the culture there. That was really neat. Forza Horizon 5 takes place in Mexico. There's nothing wrong with that. Mexico, from what we saw in the game, is a place of very diverse locations. You could be driving across country in an area that has a lot of trees and farmland. You could be driving on the coast, and you have a nice beach-like region. You could be driving up in the mountains that are very, very, you know, full of rocks and stuff. There's deserts. They actually have sandstorms. So it's pretty unique. And the thing, one of the things that stood out was actually the jungle in the rainforest area, especially when it's pouring rain. It really, really stands out. Okay? Now, with all that being said, like I said, these games that I'm going to say in the disappointing games countdown are not necessarily bad games. In fact, I'm here to tell you, I actually really liked Forza Horizon 5 overall as a game. But there's something about this one. I don't know exactly if I could even put my finger on it. Okay? But there's just something about Forza Horizon 5 that I think, sadly, the formula is just getting stale. And what I mean by that is, it didn't really feel like it was much of an original game anymore. You know, when I played Forza Horizon 3 and 4, they each had their own uniqueness to them. This time around, they pretty much felt almost in a lot of cases like they were kind of phoning it in. The stunts that were in the game weren't as exciting as the stunts that were previously in the Forza Horizon series. The story-based missions were kind of lame, to be quite honest with you. I definitely enjoyed unlocking cars, tuning them, and even the top contributor of each stream was picking the car that I would drive around the next week, which is a really fun, interactive way to do these streams. But man, it just didn't feel as fun as the last two games. And when I'm picking the most disappointing games of the year, I'll be honest with you guys, I was disappointed, and here's why. People actually reviewed Forza Horizon 5 and said that it was like the best racing game they'd ever seen. People were giving it 10 out of 10. People were saying, oh my god, it's so groundbreaking and amazing. And here I am playing it, and I'm like, I mean, it's good, but what I'm confused about is what are they talking about, right? With what is groundbreaking? It's literally the same as the last two games. And if anything, maybe that's really what it was for me. It didn't feel like they really tried to innovate it at all. It's just basically the Forza Horizon formula again. And in fact, the one thing that they tried to innovate with the online play of the game, because there was actually some online cooperative modes, as well as some online competitive modes like Battle Royale, they didn't work. I tried doing them, and they were broken. I tried doing Battle Royale, and everyone was invisible, and no one could challenge each other like they were supposed to because it didn't work. It took them several weeks
what do I do?
To actually fix the game, to have the online functionality work. And I was already almost done with my playthrough, so I didn't really care. All right? So this is a case where, personally, I liked the game, but I just felt like it was too much more of the same. I wanted something new or different from Forza Horizon 5 that we didn't get. I mean, yeah, it's a great formula. It's an open chill world. It's interactive with my audience. But this is the third one that I've played. And by the way, it should be noted that they took extra time to make this one. This one was in development for several years, while previously they were pumping these out at a more rapid pace. So if you're taking extra time to develop the game, that's great and all, but at least give me some showing of what you were working on. And quite frankly, it just feels like it's Forza Horizon 3 and 4 all over again. The only definitive difference, the graphics. I actually felt that the graphics of the game were outstanding. Taking a look at these visuals, as you're seeing here, on the Xbox Series X, full 1080p, 60 frames, gorgeous graphics, really well done in that regard. But graphics just don't make a game for me. Give me something else new to do. And there was nothing. It was literally the same stuff you had done in the last two games. And for me, that is a formula for disappointment, and that's why I feel Forza Horizon 5 is actually one of the most disappointing games of 2021 for me, just based off the hype that the media built up, saying, oh, the best racing game, it's 10 out of 10, and I play it, I'm like, it doesn't even, to me, feel as good as the last couple of games that I played in the franchise. Okay? Now, moving on. The next most disappointing game of 2021 for me is a game that had a lot of buildup and anticipation, and a game that, for a lot of people, they felt like maybe it would be a return to form for this particular game developer that had gone astray. The next game on my list, countdown, is Back 4 Blood by Turtle Rock Studios. Give you a little bit of history. Turtle Rock made Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 over a decade ago. In fact, Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 were games that I originally covered for my original Dark Side Phil channel way back in the day, and got me a lot of exposure because zombie games were huge back in the late 2000s. Walking Dead was at the height of its prominence, and everyone was constantly talking about zombie video games. So Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 exploded in popularity, and Turtle Rock made a bunch of money. But then they decided to do something different and released Evolve in the mid-2010s. Evolve ended up being one of the most deflating experiences ever, a game that really had almost no content at launch, only having 3 or 4 major monsters that you would control against a team of 4 hunters. Very bare bones, limited amount of maps and content, and to make matters worse, they nickel and dimed you, trying to charge you individually for expansion monsters and expansion hunters and skins. It basically flopped huge. It ended up being a ginormous sales failure, to the point where about a year or two after its release, they ended up making it a free-to-play game, and it still failed to make any kind of money. So, when we heard that Turtle Rock Studios was going to go back to its roots and make a game that, of course, they couldn't call it Left 4 Dead 3 because they don't have the rights to the game. So, they decided to do their own thing that essentially would be the spiritual successor to the Left 4 Dead franchise and call it Back 4 Blood. As you can see, it looks just like Left 4 Dead. You pick a character that's a unique class. Each character has its own strengths and weaknesses. You team up with other people online. You go into a survival aspect, and you fight a bunch of zombies. Now, one of the new things they added to the franchise was the cards system, a series of perks that you can equip to your character to give them some more bonuses and or in some cases some nerfs so that they can survive during this certain stage. The game also had some other unique things. Not only did it have online co-op to survive during a story-based campaign, but also had competitive modes, much like the original Left 4 Dead, where some people would play as the survivors, while other people would play as controllable zombies. As you can see, the graphics are pretty good. I actually felt that the game ran quite well on the Xbox Series X. By the way, it was under Game Pass, which is an asset. You have to spend any extra money if you're a Game Pass Ultimate subscriber. You could play this at launch. And if you've played Left 4 Dead, essentially you know exactly how to play this game. All right, you're going to be grabbing loadouts. You're going to be trying to survive against hordes of zombies. One of the more unique things about this game is the upgrade system. The more you play it, the more you can upgrade the weapons and things in the game to make them better. As opposed to in the original Left 4 Dead, you didn't really have that much of an upgradable system. You just grabbed unique weapons and used them, and that was it. Being able to actually have progression with experience points, the unlockable perk cards, and the customizable weapons were some of the more unique things that they did with this game. But, sadly, the game just didn't seem to live up to the expectations that were built up to it, especially because of the insane amount of success that the Left 4 Dead franchise had. Alright? First of all, the game is interesting when it comes to the dialogue and the interactions of the characters. They all seem to have their own unique personalities and the like, and that's good. I actually think that the human characters are done pretty well in this game. There's actually an ongoing plot during the course of the story-based campaign of the game where you're unfolding different things going on with the zombies and, you know, fighting different levels of zombies and infection that went across the planet. There's a plot line where you have to rescue a scientist who's trying to invent a bomb that'll kill the zombies and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting in that regard if you're actually paying attention to the plot. Not to say that that's needed or essential. It's just something nice to have. They purposely added that in there, didn't have to have it. But one thing that I will definitely say is underwhelming compared to the original Left 4 Dead is that even though this game has way more content, and what I mean by that is this game has a campaign that's about between 10 to 15 hours long on its own merits. It's many different unique stages, although some assets are reused and some locations are reused. For the most part, it's very lengthy, it's very in-depth, there's a lot of stuff to do, a lot of ground to cover, and it's time-consuming, which is a good thing. When you're going to buy a game, you actually want it to feel like you're not just doing the same thing over and over. You want to feel like there was actually some meat to the game.
Game Horn is awesome.
Then on top of that, there's the multiplayer modes, where again, you're either survivors or you're controlling the zombies, and that has some replayability as well. Alright? But definitely one of the shortcomings of the game.
Listen, man, you suck ass.
Is that it just
we were
doesn't
winning, and now we're
seem to
losing
have
because you are a failure.
that it factor. I can't really describe it. Can't really put my finger on it. But back in the day, over 10 years ago, when Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 were very popular and prominent games.
I can't
It was
block.
a unique time. The Walking Dead was exploding in popularity, and to have a game where you were doing zombie co-op survival in a first-person setting was unique and interesting and fun. You know, in the modern day, we've kind of been there and done that. How many co-op survival games have we now played? And so to have a game like this in 2021, as compared to, say, like 2008 or 2009, definitely takes away some of its credibility. It feels like you kind of been there, done that. In addition to that, I will definitely say that in the original Left 4 Dead game, the zombies just seemed to be way more interesting. If you remember the very unique classes from back in the day in Left 4 Dead, the tank, the boomer, the witch, all those characters, to this day I say those names, and for those of you who played
Yes,
those
I
games,
do
you
touch my
probably
face a
remember
lot
them
when
in
I
your heads.
stream,
Wow, I
but I'm
remember
at
when the
home.
witch would scream,
There's
this
no
blood
virus
gurgling
here.
noise,
There's only
and all the
virus in my
zombies would
house.
come
It's
rushing in
isolated.
because you alerted her.
I can touch
That
my
was a
face as much as
unique
I damn want when I'm
and
at home. When I'm
fun
out,
experience
then I should not be touching my
back
face
in the day.
until I have a chance to wash my
I
hands.
can tell you right now,
You know, then
after
it's
playing
okay
through the
again, but
entirety
you're
of the
right.
campaign
I do
of
touch my
Back
face
4
a lot.
Blood,
I agree with you.
it's a fine game. I can't really complain that there was a part that wasn't functional.
Thanks for the money,
I can't really
stupid fuck.
say that
He's drinking
something
gin.
was too difficult or too grindy. But what I can definitely tell you is I don't really remember anything about the game that really stood out. These zombie classes that they put into Back 4 Blood aren't nearly as interesting or unique as the ones that they created for Left 4 Dead. They tried, but I think that they kind of failed. I think at this point, zombies have been done to death to the point where what can you really do unique with a zombie game? I don't know if you can do anything unique because I think it's kind of all been done. And so maybe Back 4 Blood, if it had been released 5-6 years ago, would have been a more interesting experience and a better return to the franchise. But when you play this game, you're like, I feel like I've already played zombie co-op or just co-op games in general that are kind of like this. Nothing about this game is feeling unique. I feel like I kind of played this game already, or I've played a better version in the original Left 4 Deads. What I can definitely tell you is when I played Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 back in the day, all right, I got hooked on this addictive formula that I always wanted to keep going back to these certain stages and replaying them over and over, whether it was people who were actually my viewers who wanted to team up with me, or even just randoms on the internet. It was very fun to go back to certain stages and replay them. And by the way, also, the online competitive multiplayer of the game was just super fun to jump in and out and play as those unique zombie classes and the like. Back 4 Blood just doesn't feel like it has the soul of those games. And that's a shame because this is the same people who made them. 10 years later, trying to recreate that kind of feeling of magic, that uniqueness that they had captured at one time. But I kind of feel like maybe that was a feeling that you can't get back. You could only have had it during that particular time frame of The Walking Dead being so popular. I mean, in this day and age, I don't really know many people who even talk that much or at all about The Walking Dead or zombie survival anymore because it's been done to death. So to have this game actually give tons of effort, have a lengthy campaign that's way longer and way more content than the original game, but me playing through it and still never really feeling like I was having a blast or never really having any feeling that, man, I want to go back and do that again and try to do better or unlock more stuff. And maybe that's kind of what it is because I think the game was kind of designed to be a grind in a lot of ways. You were supposed to play through once, twice, 3 times to keep unlocking the better upgrade cards and the better weapon upgrades and the like, so that maybe it's more fun to separate the one that you quit. But then the game in that case maybe is too long. I don't want to play 12 to 15 hours that is so quick just to play the second or third time. I don't know. It basically just didn't capture that magic feeling for me. I thought it was perfectly functional, perfectly fine, but I just didn't have a ton of fun playing it. And after I beat it, I had zero desire to ever go back. In fact, I even had said, I'll go back and we'll do members-only runs where people who were channel members will join me cooperatively. And then after I beat the campaign, I was like, I don't want to go back and do that.
You suck shit. We don't want to
nothing
hear you
really
talk
unique
ever
about
again.
the game
Just shut
that
your
I
face.
feel like I want to
In fact,
replay it.
if you would actually
Which
zip
is the
your lips
complete
permanently,
and
put a
utter
zipper on
opposite
your lips
feeling
and
that
go
I had with the
and
original
never
Left
talk
4
again.
Dead
It would be
game.
better
So,
off. Your
Back
content
4
would
Blood
actually be better off. if you just
Definitely
shut
one of the
hell
most
up.
disappointing games of 2021 because it had potential to reinvigorate the whole zombie survival franchise co-op kind of, run and gun
Alive and
gameplay
well in
of the Left 4
Israel.
Dead era, and it really failed to do that. In fact, I hate to say it, but people now taking a look at numbers, okay, on Steam and stuff, more people currently today are playing the original Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 games on Steam than Back 4 Blood, the new game that just came out in October. People played through Back 4 Blood once or twice, said, screw it, and went right back to the originals. And that's saying something. Alrighty. Let's continue on. It's none of anyone's business. Ladies and gentlemen, the next disappointing game, 2021, that I would like to talk about is a game that I almost guarantee most of you don't even remember existed.
It's been pretty slow.
Let's see,
Not gonna
just
lie.
by showing you the footage, if you can even name it. I'm curious if anyone in the stream chat can even tell me what this game is. I bet most of you can't. I bet most of you have no idea what this is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a little game by the name of Destruction All-Stars. I know, so I knew it. People are like, what is this? What is this game? Does this even exist? All right. So if you don't know what Destruction All-Stars is, I don't blame you, but you may not realize this. This was supposed to be a launch title for PlayStation 5 back in 2020, but it got delayed until early 2021, and then shortly it was announced it would actually be a game free for PS Plus subscribers, so you didn't have to buy it to play it. Now, originally, if this had actually been a launch title for PlayStation 5, it probably would have sold a lot of copies, because when a new console comes out, everyone's trying to buy every new game that's exclusive to that console to build up a library of games. Phew, man, am I glad that didn't happen. So, Destruction All-Stars. Let's talk a little bit about it, as you can see here. Destruction All-Stars is a game where you control a driver. That driver has a unique design or personality to them. Each driver actually has some unique mechanics to the way that they move and or their abilities. That driver can either run on foot and do some platforming around an open arena, or they can jump inside of their vehicle and drive around. The goal of the game is to destroy the other characters on the map. Of course, there are also some objective-based modes in the game as well that add a little bit of a unique spin to it. You can be driving around collecting power-ups, collecting things that will make you have more ammo or more weapons or be more powerful, yada, yada, yada. But here's the real thing about the game that I was so confused with, okay? When you're watching this game right now, what's the first thing you think? I think, oh, Rocket League, right? I think, oh, maybe Twisted Metal. And the one thing you think of is, man,
he did not earn that whatsoever.
I just can't wait to drive my car right up behind that guy and hit him with a missile and blow him up. Except, guess what? Destruction All-Stars doesn't actually have any projectile-style gameplay at all. What you're seeing right here in this gameplay footage is representative of 100% of the gameplay of the game. You run around grabbing shards, you jump in a car, you eventually get some kind of a superpower for that car, and the only real way that you can damage people is by trying to drive into them. That's it. That's the entirety of the gameplay of the game. You have now watched about 2 minutes of the gameplay of this game. You've actually seen everything in it. There's nothing else to it. It's one of the most simplistic games I've ever seen in my life. And this game was designed to be a launch title for a new console where you're thinking, oh, it'll show off graphical capabilities. It'll show off gameplay mechanics that are new and unique. No. The game literally didn't try to do anything interesting or different. Once you play the game for about 5 to 10 minutes, you actually realize how freaking boring it is. And I thought when I played this game, oh, it'll be addictive. It'll end up being like Rocket League, where you're pushing, a soccer ball into a goal. You're trying to do these cool tricks and everything. There's nothing like that in this game at all. The game is so basic. I don't even know how someone could have designed this game, played it for more than a few minutes, and thought that it was fun. Like, I couldn't even tell you anything fun in the game, because there's nothing fun in it. It's so boring.
Ugh.
And by the way, I tried, man. I played this, at least a couple times. I tried to get some kind of fun out of it. There is just nothing interesting about this game. It's boring as dirt. You might as well watch grass grow. You might as well count the amount of specks of sand on the fucking beach. I'd have more fun buttering a piece of toast than playing Destruction All-Stars. It's that uninspired of a game. The only thing he's got going for it is that it's a little colorful, and it has some of the uniqueness of the characters that say Fortnite. Oh, a cartoony guy with a bag on his head driving a car around and being silly. But it is so effing boring. I couldn't recommend anyone play it more than just a few minutes. And the thing is, can you imagine if you didn't have PlayStation Plus? Or can you imagine if this game had actually been sold as a launch title for PlayStation 5 and people paid like $40-50 for it? For this? It would have been one of the biggest ripoffs I've ever seen in my life. I can't believe the game exists like this. Like, why did they even think to make the game like this? Just look at this guy. Give him a fucking gun. Let him shoot the other people. It would infinitely be more fun the moment you give him a projectile weapon and there's none in the game. I mean, oh my god. I'm not a game developer. I'm just a gamer, man, but I could tell you what's fun in a game. Running around like an asshole, fuck
picking up
yourself.
shards.
No, really. In a game where you're trying
The
to
Ziggy
defeat enemies.
Piggy's back.
Oh my god. It sucks. It's just that out of all the disappointing games, Countdown games, that game legitimately sucks. It's bad. I can't recommend that you even waste time on it. It's terrible. Yikes. Okay. Up next, our most disappointing games countdown of the year. This is one that I don't think anyone will be shocked to see, but at the same time, you may be shocked to see it on my personal countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, the next game is the Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition Trilogy. That's right. Yes. Now, when this trilogy came out, it was a shocking surprise to most people. All right? Most people didn't know it was coming out. There was only rumors about it. No one had actually expected that this game would be out this year. And all of a sudden, it leaked. Oh, there's going to be a trilogy of GTA classics coming out. What? There is? Really? Why? Okay. And then on top of that, all of a sudden, there was no gameplay footage released for the game at all, outside of very curated trailers that were put all over the internet. And a lot of people were wondering, gee, I wonder why that's the case. Okay? Now, admittedly,
It's
I've
rising
been
to
playing through all
toxicity.
3 games. I started with San Andreas, which was free on Game Pass. I then thought it was a good enough game that I ended up buying the entire trilogy to play through Vice City, and I'm currently in the middle of my GTA 3 Definitive Edition playthrough. All right? I am not saying these are bad games by any means. I am not saying that the trilogy is bad by any means. What I'm saying is that the trilogy is disappointing. Even enjoying it as much as I have and putting out the playthroughs that I have and the amount of attention and the amount of enjoyment that we've all gotten out of these games since early November when they came out, I mean, you gotta call a spade sometimes, man. First of all, the frame rate is not
I need
consistent
that
in
money.
these
I
games.
really do. I need that
For
money.
something that's supposed
Pay
to be
my
the
bills.
Definitive Edition trilogy, you would think they would have really taken their time to polish the graphics and the frame rate, and the frame rate dips a lot playing these games. In particular, I noticed the further back of a game that I played, the worse it got. San Andreas was smooth about 80% of the time. Vice City was smooth about 50% of the time. And GTA 3 Definitive Edition is smooth about 25% of the time. A lot of the times when you're just driving around, the frame rate tends to dip pretty badly, which is annoying because you want the smoothest frame rate when you're trying to drive a vehicle. I mean, duh. But it just isn't there. As you can see, the graphics are definitely dramatically improved.
I'm a pussy.
The lighting is something that's a great addition because the original games had insanely bad lighting to the point where a lot of the times you couldn't even see where you were going or what you were doing in an alleyway or if you were out in the country, especially in San Andreas. However, for a game that's supposed to be the definitive edition, you would have thought that maybe they could have done something a little more, right? Maybe make the models look a little bit better, maybe tweak it just a little bit more, and they really didn't, okay? Now, the game also had some glaring shortcomings at launch. The rain was terrible. I don't particularly have a clip for you to show the rain, which I did.
I
but
think someone
couldn't
drove a
find one of the
bulldozer through
videos
Phil's
that I
condo in
actually saved
Connecticut.
from the playthrough to use in this countdown. But the rain originally in this trilogy was terrible. It looked like it looked like white bars were shooting down out of the sky, and it was confusing as hell. It looked terrible. You couldn't even see what was going on in the game whenever it rained. It was exactly like milky rain.
Look out,
Like
there's a
someone
black
had
woman coming out.
gallons
She
of
takes
milk
some
and
bolt
was
out.
pouring it
Boom.
out of a plane.
Steals the backpack
And it
and runs away.
completely blocked your vision. It was really annoying. They eventually patched that out and fixed it. Thank God. And I should be fair here. Over time, Rockstar took a lot of flack and criticism for how the game looked and performed, and basically fixed a lot of the issues.
Now, this
They
shocks
patched it
me.
more than a few times to try to repair the issues that were going on. I mean, there was a bridge out here in the country that's completely invisible, and you would think you're
It's
going to die
Kevin's
driving
fault.
over this area of the GPS, and then all of a sudden you'd be fine because the bridge actually was there. It was just invisible and didn't render. And there was a lot of issues in that regard that kind of were buggy or glitchy or wonky.
Restreaming you.
That
Oh, no.
definitely should have been fixed.
It's
That weren't.
Super Hound's fault.
Especially because this is supposed to be the definitive edition. I mean, Rockstar removed. Oh, here it is. This is the invisible bridge. Wait a minute. I have a clip of it. This is the invisible bridge moment. There it is. Look, it just appeared out of thin air. I didn't even realize I had this clip. Wow. Well, there's a perfect example. The bridge that's not there and then is there but isn't there. That is just one of the many examples of things that were completely unpolished in this definitive edition trilogy. How can you call it definitive when it has these glaring graphical issues? The one thing that really annoyed people more than anything
It's been pretty slow.
is that Rockstar
someone please shut up
removed
this dude
the
who's being a
original
moron?
versions of the Grand Theft Auto trilogy from all digital storefronts. Okay? You could not buy the original digital versions of these games on PlayStation Network. You could not buy the Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3 versions of these games off of their respective digital networks. You could only buy the definitive edition trilogy. But what if you like the originals? What if you like the quirkiness of the graphics and the shortcomings of those games, and you didn't want to play a new version? Too bad, because this is the only one that you can buy now. That is a terrible decision by Rockstar, because essentially what they're saying is buy the new one or don't play it at all, which is bullshit because it wasn't polished. It's obvious they rushed these games.
Cool.
I think my hypothesis is thus. Rockstar needed a big money-making venture for the end of their fiscal year. They originally were hoping that GTA 5 would have its ports for the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S and X ready for the end of 2021, and that would be their big
Are you a
cash
functional
cow.
retard?
However,
I have to
what
ask.
happened? Well, guess what? It wasn't ready. So they needed to rush out something. Well, they did have their dev team working on a redo of the original Grand Theft Auto trilogy. It just wasn't done yet. Oh, by the way, here's the rain. So I do have examples of both the invisible bridge and the rain in the unpatched version of the game. So they need something to make money. What do? Rush out the unfinished versions of the game. I mean, are they playable? Yes. Do they have any game-breaking bugs where you can't make any progress? No. But man, this looks like shit.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money.
So
for my
why
bills.
force this down your customers' throats, right? It was very, very badly done. The thing is, personally, I still enjoyed it. I had fun with it. I enjoyed replaying these games, and eventually they did patch them out, and a lot of the graphical issues are now fixed. But there's
I don't
absolutely
have money
no
to do it. I
excuse
don't have money to
to
do it. I don't have
re-releasing
money to
something
do
you're
it. I don't
calling
have money to do
definitive
it. I don't have
edition.
money to do it.
And
I don't have
this
money to
is
do it.
what
I
you're
don't have money to
playing.
do it.
Look at this shit. I can't see anything. This is worse than being in a fucking snowstorm at the North Pole. Jesus fucking Christ. This is worse than the snow overlay I used
Look
to
at
use for
them.
Christmas videos
Look
back
at
on
them.
DSP Gaming 10 years
Come
ago.
on.
Oh my god.
You gotta be
Anyway,
kidding.
that's it. GTA Definitive Edition Trilogy. Definitely disappointing. Should have been better. All right. Let's continue on. Shout out to Go Team Venture with the very first tip of the day, a $10 tip, and he says, Milky Rain. Yes. Milk, or maybe pink.
How dumb they are.
Maybe it's whiteout. I don't know, but it was very disturbing. Chicken Man took me $1.50, says, FYI, you have not been able to buy the so-called original trilogy for years on the storefront. You've tweeted many things in those versions over the years, including removing music and other things. You mean tweaked. That is true that, sadly, the original versions of the games really aren't purchasable anywhere but on disc because they lost the licensing rights to having a lot of the musics in the game. So you can't just buy those versions anymore because they would be illegally distributing those music selections. So yeah, you're absolutely right in that regard. But still, there were still the Xbox 360, the PS3 versions that, in my opinion, were actually better.
Oh no, someone's
than some of
illegally
the
restreaming
issues.
you.
Like that fucking
Oh no,
rain is terrible. Okay, all right. Let's continue on, ladies and gentlemen. The next most disappointing game of 2021 for me was Ratchet and Clank: A Rift Apart. Uh-oh. Now this is where people are going to start to get upset with me. Because this, for a lot of people, was actually one of their favorite games of the year. I'm not here to tell you that it's a bad game at all. In fact, I'll agree with you. It actually is quite a good game. Okay? Take a look at these graphics on the PlayStation 5. Look at the lighting, right? I actually chose this particular stage because I felt this was actually graphically one of the better stages of the game, showcasing what the PlayStation 5 graphics could do with lighting and such. And I definitely feel like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is a very worthy installment to the franchise. This is not a stinker. This is not a bad game at all. In fact, it's a very good game. However, this was meant to be a system seller of the PlayStation 5. For a lot of people, it was supposed to be the system seller of the PlayStation 5 for 2021. And a lot of people hyped this game up as kind of being the reason to buy the console. And also the very first game to push the graphics of the PlayStation 5 and show off what it could do. Now, at first glance, you're looking at this, you're like, okay, great, look at the lighting, right? And look at everything going on in the game. Okay. And one of the major mechanics of the game is the rifts, the actual dimensional portals between worlds. And they don't have any loading. You can walk between these dimensional portals and actually walk straight into a new world that's different than the one that you're in. And it doesn't have to load. That definitely is a huge thing, and that speaks to the power of the SSD hard drive that's inside of the PlayStation 5, okay? And I will even go as far to say that early on in the game, when you're first using some of the weapons and the unique items of the game, it feels pretty innovative. When you're actually getting the haptic feedback in your PS5 DualSense controller, every weapon feels unique and different. When you're firing one weapon that's giant rockets, you'll actually feel like the whole thing gives you kickback when you're firing the weapon. When you're firing a machine gun, you'll actually feel like the rapid fire kick of that machine gun. In some cases, when you're using the right trigger to actually fire a weapon, dependent on how hard you hold down the trigger, it'll give either standard fire or alternate fire. Where if you do like a half click on the trigger, it'll do one type of bullet, and if you hold it down, it'll do a completely alternate type of fire. That's cool. I actually thought that was kind of innovative. But I will say this. The gimmick runs out about halfway through the game. As you continue to play through Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, what you start to see is that kind of the game is a one-trick pony.
Oh, here we go.
So
now
what's innovative about the game?
So
The
he's a
graphics.
piece of shit.
Okay, what else?
You
The haptic
piece of
feedback.
donkey
Okay,
shit.
what else?
How about
well,
this?
there's dimensional portals. Okay.
How about this?
But is there anything actually
WWE
new added to the
champions.
game? Like, is there anything
All
in the
right.
game you haven't done before? Well, you got
WWE
hoverboard racing.
champions
You've
lives
got
rent-free
shooting
in
things
your
in gauntlets and
motherfucking
arena.
head.
You've got
I don't
endless
think
waves
about
of enemies that you
WWE
need to
champions.
kill with a variety
You
of
do.
weapons that you unlock.
You
over the course of
probably
the
know
game.
way more about the
It's sounding
fucking game
familiar.
than I ever will.
It's sounding
'cause
kind of
you're an
like
idiot.
every Ratchet
You're an
and Clank game I've
obsessed
ever played.
loser.
And in my opinion, that's kind of one of the biggest shortcomings of the game, is that this was an opportunity for them to maybe take Ratchet and Clank in a new direction and show off something new or different that you could do with the franchise now that it's on PlayStation 5. And instead, they really feel to me like they played it incredibly safe. It feels like they didn't really want to take chances. They just wanted to show off what they could do graphically with the console and just say, okay, that's a day. That's it. The story of the game is good, but about halfway through, it just kind of forgets what it's doing. And a lot of the things that you're doing, either as Ratchet or the new character, who's the alternate dimension version of him that's a female, isn't very exciting either. The ending of the game is also kind of underwhelming, Again, the first half of the game when you're first jumping dimensions and you're fighting alternate versions of the villains and stuff from your universe is kind of interesting. But about halfway through, even those characters start to lose their way, and it's not nearly as exciting as the first half of the game. And also, the new weapons that you unlock near the end of the game are essentially kind of just modernized versions of the same weapons you've used in previous Ratchet and Clank games without anything new added to them. And also, one thing that I found was really weird, about halfway through the game, remember I mentioned the alternate fire that you use with the right trigger? You hold it down halfway, it's a different bullet than if you pull it down the whole way. The entire, like, final 5 to 10 weapons of the game don't utilize that at all. Which is very odd that it's like the early weapons do, almost to say, oh, look at the new stuff we did. Oh, by the way, halfway through the game, we forgot all about it, and now it's just back to old Ratchet and Clank gameplay that you've done a million times before. So, if you want to do a very pretty version of Ratchet and Clank, and if you were a fan of Ratchet and Clank from the previous versions of the games on the PlayStation consoles, you're not going to say there's anything wrong with this game. In fact, I don't think there was anything I really complained about during my playthrough at all. I felt that the frame rate was great, the graphics were good, the weapons were fun. But man, once you start to get to the end of the game, it just kind of feels like more of the same over and over and over. And you kind of forget that you're even playing a new Ratchet and Clank on PS5. It just feels like it's the same franchise. And one thing that I will say that is disappointing, they really didn't do much uniqueness with the bosses. In fact, some of the boss robots and or monsters are reused tons of times in the game. Again, if this is your first outing on PS5, maybe show off the fact that you've got a fast-loading hard drive and higher storage capabilities. Maybe do some more unique stuff. Why reuse the same enemies so many times during the course of the playthrough? It's just kind of baffling that they had the opportunity to do something great, and instead they just decided to play it so damn safe. So for me, I like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Personally, I actually think it's a great game. But man, when you look at the potential of what they could have done, being on PlayStation 5 for the first time, it kind of feels like it's squandered. It's got to be ranked as one of the most disappointing games of the year for me. Okay? Harry Butthole, to me $1.50, says, Happy New Year, hope you're feeling well. I am, thank you. And then he did another $1.50 tip. He says, I haven't followed mainstream gaming this year other than Judgment and the infinitely delayed Vampire Masquerade. Nothing stuck out to me. Maybe I'm getting old, or maybe games are getting less interesting. You know, we kind of talked about that with the Back for Blood segment, that things that maybe used to be interesting just aren't as interesting anymore because we've kind of been there, done that, seen it before. And even when people are putting effort into trying reviving these franchises, it doesn't really work. You need innovation. And with Ratchet and Clank, there's no innovation. So why would you say that that's a game that lived up to expectation? And that's why I feel like it was deflating. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next most disappointing game 2021 for me is, surprise, surprise, I'm sure you're all shocked and appalled that this one was going to end up in my most disappointing games countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Deathloop from Arcane Studios. Now, this is kind of a unique situation, all right? And here's why I say that. I actually didn't have many or any high expectations for Deathloop up until about a week or two before it came out. All the stuff that we had seen about Deathloop over the years is kind of like, meh, it looks like it'll be okay. Arcane Studios has been around the block at this point. They made Dishonored 1 and 2, as well as a standalone expansion. They made Prey, which actually was a game that I felt was really, really good, and I enjoyed Prey a lot more than a lot of other people did. I don't know, it's my personal preference. And so when a new game was announced that was going to be kind of like open world roaming, like Dishonored and
I don't care.
Prey, but was going to have roguelike mechanics like Returnal that I had played earlier in the year, I was like, well, I guess we're going to have to see how it's implemented. The game definitely has its own unique style and flavor when it comes to the writing and the plot and the characters. It's got a unique and groovy soundtrack, a visual style all its own that's kind of cartoony and weird. I guess would be the best way to describe it. Like, none of the enemies even have actual faces. They're all wearing weird masks and look like mannequins, which is odd. It's kind of hard to put your finger on what they were going for artistically with the game. I do like the way that they actually implemented the roguelike mechanics. It's none of anyone's business. If you get a new unique weapon or a new ability, you have the ability to permanently unlock it if you get enough points built up during a run in the game so that you can have that for your next run. I also like the fact that the uniqueness of the game is that you're trying to assassinate a ton of people all within 1 day's time, and that you have to go through the game multiple times to figure out ways to kill them all and not hinder killing another one.
All right, so
because you can
Game Born
easily
is
kill one or
awesome.
two targets right away, but then that basically locks the
Stop
ability to
this!
kill the others in the same day. You have to go through so many different runs looking for secrets, looking for ways to make the stage perhaps kill the person rather than you actually kill the person. So I actually liked that about the game, all right? But the game had a lot of shortcomings. First of all, undoubtedly, if you're watching this right now, you're going to say, this kind of looks like Prey. It kind of looks like Dishonored. You're absolutely right. That's because the game basically is a combination of Prey and Dishonored. It got the gunplay of Prey and the abilities of Dishonored combined. And the funny thing about this is some of the abilities look identical. There's actually the ability to teleport from one area to another. That's exactly the same as it was in Dishonored. There's combat abilities that are ripped directly out of the other franchises Arcane has already made. So to me, it's kind of like, I'm playing the game, it's like, okay, I feel like I'm playing a mishmash of the other games Arcane made. That's alright, but it's definitely not, like, amazing or anything. Also, this game was chock full of bugs and issues at launch. For example, I found multiple times where there were weird physics bugs. I would fall 1 foot and land and take monstrous damage as if I had fallen a ridiculously long way. Doesn't make any sense. Obviously, the physics are screwed up. And there were many instances during the course of the game where things like that would happen, or there would be a weird situation where an enemy would kind of get stuck or whatever. The game definitely needed a little bit more polish, I felt, before being released. Overall, the game's still functional, and you can get along with the game. It's not like it's unplayable, or you'll find yourself in a bad situation where, oh no, I played through an entire day and it wasted my time because now there's a glitch or anything like that. But at the very same time, it definitely could have been more polished and more feeling more finished before it released. Now, you may say, well, Phil, all right, that's all well and good. Why is this game one of the most disappointing games of the year for you? Okay, well, it's got unique roguelike mechanics. It's got all the mechanics of previous Arcane games. Not to say that these things don't come together to become a good game. And actually, I'll argue with you, it is actually a pretty good game overall. The reason this game is disappointing to me is actually not because of anything Arcane Studios did. The reason that this Deathloop is a big disappointment is because the gaming media, for some ridiculous reason that I don't understand, kissed this game's ass. And when they got their copies of it, were saying
Have
things
some
such
salt?
as 10 out of 10, game of the year. Okay? I couldn't tell you a single reason why I would think this game is game of the year. Okay? First of all, it has flaws and bugs with the physics, with things about the game just at the get-go. It's not a perfect game. So just objectively, before I even get to other things, I could tell you a game with game bugs and stuff in it should not be 10 out of 10. Just shouldn't be. I just don't get it. Now, on top of that, the game reuses assets and or ideas from the previous Arcane games. Maybe if I hadn't ever played an Arcane game before, I would have enjoyed this game a lot more. But I did. I played Dishonored 1 and 2. I played Prey. I've seen a lot of these abilities and things before in previous Arcane games. So basically, it makes me kind of like feeling as if maybe the game isn't unique enough to be said it's the best game of the year. Like, don't get me wrong. I played through the game once. I had a good time with it. The plot is interesting, although admittedly a little fucking weird. There's some plot points that I'm still scratching my head about. And after beating the game and getting one of the endings, it didn't feel super fulfilling. I almost feel like maybe you need to play through the game 2 or 3 times and see the various ending opportunities and the way that the plot can change depending on your choices at the end of the game. Maybe then it would have been a more fulfilling situation for me. But my one run in the game was alright. I had fun with it. I actually did enjoy killing off all the targets in a unique way at the end and getting it all done in one day. But by the end of the day, when I beat Deathloop, I basically kind of felt like I could have skipped it and not really missed anything. And ultimately, when you're talking about a game that should be a Game of the Year contender, that should be a game that sticks with you all year. You know what I'm saying? That's a game that when you play it, wow, that really just stuck with me. It really felt like it innovated or it did something unique or fun or interesting that I'm going to be talking about this game for a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, Deathloop was literally the opposite. When I beat Deathloop, I never gave it a second thought. I never wanted to go back to it. I never even remembered it existed. I almost feel like this game...
Give her a pill, and that's it.
Because
Because you're just going to waste our time again.
It didn't do anything uniquely or innovate anything. You've played roguelikes that are better than this. You've played first-person shooters that are better than this from Arcane before. It just kind of is. That doesn't mean that it's not a good game that's worth playing, but what it means is I have no idea where the overhype came from gaming media for this game. And to me, a game that everyone is saying is game of the year, and I play it, I'm like, wow, this is kind of been there, done that for me. It's confusing. It makes me scratch my head. I mean, I'm a gaming content creator, and I pride myself on giving you guys honest opinions and fair judgment on games that I play. I would actually feel dishonest if I told you that this game kind of innovated or did anything special or different from other games that I've played from Arcane. I just don't know how the gaming media got away with this, because so many mainstream gaming media outlets reviewed this game as 10 out of 10, and yet they never really justified it. I don't know if there was confusion. I don't know if there was something going on. But man, it was disappointing to me when I finally played it, and it didn't live up to any of the expectations that the gaming media had laid out for me. It just kind of was.
What do I do?
So there you have it. Sometimes a game can actually be disappointing,
What
not
do I
because of
do?
the game itself, but because of the unfair expectations that gaming journalism and gaming
What do I
media
do?
can create for that game. And that's a bad thing in the modern era. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. For those of you who watch my content regularly, you probably already knew what I was going to say. Was for me, the most disappointing game of 2021. Maybe some of you will be shocked. But ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you my pick for most disappointing game of 2021. Returnal on the PlayStation 5. Whew.
Stop this!
You want to talk about a game that had potential? Because when I first started playing Returnal, I was blown away by the graphics. I was blown away by the weapons, the uniqueness of the enemies. Yeah, I liked it. And the game had this very unique, suspenseful plot line that kind of kept you going, kind of pulled you along. Will she ever get out of the time loop? What is the time loop? What created the time loop? How does it exist? Is this real or is it all in her mind? Is this a psychological thriller or a real alien adventure, right? And when she starts finding some cool and unique things in the game, like her house on the alien planet, doesn't really make sense. Obviously, you think that there's some kind of sinister plot going on, and it basically makes you want to keep playing to find out what's going on in the game, okay? Returnal, on its own merits, is not a terrible game. Again, just because I'm saying it's the most disappointing game of the year for me does not mean that it's a bad game, okay? But what it means is that this game, I had very high expectations for it. There's so many people kissing the game's butt. In addition, again, a PlayStation 5 exclusive. There were so few of those in 2021 that to finally be playing one, you would expect better or expect that this game was going to be groundbreaking or innovative, all right? In a nutshell, Returnal is a third-person shooter with roguelike or roguelite mechanics. What that means is that there's randomly generated stages that have similar things in them, but in general, every time you enter a different stage, or the stage is going to look a little bit different. It has RNG drops, meaning you don't know what weapons you're going to find, you don't know what upgrades you're going to get during the course of playing through a stage. In order to make progress, you have to hit a certain level of progression and then beat a boss. Once you defeat said boss, then the game will allow you to have a shortcut back to that point, or eventually actually bypass that point entirely and move on to a future stage. A lot of roguelikes have this aspect to it, okay? So I'm not here to criticize the greater design points of roguelike games, all right? In fact, I will praise this game for a few different reasons. First of all, the graphics are great. Take a look at this. Very detailed, beautiful lighting, creepy. The design of the enemies over the course of the game gets increasingly more interesting. By the end of the game, there's many different enemy types that are in it that are kind of fun to fight and or experience. And I definitely don't want to downplay the fact that the gunplay is functional and fun. The gunplay is very responsive. And actually, during firefights with many different enemies, you feel like you have total control over the situation, dashing and dodging around, especially once you get the better upgrades and abilities later on in the game. You feel pretty damned powerful. I guess I should emphasize when you get a good loadout. Because the game is RNG, you may have a run where you get the worst loadout possible and you just have to deal with it. And that's not fun. I mean, yeah, I like challenge, but I like beating a game because I actually mastered the mechanics of it and I made progression over the course of it, got better, and then by the end, I kicked its butt. I'll give you a perfect example of that. Go watch my Sekiro playthrough from 2010, where when I started playing the game, I sucked ass. I couldn't parry, I couldn't do the combos, I couldn't do anything. By the end of the game, I mastered the mechanics, and I beat the final boss on my 3rd shot. Faster than most people who ever played it, okay? And whenever I did something in Sekiro, the game saved it. So even though I was dying, when I finally made some progress, it stuck around. Returnal is a game that sadly does not respect your time as a gamer. First of all, it needs to be said that the game at launch did not have any set checkpoints and also did not have any save points. The only way that you could save your progress in Returnal was basically to hit a milestone in the game. As I've already mentioned,
shut up this dude
kill a
who's being
certain
a
boss
moron.
and unlock a shortcut, and now that shortcut is permanently unlocked, so you can bypass an entire segment of the game. Or find a critical upgrade that will stay on you forever, so at least you feel like you didn't waste your time when you have to turn the game off. Because at any time you're playing Returnal, if you have to turn the console off, guess what? You lose your progress and start back at the beginning, much like any other roguelike. However, I can very firmly tell you that over the course of 2021, I played other roguelikes that do the roguelike formula way better than Returnal does. There were many times when I was playing Returnal, and I would play upwards of 1 to 2 hours, die, go back to the beginning, and feel like I wasted 2 hours of my time. I made no progress at all. I didn't really understand what they were going for. Yeah, I got to a boss, and the boss is tough, so I die. Okay, do it from the start. Play another hour and a half to get back to that boss. Now you got to phase 2 of the boss. Okay, die on the boss. Now go back to the start to go back all the way another hour and a half to fight phase 3 of the boss. Like, dude, I'm not going to beat the boss in one shot. So why aren't you respecting my time and giving me checkpoints, or at least allowing me to learn, rather than having to replay an hour and a half of boring, grindy gameplay to get back to that one point in the game that I can't beat? That's frustrating as hell. If the game had more shortcuts, or the game had an easier way to get back to that boss to make a second attempt, that'd be one thing. But man, the game doesn't really help you in that regard at all. Alright? Now, the other major problem is the length of time to get to said checkpoint and or a time when the game will save is too lengthy. I should not have to play the game for 2 to 3 hour chunks in order to even have a chance to defeat said boss and then unlock a next portion of the game that'll save. Not every person on Earth has 2 to 3 hour chunks to play a video game. We're busy. We have lives. Are you telling me that only people who have 3 or more hours of free time a day in one sitting are worthy of playing Returnal? That's ludicrous. At the very least, they should have at launch implemented a checkpoint system so that if you can't keep playing, you can at least create a quick save, much like you could do in many different open world games such as Skyrim, etc., where if at least when you pick up your console again the next day, you can resume from that point. But Returnal didn't care. Returnal did not respect the gamer, nor did it care at all about your time. It just said, oh, you don't have 3 hours to play? Well, screw you. You make no progress today. Now, in addition, sadly, in my experience, because the game was set up this way, most people who played it at launch ended up doing similar runs. And what I mean by that is, the internet talked to each other and said, geez, man, we want to make progress and not lose out on it. What do we do? And everyone kind of said, hey, you need to get this particular gun. You need to upgrade it a certain way. And once you do, the gun will become overpowered and basically melt everything in the game, and that's what you should do. And that's unfortunate, because sadly, there were a lot more ways to play the game that if the game actually cared about your time, maybe you would have risked a little more. Maybe if you could save your loadout or you could save your game, you actually would have tried various different things. But 9 times out of 10, the people who played this game at launch did exactly the same thing to get through it, because it seemed to be the only viable way to beat it on a first run attempt and not waste your effing time. So, a game like this that's unique, has a great visual style, has unique enemies, unique weapons, unique plot, and things to it. You want it to feel like a worthwhile experience. But this game makes you feel like you're not actually respected by the game developers. They don't care about your time constraints. They don't care about your level of skill. They say, tough shit, get good and play for 3 hours or don't play Returnal at all. That is ridiculously bad game design. And so many people kind of just glossed over this and brushed it off when the game came out. Sorry, but for me, this actually was one of the roughest playthroughs I did this year, because I'm a gaming content creator with a set schedule of streams. I just don't have time to play games at giant length every single day. And it frustrated me that some days I would play this game and literally make no stickable progress because of the way that the game was designed. Okay? Now, ultimately, the game is not bad. It actually is fun to do a full run of. But to give you some perspective, my playthrough of the game was about 28 hours long. If the game actually had checkpoints and save points, I firmly believe my playthrough would have been 10 hours, because I wouldn't have been forced to redo the same 1 to 2 hour loop of gameplay over and over and over and over and over and over and over in order to get to a point where I didn't just die on a boss and I could actually make progression. And just to give you guys some interesting perspective on that, at the times when I actually did make progress, no exaggeration, I would actually beat multiple stages of the game in one run. For example, once I beat the first and second stage, and I got to the third, it took me over 10 to 15 hours to beat the third stage. But then, I beat the fourth and fifth stages back to back and never had to play them ever again. In one sitting. That is a problem. That tells me the game was poorly designed. Why did I have to waste 15 hours on stage 3, but then I could beat 4 and 5 in one go?
I don't
because
care.
of the way you designed your game, and I'll never even see that shit ever again. It's just terrible game design. Now, for some of you, you might argue with me, Phil, you're off base.
Can someone please shut up this dude who's
All
being
right,
a
fair enough.
moron?
But I have to say this then. Why is it
What an idiot.
that after this game was out
I love
for about
Hulk
6
Hogan's
months,
dick.
Housemarque, the game developers of the game, added in quick save checkpoints, right? If I'm so horribly
Are you
off
gonna
base
just
with
complain
my
all night? Just
criticisms
leave
of
then.
Returnal, okay? Why did the game developer change the game due to the amount of complaints they received? Right now, if you buy Returnal, okay, and you play it for like 2 hours and you have run out of time, you could make a stopping point. And then you could boot it up tomorrow and resume from your stopping point. You see?
I am cat and
obviously,
I liking my balls.
There's some validity to my criticism.
It says
And
that.
the truth
I
of the
am
matter
cat
is that
and
the
I'm
game
liking my
had
balls.
either that from launch, or if the game was more similar to, say, Hades, where every time you play through it, you're keeping some progress. All right? Okay, I played 2 hours, but at least my gun now has an upgrade that I kept.
Pay my
At least
bills.
I have a little bit more HP. At least I'm a little faster. Then at least it feels like you've made some progression and you didn't waste your time. The problem with Returnal is, it literally feels like 80% of the time you're playing it, you're wasting your time because nothing sticks. And there's no checkpoints, so if you die, you lose everything. Terrible. A game that literally has about 5 to 10 hours of content that takes you 30 hours to beat because it was poorly designed. That is the definition of a gaming disappointment for me. And for me, that is absolutely the most disappointing game 2021. Harry Butthole tipped another $1.50 and said, gaming media rely on the support of publishers. They're almost always going to put an overly positive spin on otherwise meh games. And then he also did another tip and says, I hope we get another David Cage game in 2022. I know the writing isn't always good. His games scratch an itch that nothing else currently does. Personally, I don't think I've ever had an issue with the David Cage plot. I like the games a lot. And I hope that the next game he puts out is pretty good, lengthy, because Detroit Become Human did so well that I'm hoping that they can ride that popularity and that success to make something even greater. Justin R. has tipped me $20.22, 2022. And he says, here's to a positive and successful new year. Thanks for your hard work and persevering through everything that 2021 threw at you. Thank you so much, Justin, for that very generous tip. Biggest one of the day so far. Very nice. For some reason, there's no J in your name. That's very disturbing. Well, what it might have been is I typed out your name, but then I died halfway through typing it, and Returnal deleted half of your name. Keeping Light, tipped me $4.20, says, I see you're playing Resident Evil 4 again. Wondering if you'll consider playing it on professional difficulty when you finish on normal. I am not going to be replaying it again once I beat it this time. The answer is no. But thank you very much for the support. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for my most disappointing games of 2021 countdown. Again, probably very different from what other people do with the series like this, because most of these games are pretty good. I think out of all those games I just counted down, only one of them actually really outright sucked. The most of them all have positives that make them pretty decent games to experience, but man, there were reasons why I was disappointed with them in this year. So, let me ask you guys a question. What do you think? Do you agree with me? Do you disagree? If you're watching this video on demand on YouTube, you can leave a comment. Yeah, for the first time in over 5 years on my year-end series videos, you can leave a comment and say if you agree or disagree. You can have discussion. I know, mind-blowing that on YouTube you can leave a comment on one of my videos, but you can do it. So please consider it. If you like the video, please like it. This is awesome because now we're going to actually have year-end series that actually have some discussion around them for the first time in so long. All right, guys, so thank you so very much. Hope you enjoyed my most disappointing games of 2021 countdown. YouTube mode on. All right, everyone. Awesome. So here's the deal. It's break time for the stream. This is typically the time when we would normally go on break anyway. Okay? And that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to go on a normal break, about 20-25 minute break. When we come back, there'll be about 2 hours left on the stream. And we're going to do the Game of the Year awards. I'm going to count down over 10 this year. Great games that I absolutely loved. I'm going to tell you what I loved about them. Show you some footage of them. We'll have some fun discussion. Hopefully we'll have some more interaction. All right, guys? So let's take a break. I'll be back after this break with the best games of 2021 countdown. Sound good? All right, let me switch over here. And, oops. Get the leaderboard centered. And I'll see you guys in a few. Thanks a lot. See you in a bit. Is that a mole man? Oh my god, monsters. Did you see that? Wow. They said, Phil, you know, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole. Because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, you're always still having problems. You're always still in debt, and nothing's getting better. I agree with you.
Ew, the ground is fuming. It's radioactive. I gotta go around that.
Oh shit, more mole rats. Hold on. Time for my Wompin' stick. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god, monsters. Mole man.
Ew, the ground is fuming here. Must be
Mole man.
monsters.
What is this mother?
Wow. Oh my god, radioactive.
Look at that. Is that a mole man? Oh, did you see that?
Wow. Monsters.
Mole man. What is this mother? Mole man.
Wow. Monsters. Oh my god.
Mole man. Mole man. Mole man. Mole man. Mole man. Why am I toxic? been pretty slow.
What goes around really comes around. Sometimes they try to pull you down. Always keep a smile when they want you frown. I say no one can keep me down. Even though the road is long, in time you'll make it. Just keep trotting on. The world is yours, so take it. Even if you fail, just keep moving on. No, 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 no. Cause I'm too strong, you can't break me. And I'm self-made, you never make me. Cause life is a game, you can't checkmate me. Smile up on my face while you hate me. This is my life. What goes around really comes around. Sometimes they try to pull you down. Always keep a smile when they want you frown. I say no one can keep me down. Even though the road is long, in time you'll make it. Just keep trotting on. The world is yours, so take it. Even if you fail, just keep moving on. They try to break you down. 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 God is my
$16.51 from PayPal.
Ora. Lock and load, little lizard.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money. Pay my bills. do it. I don't have money to 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 do it.
Go, 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 go. Fatty fat fuck fuck.
Just wake me up, just wake me up, don't let me down. Just give me coffee. Just wake me up, just wake me up, just wake me up, what's the cold brew? Just wake me up, just wake me up, don't let me down. Give me coffee. Just wake me up, just wake me up, just wake me up, what's the cold brew?
$16.51 from PayPal.
No coffee, that's as dangerous. On a scale from 1 to 10, I rank it that girl from Stranger Things. And if you get what I'm saying, my attitude be mad flagrant like I'm Draymond. But you ain't get the picture, BMP. So I'm gonna keep pushing on you, GNC. It's like, yeah, the first thing on my mind is when that hot coffee gonna seep into the coffee grind.
$110.09 from PayPal.
Toss some ice cubes in my cup, it's a good day. All I gotta say is that it's starting in a good way. It's time for work and I don't even care. Just wake me up, just wake me up, don't let me down. Just give me coffee. Just wake me up, just wake me up.
Snort, snort.
Horse is cold brew. Just wake me up, just wake me up, don't let me down. Give me coffee. Just wake me up, just wake me up, just wake me up. Horse is cold brew. Start fresh, that's how it's gotta be. Everything starts back with your coffee beans. If it's cold brew, then it's gotta be coarse. Don't get the cart ahead of the horse, start learning the course. But of course you can disregard, and don't at me if it gets too hard. When it's my time to drink, man, it's always on hand. Drink from a cup or a bottle.
Not dead.
Even a can.
Not dead.
You never know
Still
when
not
you crave
fucking
no hit.
dead.
It could be in the bathroom while you're taking a Flair, I'll say he ain't got nothing on it. When that coffee hits my lips, it's a seance. Feeling real super with the cape on. Anything I'll take on.
I love it. Oh, I love it.
Just wake me up, just wake me up, don't let me down. Just give me coffee. Just wake me up, just wake me up, just wake me up. What's the cold brew? Just wake me up, just wake me up, don't let me down. Give me coffee. Just wake me up, just wake me up, just wake me up. What's the cold brew? Third verse, so I guess that's where I talk about how we might be addicted in a roundabout kind of way, or how you say, a dependency that's in my life, and I'm proud to say it's filling me with way more energy than I'll ever need, keeping me up for things I thought I'd never see. Time's gonna kill us all one day, whether old age, illness, or from listening to Coldplay. F that noise, wubba lub love. Drink all the coffee, chug a lug lug. The day doesn't start till you're on your second cup. If they talk before then, homies better duck. It's 100% okay to start swinging in every single convo, unless you see I'm bringing a cup of Joe. Tell him bring some more for your bro who made that coffee song. Or tell him go home. Just wake me up, just wake me up, don't let me down. Just give me coffee. Just wake me up, just wake me up, just wake me up. Horse is cold brew. Just wake me up, just wake me up, don't let me down. Give me coffee. Just wake me up, just wake me up, just wake me up. Horse is cold brew.
A whale. Oh, that's cool. Jackie Chan is dead. Tip me $1 asking about the coronavirus being an escaped biological agent. I don't think that's true. If it is, well, that's fucked up. But who knows? All right, let's continue. I thought you'd like it. All right. Let me just polish off my gunner glasses here.
The Ziggy Piggy's back.
Zoom here. Game of the Year awards, no exaggeration. About twice as many games I have to go through than the disappointing games countdown. There were that many games that I thought were actually quite good in 2021, which is hilarious because originally I thought I'd only have a few, and then the second half of the year went crazy with good games, like just crazy amounts of good games in a short period of time. So we have a lot to talk about, a lot of good, positive stuff to talk about, which I'd love to focus on positive rather than negative. So. Okay. Are we ready to resume? I hope we're ready to resume, everybody. You ready? All right, let me mute my mic and we'll get started. Here we go. All right. What is going on, everyone? DSP here. And it is time. Yes, it is that time of year again, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss the best games of 2021. 2021 was a very unique year for many different reasons. I think that COVID kind of threw a monkey wrench into game development plans. A lot of games that we thought were going to come out in 2021 ended up getting delayed and or the schedule was shuffled around a bit. And the interesting thing about this is for the whole first half of 2021, people would come on my streams and say, Phil, what's your favorite game so far of the year? Like, what's your front runner
Blah, blah, blah,
for
blah,
game
blah,
of the year?
blah,
And I'd be like,
blah,
man,
blah,
besides
blah,
like
blah,
maybe
blah,
one
blah,
or two
blah,
games
blah,
on
blah,
top.
blah,
I don't even
blah,
know
blah, blah, blah,
that there's been
blah,
a game
blah,
that's
blah,
been
blah,
exciting
blah,
enough
blah,
for me to even say I would consider it like game of the year. And then the second half of the year hit, and within a very short time frame, a ridiculous amount of game releases came out, and many of them were actually shockingly good to the point where I didn't even think they were going to be good, and they were way better than I expected. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this year,
Now, this
2021,
shocks me.
I actually have more than 10 games that I have selected for my Game of the Year Awards countdown. In fact, I have selected a lucky number 13. 13 games that I'm going to go through that I will personally tell you are my favorite games of the year. Okay? Now, a few things to go over. Number one, these are my personal picks. These are not based on, taking common opinion or whatever. If I took common opinion, there'd be 4 games on here I didn't even like. Okay? People this year, I don't know. People really seem to, especially in the mainstream media, they liked games that just didn't make any sense to me, saying that they were Game of the Year contenders. That's just my personal take.
Stop
But this is basically my personal opinion on the games that I played over the year. However, it's only based on the games that I've played. A lot of times when I do Game of the Year awards, people disagree and like, oh, what about this game and this game? If I didn't play it, I can't rank it. All right? Understand that. I am a one-man, and I do daily gameplay streams. I play a ridiculous amount of games in a year, but I can't get to everything. And I've actually found in recent years it's a lot harder now to stay on top of every new release that people say is good. In some cases, some of these games I'm about to go through, I skipped it at launch and ended up playing it later and ended up absolutely loving it and putting it into my Game of the Year countdown. All right? So, we're going to do that. I'm excited. Now, if you're watching this on demand on YouTube, not the live stream, but if you're actually watching it as a video on demand on YouTube, you have an exciting opportunity. The comments are on. For the first time in so many years, the comments are actually on this video. You will have opportunity to have intelligent discussion with other people watching this video about my choices. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you think a game should have been ranked higher or lower? You can actually talk about it. And I'm excited about that, man. So I hope to see many comments on this video and actually engage in nice discussion with you guys after the fact. All right? All right. Before we get started, Beast Bod tipped $1.50. Says, you mentioned David Cage games. Are you looking forward to Star Wars Eclipse? I am. I like Star Wars. I like David Cage games. I think it's a good combination. So we'll see what happens when we get more information on that game moving forward, because it is apparently still kind of in earlier development, to my knowledge. Okay. All right, guys, let's get started. Excuse me. Let's get started. My number 13 best game of 2021. Some of these are going to... I should preface this. Some of these will surprise you guys. Here's why. I don't review games anymore. Okay? I used to be a full reviewer of games. I would have the Hateful Truth game series where I would give them a number score. I don't do that anymore. So you guys literally have no idea how I'm ranking the games from this year at all, right? All right, here we go. Number 13 is a game that I bet you no one will see coming. Ladies and gentlemen, it is... If it ever shows it, because I think I have a little intro here. Come on now. It's going to show it any second, I swear. It's going to get past this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 2. God damn it. Okay. Super Mario. Not really. Bowser's Fury. Who remembers Bowser's Fury from earlier on in 2021? Okay. Now, this game was a very unique experience because what this game did is it took the open world exploration and puzzle of Super Mario Odyssey. And it combined it with this cool mechanic that Bowser was a giant mutated kaiju monster that was constantly after you. The game had these unique things where you could transform yourself into a giant Mario to battle the kaiju monster, while you were also trying to like run around and solve puzzles, ride Plessy the Plesiosaur. It was really cool. And by the way, it was absolutely different from anything Mario that I had played up to this point. Sure, it had some very familiar mechanics from Super Mario Odyssey for sure, but the fact that you're always on the run from Bowser chasing you and you're trying to find a way to fight him in a big time boss fight and stuff was super duper unique. Now, there's a major reason why this is number 13, because honestly, it's not a full-fledged game, okay? It was meant to basically be a taste of things to come, I feel. Like, I think that Nintendo wanted to show you, hey, this is our idea for something unique that we can do in the future, maybe as a full-fledged game. And remember, what they wanted to do is they wanted to re-release Super Mario 3D World, but just re-releasing Super Mario 3D World, which is an older game, they probably couldn't warrant a big price tag, you see? So they wanted to bundle in something unique with that. And this is what they bundled. In my opinion, this is quite good.
Sounds like
okay, I actually really like
so when I laugh and I go,
Bowser's Fury. The
Or-
fact that you had Bowser Jr.
Does that sound like
kind of teaming up with you.
Look at the problems I'm having
right
at
now.
all.
What the clip that I selected to show you guys, let me tell you, very representative of how good the game is. But anyway, it was just fun as hell. Like, what I would say is I really liked it, even though it's very short. Bowser's Fury, I believe, was what, like 5-6 hours long. It was a very unique and fun experience. And what I would say is I would hope that it sold well enough that they will actually make a full-fledged game out of this. Because I liked the fact that it was Super Mario Odyssey in a set playing with all these puzzles and hidden items, and you had to find ways to defeat Bowser. It was very unique. It was something different and refreshing, and I like that about when Nintendo will take a first-party franchise, and instead of doing the same thing over and over and over, they take risks and they do something a little different. And Bowser's Fury absolutely did that. If anything, it was actually a little disappointing that they didn't make a full-fledged game out of this yet. But hopefully this was a test of this formula, and it went well. And now they actually will make a full-fledged game like this. How about if this was like 10 different maps, right? 10 different worlds, and each world had a different giant monster, a giant blooper, a giant Koopa, a giant Koopa Kid, right? And each time you had to like do unique fights to get these bosses while also solving puzzles and things. I actually feel this would be super duper fun. So, Bowser's Fury. The only unfortunate thing about it, you can't just buy it, right? I wish you could. I wish you could just buy it and be able to play it by its own without having to buy the collection with Super Mario 3D World. Because if you've already played Super Mario 3D World,
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I
just
don't
get
have
the
money to
Bowser's
do it.
Fury
I
by
don't have money to do it.
itself,
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
Which is kind of shitty. But outside of that, really great game, unique experience. Check it out if you haven't. Actually really, really enjoyed it. All right. Didn't have much to say about it because there's not much to say about it. It's Mario Odyssey with an open world atmosphere, puzzles, and a giant Bowser to fight. So, okay. Someone named Wings of Regret.
I need $1.50 asking me, where did I get this?
To pay my bills? This little sound box. This could be found a lot of places. I personally bought it at all places, a Container Store at my local mall. But I've seen these so many different places or similar things like this. Little sound effect box that I play on my stream. You can get it anywhere. Okay, so thank you for the $1.50 tip. Now, moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Moving along in our countdown here. The next game and my Game of the Year awards for 2021 is, what is it? Okay. So this is interesting. I'll give you a little bit of background. This is a game I didn't know existed, hadn't planned on playing, didn't have it in my schedule. It just kind of fell into happening on my streams. In fact, I can massively give a shout out to my moderator, Swaggins, who had recommended this game to me. He had been playing it personally and said that he liked it and thought that it would be right up my alley. And then when I actually eventually played it, I was like, oh my God, this game is actually quite good. Now, is this game groundbreaking, blow your mind? Good. No, but it definitely needs to get a shout out, ladies and gentlemen. It is...
This guy won't shut the fuck up.
Souls.
Shut up.
For those of you
Jesus
old
fuck.
School
You seriously won't shut their
survival horror
mouths.
fans like me, okay? This game was everything good about classic survival horror. Cheesy voice acting and a plot that made absolutely no sense because it was convoluted and silly, but nonetheless, it was scary, okay? Graphics that, for the time, are quite good. The tank controls and fixed camera angles that we grew up with classic survival horror games of the 1990s, including the original Resident Evil games 1 through 3, as well as the original Silent Hill franchise, right? There's just something about the classic survival horror games that kind of, you know, make the genre feel unique and special and creepy and fun, because maybe there's limited ammo, because the camera angles are fixed and you can't really
Alive
control
and
your
well
character
in
effectively.
Israel.
There's no dashing dodge button where you can magically roll out of the way of an enemy, right? Because of that, it just adds to the suspense and the horror of the feeling that you get when you're playing the game. And this game, Tormented Souls, really, you could tell this game was made by fans of the original Resident Evil. There's tons of references. Some of the puzzles are actually quite similar, while others are overly complex and just totally way more complex than things from the original Resident Evil games. I mean, just to give you some perspective, the beginning of the game, you grab a padlock, okay? You carry this padlock over the entirety of the game and never know what it's for. At the very tail end of the game, you use the padlock to solve a puzzle. Like, whoa, right? That's pretty crazy.
It's none of
I
anyone's
never really
business.
think of that. Nope, okay. It's been in my inventory for a reason. All right, and then you use it. It's pretty crazy. The enemies are creepy, although admittedly, they're not as fleshed out as, say, enemies from, say, Resident Evil or Silent Hill. They're just kind of mutated freaks. The plot, again, is kind of silly and ridiculous. It's not meant to be taken very seriously. But, again, if you like the plot line of classic Resident Evil or Silent Hill, you're probably going to enjoy the game. The boss fights, nothing too special. What I did like about the game is, much like classic Resident Evil, you're going to go through this big building, mansion, police precinct, house. I'm not even sure what it is. Because I swear it has things that look like all of those things in them. Even a hospital has a hospital ward. So it's kind of like they really tried to mishmash in all the themes and areas from classic survival horror into one game. I just got to forewarn you, all right? If you're interested in playing the game, there's two things
Are you a
that
functional retard?
you
I
may
have to
not like
ask.
as much. The first is definitely that some of the puzzles are incredibly cryptic to figure out, and or you may have to do a lot of trial and error with some of the puzzles to solve them. It's definitely not straightforward, but again, a lot of the puzzles of classic survival horror games also weren't straightforward, so that's what they were going for.
Blah 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 blah
You
blah
may have to
blah
scratch your head a bit,
blah blah
and
blah
yes,
blah blah
you may actually have to
blah
look
blah
up some of the
blah
solutions
blah
for
blah
the puzzles online.
blah blah.
The other thing is, definitely expect the controls to be, how can I say, stiff and outdated. They do not feel like modernized controls for any game that you've played, by any means, but that's intentional. The game is literally a throwback. Much like Double Dragon Neon, which was a game that was meant to play like classic Double Dragon, and if you played it and complained that it played like classic Double Dragon, you didn't get the point. It's kind of the same deal here. You are definitely going to have times in the game when you're frustrated because the controls are weird, you're lost, you're going in circles, you can't figure out a puzzle, but that's all part of the charm of original survival horror games. By the way, the game is not expensive. I believe
What do
I
I
bought it,
do?
I want to say it was either $20 or $30. So now it may be even less expensive. And yeah, it's something that I'm very happy that I played. It's easily missable because it didn't get a lot of press or a lot of marketing when it did come out this year. It's kind of like, it really is, I feel like it's like a hidden gem among all the games that came out in 2021 because no one really hyped it or talked about it. But man, again, if you like survival horror from back in the day,
PayPal.
it feels like you're playing a new, old game. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if there was a Resident Evil 4 that played like
from
Resident Evil 1
PayPal.
through 3. That's definitely what this game is. And so, it's definitely like an homage or a spiritual successor to the games of yore that you never get to see anymore, right? Survival horror has gone in one of two directions, either third-person action or first-person kind of survival, almost like walking simulator kind of deal, which is not bad, but man, do I miss the days of the old school stuff, and this game, dead on, is exactly how I feel a new Resident Evil game should be if they ever made one, or a new Silent Hill. So, Tormented Souls, give it a look, especially if maybe you've never heard of it before. If you like the old school stuff from the 90s, I really, really, really think you're going to enjoy this game. Alrighty. Very nice. Okay. Moving on. The next game in my Game of the Year countdown for 2021 is a game that, in my opinion, is one of the most unique games that I've played in many, many years. Although I would argue it is maybe an homage to some games from the 1990s, it really is unique and interesting and different and was a breath of fresh air, although it was also incredibly disturbing. The game that I am talking about is called 12 Minutes. A game that was under Microsoft Game Pass, which was nice to be able to play it as a Game Pass game and have to pay for it. Because it is such a unique formula and very different from other games that are out there, it was nice to be able to play it, and maybe if I didn't like it, it wouldn't have been a risk, but hey, I liked it. So, a game that takes place entirely within one area of a building, one apartment, okay? You're basically confined to the bedroom, the bathroom, the living room. That's it. There's nowhere else to go in this game. A game with notable voice actors. James McAvoy, Daisy Ridley, and Willem Dafoe. The three main characters of the game. Although there are some supplementary characters you never see on screen, these are the three main voice actors of the game. What is the game? Well, you arrive home from work or a trip or somewhere. You have some interaction with your wife. All of a sudden, a man breaks into your apartment, accuses your wife of heinous crimes, asks you where some kind of a hidden item is. You don't know what's going on. Next thing you know, you get knocked out and or killed, depending on your actions. And then you wake up again in the apartment, a la the idea behind the movie Groundhog Day. You're in an infinite time loop where this thing keeps going over again and again and again and again and again. Your job is to try to figure out what the heck is going on. Who is this guy who keeps breaking into your apartment and trying to either murder you or take something from your apartment? You don't really understand what's happening. The uniqueness of the game is that you can figure stuff out dependent on trial and error, or by having dialogue with the wife, and or trying to overhear things that are going on in the game if you hide when the person first breaks into your apartment. And the game basically fans out to being this ridiculously convoluted plot that you never would have expected just by playing it through, or even hearing the premise of the game sounds interesting. I don't want to spoil the plot of the game, because sadly, if I do, I feel like I will take away a major part of the excitement of the game and a major part of the uniqueness of the game if you know what actually is happening in the plot, okay? But let's just put it this way. It's dark, it's shocking, and some people were actually so bothered by it that they heavily criticized and or panned the game. Saying things such as, oh my god, I can't believe they would put that inside of a video game. What's going on in this plot is absolutely over the top, ridiculous, and bad. And personally, I just thought it was so unique. I had never actually seen anything like this take place in a video game before. And I was like, what the hell? I'm not saying I necessarily loved the plot. I just was like, my jaw dropped. I was blown away that they were actually going there. The uniqueness also is that there's so many different things you can figure out. Hide in the closet and do one thing, and you'll hear a conversation that leads to you doing something else.
Go.
And it's just this
Fatty fat
weird
fuck.
branching effect. Spiderweb effect, I guess, is the best way that you could describe it. A spiderweb effect, where one thing you found out can lead to another thing, can lead to another thing. And the next thing you know, oh my god, a revelation here, a revelation there. and then you can actually try to fight
I
the
live
guy
rent
who's
free
breaking
in
into your
their
apartment.
heads,
Or
24
you could
fucking
try to
7.
fool him, or you could try to call someone who knows him and convince him not to do this heinous act that he's doing in your apartment. It's pretty interesting in that regard. So I really liked it. It was very unique and different. Are the graphics breakthrough? No. Is the gameplay revolutionary? No. But, man, it was absolutely one of the most unique gameplay experiences that I had in 2021, and quite frankly, in a very, very long time. I don't know if they'll ever even make another game like this, quite frankly. In fact, the closest thing that I would compare this to is like Secret of Monkey Island or something else. But, man, with the whole time loop mechanic and everything, it just makes it so different from other games that I've played. And, of course, the voice acting is top-notch in this game. So I really enjoyed having that level of production value in it. So, 12 minutes, a fun game that's very unique and different. However, admittedly, it is kind of short. I believe my playthrough was only about 6 hours long, and I had seen everything. Like, I saw all the alternate endings and everything to it. So, it's definitely not a game that, like, is going to appeal to someone who wants a ton of replayability or a ton of gameplay. If you're looking for a very short, unique experience in a game, 12 minutes is the way to go. Although you may get stuck and you may have to look stuff up on the internet to figure out how to solve it. Because, man, some of the stuff in the game is, again, much like Toy Control, very cryptic. When you're trying to figure out what's the alternate scenario I do here or there. But one of the things that I really liked about the game was the trial and error aspect of try this, try that, and see how that changes things in the gameplay mechanics. I really liked doing that, okay? But it's on Game Pass. So if you're a Game Pass subscriber, man, you really have no excuse because you don't have to spend any extra money to play it. And I feel it is one of those games that kind of fits perfectly into what a Game Pass game should be. Okay? All right. Up next in my countdown of my best games of 2021 is a game that, as you were already here earlier, you might be a little shocked, but I still want to give credit where credit is due. Ladies and gentlemen, Forza Horizon 5. Now, this is already in my most disappointing games of the year countdown. And so, wise, what? How could you have a game that's in your most disappointing games of the year countdown, but also in your best games of the year countdown? All right? Well, there's a simple reason why. Because even though this game didn't necessarily live up to my full expectations of doing something innovative or new or different, and therefore it was a little disappointing to me, it was still a great game. I had a ton of fun
Special delivery.
going through the open world of Mexico,
Special
taking
delivery.
in all the sights, driving various kinds of cars. Let me tell you, some of the best graphics that I've ever seen on a console, for sure, on the Xbox
sure don't
Series
shoot
X,
again? I said, I'm
running
worried
at a
I've caught the
very silky smooth
coronavirus.
60 frames per second. Having
There's not much you
beautiful
can do. I would
lighting,
say go
weather
get tested, but
effects,
you
water
can't
effects.
because there's not enough tests to go around. So if you're
What
sick,
was
just
in the
stay
game
home.
was good.
Unless you get
Okay,
really, really
I
bad
did like
symptoms
some of the
where you think you
story-based
might be
missions.
life-threatening, then
I
go
did like some of the
medical
stunts.
attention at, like a hospital.
All right, I do feel the game could have done more to innovate, and that's why I actually ended up on my most disappointing games of 2021 countdown. But for what was there, it was all polished and good and fun. In fact, the only issue I ever had was with the online modes, which did not work at the one point that I wanted to try them. Apparently, for what I'm to understand now, they've patched the game, and now the online modes all work nice. So, if you were holding off to play this game, now might be a great time to play it. Again, it's another one under Game Pass. And by the way, it has a ridiculous amount of content for a driving game. It's.
Look out! There's a black woman coming out.
I mean, I
She
think
takes
I
some
played it
bullet.
around
Boom.
between 15 to 20
Steals the
hours,
backpack and runs away.
and probably, arguably, did about half the content in the game. But I did all the things necessary to complete the story of the game. There was still a ridiculous amount of stunt jumps and hidden cars and challenges with drifting and racing and things that I did not do. I basically just did the things that were necessary to advance the major plot of the game. But if you want to take your time with this game and do all the content, I could see someone getting upwards of like 40 or more hours out of the game just driving around open world Mexico and checking out all the different things that are in it. So I want you guys to understand something. Just because I'm disappointed a bit in a game does not mean it's not one of the best games of the year. I firmly believe Forza Horizon 5 was the best racing/driving style game of 2021, which is why it absolutely
It's none of anyone's
deserved a
business.
spot in my Game of the Year award countdowns. Could it have been better? Yes. And that's why I do feel that it was also one of the more disappointing games for me. but it was still a great game, and you should absolutely play it if you're interested in anything to do with driving or racing or simulation like this. It's a must play. Do not skip it. Alrighty then. In that case, I didn't have as much to say about that one because I had already talked about it in my disappointing games countdown. All right. All right. All right. Now we're heading into the top 10, my friends. So, my number 9 most liked game, okay, or favorite game, or best game.
Fair enough.
2021.
All right.
Is. Wait, did I miss? Wait a minute. Here it is. Almost misclicked. Kena Bridge of Spirits. Yes. A PlayStation 5 exclusive. An actual PlayStation 5 exclusive that I liked enough to put into my Game of the Year awards
I love
countdown.
Hulk Hogan's
all right?
dick.
Now, Kena Bridge of Spirits. Let's talk a little bit about this game. First of all, was made by a smaller studio. Okay? It's not a game that had a ridiculous amount of budget investment. But they pulled off in this game, I was quite impressed. Visuals, first of all, you can see are stunning. Yes, they are a little bit cartoony, but it has a unique old style. And the rock creatures that you over the course of the game, all the fun. Look at the amount of them that actually spontaneously there on PS5. Pretty impressive. The whole open world aspect of the game, where you're wandering around a series of different kinds of maps. Sometimes you're in a forest, sometimes you're on a mountaintop, sometimes you're in open plains, and you're trying to solve a series of puzzles while
Oh my
also
God, I can't stop
fighting a
joking.
variety of enemies and exploring.
I seriously
It's really fun in that regard.
Can I stop joking tonight? Oh my God.
I definitely enjoy
Ugh.
Kena Bridge of Spirits.
What the
more than I thought I would. At first, when I saw
Fuck.
all of the
Ugh.
advertisements for it and
Hold
the,
up.
the,
gonna clear up, I
production
swear.
logs and the things that they put all over the internet to advertise it, I thought it would just be
Jesus
okay.
Christ.
But what happened is, as I played the game more and more,
Ugh.
it grew on me. As you can see,
Okay, it's
there's
actually
some pretty
starting to feel
unique
better
and
now.
interesting things in the game for abilities that you gain over time. And these abilities just make the game feel like it has its own unique identity. Turning those rot monsters into a ginormous water creature that then runs around the map to try to solve puzzles. Pretty fun and unique. Having floating stones, right? And then the further you play into the game, the more gameplay mechanics you actually unlock. Okay? Including a bow ability, the ability to actually do like double jumping and hovering and stuff like that. That basically makes it feel like not only an open world exploration game, but there's a ton of puzzle element and exploration to it as well that makes it super fun. I like open world games like this because it gives me more opportunity to do things and discover things for myself rather than, say, a game that's way more linear. I feel like if Kena had not been open world, it wouldn't have been nearly as good of a game as it was because it makes you feel like you're actually kind of solving unique puzzles and things for yourself rather than just going along a guided path. You know what I mean? Boss fights are quite fun. The visuals of the game hold up and actually are very beautiful. Again, for a game studio that was relatively not that well known, I was very impressed with what they pulled off with this game. At first, admittedly, I feel like the first third of the game is slower, and then as the game progresses, it gets more interesting the further in you get, and the more abilities that you unlock, the more rot monsters you find, which then give you more combat capabilities and more puzzle solving capabilities. I do feel by the end of the game it's very, very good. But it is a slow build of sorts at the very beginning. If you can tough out the first maybe 5 hours where you're very basic in the things that you can do, and then eventually realize that once the world opens up that it becomes a lot more entertaining, I think you're really going to enjoy your experience with the game. Now, I'm going to be honest here. I really liked it, but for some odd reason, okay, my viewing audience didn't necessarily like it nearly as much as me. So perhaps this is one of those cases where this is a game that's more fun to play than watch. I'm not sure. For me, I was having a blast with it, solving puzzles, taking my time, looking for optional upgrades and hidden rot monsters, and then, enhancing the combat over time. I just really had a good time with it. But in general, the people who were attending the streams were kind of like, meh, we understand why you like it, but it's not exactly the most riveting thing for us. So perhaps this is a game that is a lot more fun to experience firsthand and actually try the puzzles and things yourself rather than watch someone solve them. But that's fine, because this is not a countdown of the best streamable games of 2021. It's a countdown of overall the best games of the year. And I definitely feel like Kena Bridge of Spirits did something unique, interesting, and different with the whole action platformer kind of genre of games. That's definitely worth your time to check out. By the way, I was already corrected. It is not a PS5 exclusive. This is a game that was also on PS4. I don't believe that it ran as well or had graphically the same amount of graphics. For example, as you can see on the screen here, I have a lot of rot monsters with me. Little cute little guys. They're called rot. And I believe on the PS4, it renders dramatically less of them to, you know, cut down on computing space or whatever you want to say. I don't know if it's a hard drive issue or a processor issue, but I guess they basically cut down on that dramatically so that the game could run much better on an older console. But overall, man, great game. Really, really enjoyed it. If you like action platformers with puzzle aspect and open world exploration, you got to give it a look. It's definitely one of the best games of 2021 by far. All right. Very nice. So we're getting there, guys.
I am.
Yeah, we're getting there.
I like.
I wonder, are you guys? I'm just curious. So far,
It says that
Let's open
I
this
am
up a little
cat
bit for
and
the
I'm
stream
liking
chat.
my balls.
so far, are you guys in agreement with my picks? Or you guys think that I'm totally off base and I shouldn't have picked those games? Let's see what people have to say in the stream chat before we continue on with number 8. We've got... Oh, I'm being told System 32 says it looks about the same on PS4, but it's only 30 frames per second. That's Kena Bridge of Spirits. A lot of people are guessing. A lot of people are guessing what my top games of the year will be. I don't know if you guys are correct or not. I'm not going to spoil, obviously. Biohazard feels like it's a good pick. Or good picks. Protusum Zone said, I agreed with all your picks, especially Deathloop. If you don't know, that was in my disappointing games countdown. But what about Call of Duty? I'm only putting games into my countdowns that I've played. Alright? Game of the Year awards, I can't put a game in here I didn't play. Disappointing countdown, I can't put a game in there that I didn't play because how can I be disappointed by a game I didn't buy and play, you see? It's only fair. So, the CEO of Grubhub agrees with me 100%. There you go. Alright, gaming industry thinks the picks are good. Alright. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on. My number 8 pick.
What?
Best game of the year for 2021 is Life is Strange True Colors. Robble. People are about to disagree with me. I know. That's okay. But you guys know I like a good narrative-based game. I loved back in the day playing Telltale games. I loved the original Life is Strange. And I felt that ever since Life is Strange 1, sadly the series veered in a very bad direction. Okay? Life is Strange Before the Storm was terrible. Took away the whole superpowers aspect of the game and a lot of the air of mystery and fun. It just became a teen angsty game that I hated. Life is Strange 2 re-added in superpowers, but then ended up being some of the worst heavy-handed writing I've ever seen in a video game, quite frankly. Trying to push a lot of agendas down our throats. It did not sit well with a lot of the people who watched my playthrough of it. And I myself even couldn't stomach it. After being told about 17, 18 times in the first 3 of 5 episodes that Americans are terrible, bigoted people who are very biased and racist, I basically didn't want to play anymore, okay? And so, when Life is Strange True Colors was announced, I was skeptical it was going to be any good. But of course, I wanted to give it a fair shake.
I don't
Everything
care.
that I'd seen about the game leading up to its release was kind of interesting. The main character having the ability to see emotions. And when she sees them, she feels them. Was kind of a unique take on a superpower. Okay? Personally, I went into the game with little to no expectations, thinking that it probably would not be very good and would end up being a cringeworthy game, just like Life is Strange Before the Storm or Life is Strange 2. I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I was incredibly pleasantly surprised. First of all, this game was released all at once, rather than an episodic game as all the previous Life is Strange games had been released. Because of that, you are able to play it from start to finish as a complete narrative. You don't feel disjointed. You don't get confused. It's not broken up to the point where now, oh, what happened last time? I had to wait 2-3 months for the next part. Because of that, I actually feel the game is dramatically better than the formula for the previous Life is Strange.
I'm very
games,
confused.
Okay? Now, as for the plot and the characters, you're Alex, a girl who was just released from what appears to be possibly like a mental health facility or some kind of long-term care facility, and you meet up with your estranged brother in a small town. You're basically starting your life over. But tragedy strikes because only within a few days of you arriving, your brother is unfortunately killed in what seems to be an accident. So, for the rest of the game, you now have to figure yourself out. Are you someone who fits in this small town? Can you befriend the locals and find a place to actually have a place to fit in? What actually happened with your brother? Was it a setup? Was something sinister going on behind the scenes of this small town that actually had your brother get murdered? Was it just an unfortunate accident? What actually is going on? Because you have the ability to read people's emotions, it gives you unique insight into people who are lying to you, and then leads to some interesting plot points and investigation. So, in regards to Life is Strange True Colors, because there's an ongoing air of mystery, the game now has appeal when it comes to suspense and finding out what is actually going on in this town. That completely undermines the plots of Life is Strange Before the Storm and True Colors, or excuse me, Life is Strange 2, where the plots were kind of, honestly, disbelievable. In this case, I could believe that a girl, is trying to make herself fit in with these people. Now, I'm not going to be too overly positive about the game. Yeah, some of these characters are ridiculous. You got Mr. Macho Man there, who just oozing machismo. Look at him. He's got to have the perfect hairdo. He's a lumberjack hat, and he's supposed to be like the buff, attractive male. And then you got the girl who's supposed to be like the hipster in town who you're supposed to be attracted to. And yes, there's some teen angst. At one point, they even make you try to choose between the two for a romantic relationship, and it's kind of wedged in there. All right? It's not perfect. But for those of you who like gameplay that has good writing, boy, did I just say the wrong thing. If you like a game that has a good writing with an interesting plot, believable characters, and an ongoing air of mystery, kind of like how interesting Life is Strange 1 was, well, then you're going to really like Life is Strange True Colors. In fact, I would arguably say the following. If you play Life is Strange 1, and then you play Life is Strange True Colors, it actually feels like you're playing Life is Strange 2. It does. It feels like you're playing the direct sequel, because this game is very similar to Life is Strange 1 in many different ways. In addition to that, the game has a lot of unique parts that are very interesting and fun to me. Like, for example, there's an entire stage where you're LARPing, and I know that sounds ridiculous. But at the very same time, the entire stage of the game is played as a turn-based RPG a la Final Fantasy. It's unique that they actually stuck something in like that into a otherwise narrative-based style game. By the way, the graphics are good, even though admittedly they can be choppy at times, and I wish that the frame rate was a smooth 60 frames on PS5. The graphics are pretty good for this kind of game. The character development is good. There's no ridiculous, unbelievable, over-the-top bullshit that makes you hate the game by the end, which is exactly what happened to me in Life is Strange 2. Overall, it was a really enjoyable experience, and I was shocked at how much fun I had with Life is Strange True Colors when I had been so off-put by Life is Strange Before the Storm and Life is Strange 2. Even if you don't like cringe stuff, yes, there is some cringe in the game, but you'll be able to get by it and still enjoy the game, I feel. I don't think that because of the missteps of the last two Life is Strange games, that someone should pass this game by and not give it a chance. I actually feel like it is a pretty damned good gameplay experience for someone who likes narrative-based games. Okay? So, Life is Strange True Colors. A return back to form for the series. I personally hope that the game did well, and I hope that they stay with this style. I hope that they've realized that their missteps in the last two Life is Strange games led them here back to square one, and that square one was a good square to be on. They didn't need to veer off of these weird directions and do these odd things. They don't need over amounts of teen angst. You don't need really heavy-handed, you know, liberal plot lines and things wedged in. Just give me some unique, fun characters and a suspenseful mystery to solve, and you're going to end up liking a narrative-based game, and that's what this game did great.
Run, no, close. Run, here we go again.
By the way, I was just looking online the other day. That game is way cheap now. Like, originally when it came out, it was actually a full-fledged $60 release. I believe it's down to like $25 now. So definitely now kind of in line, because it is about, if I remember correctly, my playthrough was like 15 hours long or something like that, maybe a little shorter. So you argue, oh, $60 is way too much. Now it's way cheaper. Definitely give it a look now that you'll be able to get it for a much more discounted price, and it's a good value for that price. So, all right. Continuing on, my number 7 most liked game 2021 is, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a game that you guys tried to convince me to play when it was a new release in October. I kept making excuses and beating around the bush and telling you I just couldn't get to it. And then when I eventually did play it, I actually loved it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Metroid Dread for the Nintendo Switch. So, Metroid Dread, let's talk a little bit about it, all right? For the last ridiculously long amount of time, 15 plus years, people have said, man, Metroid's a good series. Metroid Prime is a good series. But it really would be nice if Metroid could eventually go back to its 2D roots, exploring a large, cavernous area, a maze-like labyrinth full of enemies, unique abilities, puzzles to solve, platforming, bosses, challenge, exploration, you know, all the things that made the original Metroid great. And don't get me wrong, Metroid Prime is a very good series. I played Metroid Prime 1, and I could understand how basically taking the series into the first person at that time kind of made sense for the modernization of the series. But man, it had been so effing long since we had actually seen a Metroid game play like a classic Metroid game. And I'll be very honest with all of you guys. I knew the game was coming out this year. I liked everything I had seen about the game. The fact that this game added in a new element of these Emmy robots. These are robots that are supposed to hunt Metroids and or alien creatures. By the way, Samus is infected with a Metroid and or alien creatures, so the robots think that she's an enemy, okay? These robots are basically indestructible and act like the nemesis from the Resident Evil franchise. So when you run into one of them, you basically can't kill them. You have to avoid them as long as you can until you find a way to eventually kill them. And each one of them can kind of be like a unique puzzle or a lot of platforming. It's very tense when you run into one of these Emmy robots because you know you cannot kill them. You just have to basically run away and survive. That's one of the more unique parts of the game. Outside of that, as you can see, the game looks and plays like classic Metroid. And there's absolutely positively, nothing wrong with that at all. I actually feel that this game did exactly what the fans wanted. They brought it back to its roots. A ginormous labyrinthian series of tunnels, puzzles, different climates, different enemies that change over time and become more challenging. One thing that I was actually impressed with was the way that they delivered the plot. This game has some cutscenes and has some plot elaboration, but not a heck of a lot. Most of the plot is actually delivered by a narrator who you'll run into in certain rooms of the open world area. And this narrator will actually give you like updates on what you're supposed to be doing and or explanations of puzzles, enemies, and things that are going on. You don't have to sit through a bunch of convoluted over-the-top cutscenes to understand the plot of Metroid Dread. And that's a really good thing. By the way, the game has some returning unique enemies and bosses from previous Metroid games, but also adds in a good flair and variety of new stuff that you've never seen before in Metroid. Now, admittedly, I don't think this game is perfect. Alright? There's a few things about the game that irked me, and since this is my Game of the Year awards, I do feel like I should tell you guys why maybe this game did not rank higher in my rankings. Alright? One of the things that really annoyed me in the game is that some of the boss fights are
So if you're going to be an
cryptic.
asshole, you're going to be treated like an asshole. You're going to be shown the door.
And ladies and gentlemen, As you know, as a content creator over the years, I have criticized puzzle bosses many, 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 many times. I don't like them. To me, if you're playing a video game and you have mastered the controls, you've mastered the weapons and elements in said game, all right, you should be able to go through the game and enjoy it and basically tackle all the challenges. Now, I'm not saying the game should be so easy that you can beat everything the first attempt, all right? But what I'm saying is, essentially, you should be able to, on the fly, adapt to what's going on in the game, maybe learn a pattern, get better, and then be able to beat everything in the game, you know, as long as you understand the gameplay mechanics and you paid attention. In Metroid Dread, there are direct bosses that have absolutely nothing to do with the gameplay mechanics you have learned up to that point. It's literally a puzzle that you have to complete in a certain order or things you have to do to figure it out. All right? That's frustrating to me. I don't want to have to refight the same boss 27 times because each phase is something unique and different that you didn't even tell me about before. And that's really how I felt with some of the bosses in this game. Some people like that. Personally, that's a pet peeve of mine. I don't like puzzle bosses. In particular, I'm not going to spoil, but the final boss of the game is absolutely positively full of that shit. It is so annoying to try to figure out how to beat the phases of the final boss because everything's a different puzzle that's nothing like things you've done previously, and that really pissed me off. All right? Also, the Emmys. They're both kind of, I don't know. They're a curse as much of a blessing, okay? The Emmys add the uniqueness to the game. It's one of the unique things about the game that make it different from previous Metroids. But some of the Emmy rooms are very annoying. You have to try to find a way to platform through this room. The Emmy will randomly spawn in an area that might get you killed immediately. Now, when you get grabbed by one of these Emmy robots, you do get an opportunity to do a quick time event in conjunction with what you're seeing on the screen with their animation to escape. But it is incredibly difficult to time the quick time event reversal and escape the grasp of the Emmy. Oh, by the way, if you get grabbed by an Emmy and you don't escape, you're dead. You got to start the whole room from the checkpoint at the beginning. So let's say you've been trying to sneak through this room, get past the Emmy using stealth or whatever. You get to the end. Oh my God, it shows up out of nowhere, grabs you, dead. Do it all over. Now, not that that's going to take a lot of time, but man, it can be frustrating if the Emmy just keeps grabbing you over and over and over. And sometimes it feels like more like blind luck than actually skill getting you through some of these Emmy rooms. So maybe the Emmys could have been done a little bit differently. I'm not sure. Personally, the one that kind of held me up the most was kind of annoying and maybe took 5-10 minutes to beat. Not a big deal, but at the same time, a little bit of annoyance and a pet peeve as well. So, outside of those two criticisms that I just gave, the only other issue I really had is that there are some very cryptic puzzles in the game that don't give great rewards. And what I mean by that
Someone
is,
please shut up this
at the beginning
dude
of the game,
who's being a
you
moron.
might find a wall that you can shoot with a missile. The wall blows open. Oh, look, here's a nice health upgrade. Later on in the game, you may have to solve a puzzle where you have to run through a room, through a door, through another room, do a double running jump, aerial dash, plow through a wall, lay down a mine, blow shit up, go through 17 more walls, and then finally at the very end, you find the same health power up that you got at the beginning of the game by just shooting one missile at a wall. And it just doesn't feel equivalent in the skill that it takes to do certain things in the game, as opposed to some of the easier things you find earlier on.
Delivery.
By the end of the game, it's like, wow, I thought I was going to get some like grandiose reward for this ginormous challenge that I accomplished, and you get like a little arbitrary mediocre health increase that you got similarly at the very beginning of the game for nothing. Okay? So, Metroid Dread is not a perfect game, but man, it's a good looking game. It's a good playing game. It is absolutely a throwback to classic Metroid. I'm curious how well Metroid Dread did, because if this game sold well, perhaps we'll actually see Metroid back regularly. You know, at one point, Metroid did actually have a lot of games coming out, and then it kind of just faded into obscurity, and every once in a while we'll see a new game, and sometimes they're odd choices, like Metroid Other M, that take the franchise in a different direction, and people don't necessarily embrace. This is a game that's very classic and similar to the older games in the franchise. So, maybe it will do well, or maybe it did do well, and we'll see more. I really liked it, and personally, I would prefer that the series stay like this. And, in addition to everything that I've said about the game, there's another reason why I really like Metroid Dread. Ladies and gentlemen, Metroid Dread single-handedly proved that Metroidvania-style games can actually be successful on my streams. And what I mean by that is that many, many times over my history as a content creator, I attempted to play Metroid-style games or Castlevania-style games or a hybrid of the two.
Shocks me.
Sometimes it was actually Metroid or Castlevania
I
that
need
I played.
that money. I
Other
really
times
do.
it was
I need
unique
that money.
spins
to
or
pay my
hybrids
bills.
like Ori and the Blind Forest, Child of Light, various other games like Blasphemy, Hollow Knight, etc. These are all games that in the past, when I tried to play them, literally my entire audience would tell me this is boring, stop playing it, play something else. This game may be a game that's fun to play but not fun to watch. Please move on. Okay? And so for the very longest time, I stayed away from Metroidvania-style games because that's what people, that was the feedback. That all changed. Attendance was great. Support was great. People loved the playthrough and said, please, in the future, play more Metroidvania-style games. Now, I haven't yet. I mean, I just beat Metroid Dread about a month ago, so I'm not going to rush into that. But this game kind of made me feel way more positive about playing that style of game in the future, and I am excited to play more Metroidvania games as a result of Metroid Dread doing well. So not only was it like one of the best games and most fun games that I played in 2021, but it also opened up my content to a whole new possibility of game playthroughs for the future. So that's like a double positive for me. Okay? All right. Continuing on. My number 6 pick, all right, for best game of the year is Lost Judgment, a playthrough that I literally just finished last night. After playing this game as a new release when it came out, September 21st, I played it all the way until January 3rd.
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
Holy shit. The playthrough was over 70 hours long. All right? Holy crap. So, Lost Judgment. Oh, hold on a second. I was supposed to do that. Lost Judgment. Because the playthrough went on so long. That's how people reacted whenever I talked about it on stream. All right, let's get that back up there. Okay, that's the last time I get to do that. So, Lost Judgment. All right? The direct sequel from the very successful 2019 release Judgment, a game that takes place in Kamurocho, and this time around, as well as a Jinsho, the same open world locations that the Yakuza franchise takes place in. Okay? The difference here is that Yakuza has gone in a different direction and become a turn-based RPG, much like Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy, while Lost Judgment has now become the game franchise
That's stupid
to pick up the mantle of an action-based open-world RPG. As you're going through Kamurocho and a Jinsho, you're being attacked by mobs, and these mobs are basically trying to beat you up, and you use different hand-to-hand kung fu combat styles that you unlock over the course of the game to fight off said mobs, okay? So, that's interesting, but also, there's an ongoing investigation. You're a detective. This time around, you're investigating a series of bullying cases at a local high school, all right? And it's interesting in that regard because there is a huge overlapping major plot line where you're trying to figure out what's going on with this bullying, where there are a series of students who actually were either murdered or committed suicide as a result of the bullying. And then perhaps there's someone out there who's a vigilante-style person who's trying to punish people.
We're gonna make love to each other tonight.
So as a detective, you're hired to get to the bottom of all of this. And you have to interview kids from the school, teachers. You have to get involved with people all throughout the cities and towns around the way. And it becomes this crazy plot line involving the police, involving a big political group in Japan. It's actually interesting how they write these plots, because they originally say, oh, a bunch of kids bullying each other. Big fucking deal. What the hell does that have to do with like a big dramatic detective game? But man, by the time you get to the end, your mind is blown how deep down the rabbit hole this plot can go. Okay? So let's talk about Lost Judgment. First of all, graphics, actually a big improvement on the Xbox Series X over the previous games, or the previous game that I played in the series, because It runs at 60 frames per second for the very first time. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Smooth visuals. Although, admittedly, sometimes they chop up in combat. For the most part, the detail of the characters look almost photorealistic, and the 60 frames per second make it feel very, very authentic as you're playing along the game. The cities. Both Kamurocho and Jinsho, yes, they reuse the maps from Yakuza 7. As they've been doing, they've always kind of reused the assets from the games that this game studio makes. However, because you already have 2 established maps from another game, it opens up the game to a lot of variety of stuff and a lot of locations that are in addition to what you would expect from the original Judgment. It's good to have 2 different cities to kind of transport between and explore. You know, the world is vibrant. It's full of businesses that you can interact with. It's full of citizens who need help, and you'll stumble upon people in the streets that are going to need help with side missions and the like, and you're going to open up side investigations and cases with them as in line with the main plot line that you're going to be doing in the game. By the way, I was fairly certain that the videos I selected had gameplay. Apparently I was wrong. Looks like I picked the wrong video. Well, it is what it is. I already had this playing for like 3 minutes. I might as well just write it out. I don't know if there's I don't know if there's actually going to be any gameplay or if this is just a menu quest. It looks like a menu quest to me. Anyway, let's continue. So, Lost Judgment. What did Lost Judgment improve upon from the original Judgment? Well, there's more combat styles this time around. So if you like variety of combat, you've got Crane style, which is more like for attacking groups of enemies and his big flaring kicks. You got Tiger style, which is more hand-to-hand combat for one-on-one encounters, and it actually does guard breaks for enemies that like to block or use weapons and are basically trying to hit you with like super armor attacks. Then there's a new style called Snake style, which is a more evasive style. This is meant to basically be the counter move style. If you're fighting a group of enemies and they're coming at you from all directions, you can actually parry their attacks, throw them out of the way, and then attack other enemies. You can actually do this ability to toss all of them around in like a big combo. So Snake style actually was my favorite combat style of the game overall. I liked that it was unique and different compared to the other 2 styles, which you had basically seen in Yakuza games and Judgment 1 before. Now, one of the more unique things about this game that I personally liked and then disliked and then kind of liked again was that it has an entirely separate plot line from the main plot called the School Stories plotline. Okay? So over the course of Lost Judgment, you're investigating the series of bullying that's going on at the school. You're investigating kids who committed suicide as a result of the bullying. You're trying to get to the bottom of how it all happened. Okay? When you're doing that, you start having interactions with the kids at the school. And some of these kids end up getting wrapped up in things that sadly are, how can I say, not exactly things you would hope a high schooler would be involved in, like gambling or a biker club. Okay? On the flip side of that, some of these are very kind of arbitrary school clubs that you would expect, like a dancing club or maybe a robotics club where they build little drones that compete against each other. And so, the school stories include 10 completely different plot lines based around things that kids would be doing. It's interesting because it adds in a significant amount of gameplay to the game.
Business related, I
that
still have it.
normally you would be like, this isn't even really seeming to relate to the main plot of the game. And in reality, it doesn't. You're trying to track down a super criminal called the Professor, who basically is trying to cause the kids in the school to kind of be delinquents and making them go astray from, you know, a way that you would want a responsible kid to go. And so you're trying to figure out who this person is for the longest time while investigating the clubs and trying to do a series of minigames. And man, these minigames can get crazy. I'm talking as simple as innocuous as, oh, press a few buttons, time to music, and you'll dance. Okay, great. And admittedly, seeing Yagami, the main character, dressed up in a dancing outfit doing breakdance moves is pretty funny. But imagine a game that's a complete homage to Road Rash, a game from the 1990s that I played on the Sega Genesis, where you're riding a motorcycle and beating people up with chains and weapons. That literally is in this game in a 3D aspect. The school stories kind of go off the rails, and in reality, they're some of the most time-consuming content in the game. They take upwards of 20 to 30 hours alone to complete if you try to do all the school story plot lines. By the way, they do have a really epic finale plotline that's really neat. But one of my major criticisms of the game is that they didn't really find a way to tie the school stories in with the rest of the game. Literally, the school stories could have been sold as a separate standalone expansion, or maybe even another game, because they take so long to get through, they kind of deter you from enjoying the main plot line of the game. And if you just play the main plot line, sadly, you're missing out on a lot of the content.
that money.
Because
I
the
really
main
do.
plot
I
line
need
of
that
this game
money.
can be beaten
Pay my
within 20
bills.
to 30 hours, while the school stories alone are around 20 to 30 hours long. If then you partake in other optional investigations and the like, your playthrough of Lost Judgment could be 80 or more hours. Mine clocked in around 70, and I'm actually planning on going back for post-game content in order to do more that I missed out on because I enjoyed the game so much. If you like epic drama, if you like detective investigations, if you like hand-to-hand kung fu, if you like nice graphics and you like to be immersed in the culture of urban Japan, then Lost Judgment is absolutely the game for you. But, gotta warn you, there's going to be parts in the game that feel grindy, especially if you're doing the school stories content. There's going to be times that you're going to say, how the hell does this relate to anything we're doing? And the answer is, pretty much doesn't. But it's still a great game. Personally, the plot line of this game, I feel, wasn't necessarily as good as the main plot line of the first Judgment. Maybe that's why they had the separate plot line and they were trying to make up for it, okay, with the school stories. But overall, the game has a ridiculous amount of content. The game has a lot of fun content. I really enjoyed it, and it actually is one of my favorite games of the year. So, if this is your cup of tea, I definitely recommend you check it out. But I'll tell you right now, if you don't like Japanese culture, whoo boy, you probably are going to feel lost in this game and not enjoy it at all. This is very heavy delving into the mannerisms, the cultural practices, the hobbies, the lifestyles of people who live in Japan. A lot of the stuff like, you know, the girls' bar and stuff like that you may not understand. I don't blame you. But hey, it's a hell of a ride. It's a lot of content. It's a great value. It's a great plot. Check it out. Lost Judgment, a great game. Alrighty then. Alright guys, so now, we are about to head into the cream of the crop. We are about to head to the top 5 games of 2021, in my opinion. Okay? You guys ready? The number 5 best game of 2021 is a game that blew me away because I did not anticipate that this game would be good. In fact, everything that I was led to believe and had seen about this game actually led me to believe that it would suck. But my God, were we all wrong? Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on here? It is Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. Wow. If you want to talk about a game that was shockingly good compared to what we were actually shown beforehand, and a game that likely undersold tons because the game did not get good marketing, this is the game. Alright? If you like Guardians of the Galaxy from the movies, if you like them from the comic books, or anything in between, this game is absolutely outstanding. It captures the personalities of each of the Guardians to a T. Drax, the brooding, yet also kind of funny, matter-of-fact,
You're supposed
kind
to be
of
following the game,
guy,
following the fun gameplay, and chilling and relaxing with me.
Who is an ultimate assassin badass thrown amongst a bunch of jackasses who are constantly messing around, and she's forced to kind of deal with their nonsense. Groot, the anthropomorphic tree that can only say Groot, but has some pretty cool powers and has a heart of gold. Rocket Raccoon, the consummate gun for hire that's willing to do anything to make a buck and really doesn't have much of a conscience about it, but also is a pretty funny personality. And then you got Star-Lord. But anyway, all these characters, unique, fun, interesting, very different, all right? And they basically nailed their personalities. They did. Some of the interactions these characters have are absolutely hilarious. Some of the writing of the game, the dialogue, the quirky dialogue that these guys have between each other, not only in combat, but also just between action scenes, is amazing. What is Guardians of the Galaxy? Well, it's a narrative-based game where you're trying to save the galaxy. There's various plot points that happen. There's a cult that basically is going through the galaxy trying to indoctrinate all these people and cultures, and it's your job to try to stop them. And you have run-ins with various different characters from the Marvel Universe over the course of the game. It's pretty interesting in that regard. By the way, no Thanos, thank God, because I'm so tired of Thanos or Thanos in Guardians games and or Guardians plot lines that it was very refreshing to have a game where he wasn't a major character. Thank the Lord. The game is a combination of third-person action. You always play as Star-Lord, but you control the other Guardians. And as you go through the course of the game, it has unique RPG elements where you earn experience points and you are able to level up the other Guardians to get new abilities. For example, some Guardians can do area of effect abilities that will knock down or knock back all the enemies. Some Guardians will have moves that can stun an enemy. Some Guardians will just have very high damage moves or moves that maybe can hit them with a projectile from afar. And so they're all very different depending on what you level up and what you choose to do with each character. It is a little disappointing that you can't control all the Guardians fully in combat. It would have been great if you could change it freely between them on the fly. But sadly, you only control Star-Lord in combat and just kind of order around the other guys for powerful assist attacks when viable. There's also exploration, puzzles, platforming. As you can see here, just going a little bit to one direction instead of where you were supposed to go directly can lead to a destructible wall, which then can lead to some hidden items, upgrades, and otherwise some really interesting things that maybe you would have missed if you weren't too observing. The game goes through all kinds of locations in the Marvel Universe, including places already known from the Guardians of the Galaxy universe, like the town of Nowhere, but also many other places as well. It has several epic large-scale boss fights. The game is really well done. It basically is, in my opinion, what I think didn't get. If this game had come out before Avengers, I actually feel like this game would have been a ridiculous over-the-top bestseller. But here's what I think happened. Avengers is a game that a lot of money and marketing was thrown into. Crystal Dynamics, aiming to make a game that was more of a cooperative, grindy style experience rather than a unique narrative style one, kind of dropped the ball. And so when the game came out, you would play through the 10+ hour campaign, and as soon as you were done, you realized, wow, this game is now just a grindy mess of repetitive garbage. I'm never playing it ever again. And most people dropped it entirely.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money.
It was a huge money-making loss for Square Enix. They had hoped that Avengers was going to be a giant cash cow, and instead they actually lost money on the game. So when it came to Guardians of the Galaxy, which already was in development, I almost feel like Square Enix had lost some of their faith in the Marvel franchises and were worried that if they heavily advertised Guardians of the Galaxy, they'd be wasting their money because it was going to be another performance flop. Therefore, the game was released with little to no marketing, little to no hype, and most of the production content that we were shown of, oh, here's a little bit of an example of gameplay or whatever, ended up being completely underwhelming. So you would look at it and say, man, I guess this game ain't going to be so good. In fact, out of all the stuff that we had seen up to that point, the only thing that looked impressive was the dialogue of the characters kind of talking to each other and having this comedic interactions. But outside of that, nothing else in the game looked very good. But man, when the game came out and people finally got their hands on it and they realized how good it was, how shockingly good the game was compared to what we were led to believe, it was almost like feeling guilty. Like, I didn't play this game release week. I waited about a week and a half later when people had played it and said, nah, Phil, you got to understand, this game's really good. You're missing out if you don't play it. You've got to give it a shot. So I did, and my God, am I glad that I did. Because I really feel like I would have been so missing out on a unique cinematic experience if I hadn't played it. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not ashamed to say this. I will admit it to you publicly right here. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Phil Burnell, content creator for 13 years, and 39-year-old man, cried when I played Guardians of the Galaxy. I actually teared up and cried because the writing was so good that in 2 separate scenes, it made me feel sad because of things that happened to the characters. And I actually legitimately teared up and started crying during the playthrough. Now, everyone, of course, called me a big wimp and a sissy. And they're right. I mean, I shouldn't be crying over video games. I'm an old man. But You see what I'm saying? Like, the game is actually that good. Don't say, oh, it's another Marvel game. Ah, Guardians of the Galaxy, that's a joke. No, the game is legitimately one of the best written games I've played in many, many years.
Grow
it
up.
actually has very fun gameplay mechanics that are worth exploring. Whether or not you're even really a major fan of Marvel. Of course, if you are, that's just like the icing on the cake. You're going to like the game even more if you're already a fan of Marvel or the Guardians.
Someone please
and then
shut
you
up
play
this
game.
dude who's
By
being
the way,
a moron.
the game was a sales flop at launch. Then they cut the prices dramatically, so you can probably get Guardians of the Galaxy for around $20 right now. It's worth every dollar. It's a lengthy game, by the way. I believe my playthrough was 20 hours long or something like that. It absolutely was one of my shockingly good favorite games of 2021. All right, ladies and gents. Now we're getting down to the nitty gritty. You ready for this? The number 4 best game, 4th best game of 2021. Psychonauts 2. A game that really, in my opinion, had potential to go south. This game was in development hell for an incredibly long time, okay? It was supposed to, we expected it to come out many years ago. And the fact that I had zero faith in Tim Schafer as a game developer after having played Broken Age many years ago. A narrative-based game that was more similar to Tales of Monkey Island, Secret of Monkey Island, and really was a ripoff because the first half of the game was great. The second half of the game literally reused all the assets from the first half of the game, and basically the game felt completely unfinished. So when Psychonauts 2 was announced,
Stop this!
I was not feeling very positive at all about the game, thinking that, man, this game dev team really kind of lost their way, and I don't see how this is going to be a good game, okay? Psychonauts 2, ladies and gentlemen, blew my mind. It was so good. The graphics, the uniqueness of the level design, the ingenuity that was put behind the puzzles, the actual combat gameplay as you get further into the game, which gets more interesting, although admittedly, once you get further into the game, I do feel like the actual combat was maybe a little bit oversimplified to the point where it wasn't ultra challenging. But man, the fact that you can go inside so many different people's minds, and each person's mind is completely different. And one mind, it's a very kind of cut and dry. Oh, you're in a hospital. Oh, you're in like a library. But in another person's mind, everything's colorful and exciting. You're in a bowling alley where giant balls are being rolled around, and you have to solve puzzles based on that aspect, okay? You're in a casino where everything is about gambling and taking a chance, right? It's very unique in that regard. By the way, the game also has an open world aspect to it, where you can explore and find optional upgrades, items, and solve puzzles that you never really have to even bother with. But man, they're fun to kind of explore and experiment with. The graphics on the Xbox Series X, they're absolutely outstanding. I never really had an issue with the graphics at all. It was full 60 frames the entire way through. The lighting was gorgeous. And by the way, here's something that actually I have to talk about because I found it very, very interesting, okay? When we were all playing Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, one of the unique parts of that game is that there's rifts, and you walk through the rift, right? And now you went from one world to the other world and experience the power of the SSD of the PlayStation 5. You notice how there was no loading, right? Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? In Psychonauts 2, you go through doors and or portals. You end up in a completely different room and or other world, and there's no loading. So that entire argument that they had about Ratchet and Clank claiming that, only the PlayStation 5 could handle portals and going from world to world was complete bullshit. Because Psychonauts 2 did exactly the same thing. It wasn't like, the guys using PS5 really utilized it. Any game console, any PC, anything that has a speedy hard drive can pull this off. It's not a revolutionary thing. It wasn't like Sony blew our socks off with Ratchet and Clank. Psychonauts 2 did it just the same. Okay, so I really enjoyed Psychonauts 2 more than I think I really should have. Now, one thing I need to tell you guys, all right? Just because you didn't hear many people talk about Psychonauts 2 this year doesn't mean you shouldn't check it out. Just because you didn't play Psychonauts 1 doesn't mean you shouldn't check it out. I'm here to tell you, this game absolutely is a game worth your time. And by the way, it's under Game Pass. So if you have an Xbox console or a PC and you have Game Pass Ultimate, there's absolutely no reason why you should skip out on playing this game. It really is a very fun, unique, and enjoyable experience, okay? Now, the sad fact is, this game got no marketing. Just like Guardians of the Galaxy, this game was not advertised. No one even knew when it came out that it wasn't an Xbox exclusive. Multiple people came to my streams and were like, well, I don't have an Xbox, I can't play it. Like, well, do you have a PC? Yeah, it's on PC. What? They didn't even know. They didn't know that the game was on PC. They didn't know it was cross-platform at all. They thought you could only play it on an Xbox console, which is completely false. It's actually cross-platform, okay? So, oh my God, did you see that? I jump scared myself. Anyway, yeah, the game literally got no advertisement budget, so no one really knew about the game when it came out. Unless you were a fan of Tim Schafer and his studio, no one really talked about it, okay?
Just miserable.
This game, even though ended up being one of my favorite games of the year, didn't even make the top 10 most sold games of the month when it released, even though it was free under Game Pass. That is very bad. When a game is under Game Pass and it can't make the top 10, and it's supposedly a high-profile game, that's pretty upsetting. I feel like this game was completely passed by a lot of people, sadly because they didn't know what it was or had no idea it was going to be good. It's ridiculously good. I urge you, give Psychonauts 2 a try. And this is from someone who personally did not like Tim Schafer for the longest time and had no faith in his game studio. Personally, I feel like I don't have money to do it. 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 With its creativity, its fun, its colorfulness, the uniqueness of the design of the characters, the bosses, the world, everything about the game is polished and well done. You definitely want to give this game a shot, especially if maybe this is one you pass by because you said, I didn't hear many people talk about it. It's definitely worth your time. All right. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the top 3. We're in the home stretch for my Game of the Year awards. Whew! We're already over an hour and 15 minutes into this thing. Woo! We're getting there. We got 3 more to go. All right? 3 more games to go. So I hope you guys are ready for the absolute cream of the crop. The absolute best of the best. The creme de la creme. The piece de resistance. All right? Let's just go right into it. What am I dilly-dallying for? Number 3 is Hades. Now, before you shut up this dude who's being angry a moron, and you say, Phil, I'm very upset with you. Hades did not come out in 2021. How dare you put it into your Game of the Year awards for 2021? There's 2 important points that I should make about this game. My first point is that I didn't play it back when it was on other consoles or other venues available. It was actually on Switch in 2020, and it was actually released on PC all the way back in 2018 in early access and full access in 2019. All right? However, I didn't play those. Number 2, this game was only made readily available on an Xbox console during this summer under Game Pass. So technically, this one got into my countdown on a technicality because, yeah, it is a game that's been out for a few years, but it is a new release for 2021 if you played it on an Xbox console. So you see what I did there? I wedged it in. And I'm glad I did because, ladies and gentlemen, Hades is one of the best games I've played in a very long time. I was incredibly pleasantly surprised by how good it was. When I went into it, I didn't have any conceptions of what it was, but I had heard that people had said it was previously Game of the Year, and I knew that I was probably in for something good. Okay? Let me tell you guys something. I love Hades. Like, I don't just like it. It ended up being a game that grew on me every time I played it. And here's why. Unlike Returnal, a game that absolutely does not appreciate your playing it or bought it, a game that every time you die says, ha ha ha, you loser, get good, you have to play for 3 straight hours and never die and beat the boss in one shot in order to make any progress that sticks, Hades is the polar opposite. Even though Hades has RNG, even though Hades has different enemies that it throws at you every time, different weapons that you'll find every time, every single time that you do a run through Hades, you actually feel like you made progress. Whether it's you unlocked something new for a weapon, whether it's you got enough upgrade points that you can buy an upgrade that you wanted, you couldn't get up to that point, whether you go back to the main hub area and there's all new plot points that have now been unlocked with the different gods that are talking to you there. No matter what, when you're playing Hades, you always feel like you're moving forward positively. Even if you had a relatively bad run, it feels fun and worth your time with the way that they designed the game. Hades proves that you can make a roguelike game where if you die, it doesn't matter because you're still pushing forward positively. That is the complete and utter opposite from Returnal, which was the first roguelike I played. I really wish I had played Hades first because likely it would have given me a much better and more positive opinion on what a roguelike could be. Hades has great graphics, even though they're kind of top-down hand-drawn art. They really aren't. It's really more kind of like a cartoonish cel-shaded deal. It has a good variety of enemies, even though it technically only has 4 worlds. There's enough variety in the RNG factor of how those worlds are generated to make it feel unique and interesting and different when you're going through these different runs. The weapons, there's not that many, but as you play through the game, you can unlock what's called hidden aspects of these weapons that completely change the way that you use them. The spear originally is just used to poke enemies and throw, but eventually with a hidden aspect, you could charge it up and throw it to do a spinning area of effect attack. Sometimes you can have the spear come back to you and do double damage. As you progress through the game, you're talking to various different gods and asking them for boons, which are basically giving you their powers and blessings, which give you elemental effects and or other things like healing and stuff that make you more powerful. Let me tell you guys something. I played Hades for a pretty exceptionally long period of time. In fact, I can't tell you at the top of my head exactly how long the playthrough was. Probably around 30 to 40 hours. Not once did I actually play through it and feel like, man, I totally feel like I'm doing the same thing over and over. It was actually the opposite. Every time that I played the game, even my viewers felt like, wow, we can help Phil build a unique build here. Let's give him some advice on what he should buy or what he should get from a god to go through these dungeons. It's super fun to go through this game and experiment with different weapons. And again, even if you're not successful in a run and you don't make progress, let's say you don't kill a critical boss, you don't escape from Hades, you don't find yourself being successful.
What do I do?
You'll still feel like what you did was worthwhile, whether it's because of plot advancement or an upgrade to a weapon or whatever it may be. You'll actually feel like you made progress and that you had a good time. I really don't feel like I need to spend too long talking about Hades because so many people have praised this game over the last 2 to 3 years, some going as far as calling it their official game of the year. I'm not going to go that far, but Hades is absolutely shockingly good. I think that if you have ignored it up to this point like I did until this summer, you should give it a shot. If it's not your cup of tea, fine. But I actually feel like a lot of people may be missing out on this game, fearing that it's a roguelike and kind of being afraid of that title. I'm here to tell you, it's basically one of the best roguelike games out of the ones that I've played this year. It is the best, and I think that it's kind of, you're doing a detriment to yourself, missing out on not playing this game just because it's a roguelike, all right? Give it a shot. You may like it. Even if you don't, I feel like you're going to still at least get a good understanding of what a good roguelike could be. By the way, I should say that Hades is a challenging game. It absolutely is, although the more that you play it, the more leveling and the more abilities you get, the more capable you'll be of handling the very large amount of difficulty that the game can tend to throw at you in the later runs. But, man, it's a great game. It's a great plot. I loved every minute of it. I really enjoyed it. Hades, my number 3 favorite game of 2021.
Greed is massively strong.
All right, guys. So, we got all the way up from number 13 up to number 3. But sadly, we're out of time. So, no more. You won't get to find out my top 2 games of the year. Sorry, guys. See you later. See you next year. All right. In actuality, I've been sitting down for 90 minutes and my legs are starting to tighten up. I'm like, dude, I gotta get up and stretch my legs. All right. I'm just kidding. Let's continue on, guys. My number 2 pick My number 2 favorite game of 2021. At this point, a lot of people have kind of narrowed it down to the 2 games they think will be my top 2. But you guys don't necessarily know which game I'm going to pick for Game of the Year. So, instead of telling you my pick for Game of the Year, I am going to show you the top 2, tell you what I like about them, and then reveal my pick for Game of the Year to build even more suspense. So there you go. So let me reveal to you the top 2 games of the year, and then I'll tell you which actually is my Game of the Year pick. First of all, let's start off with Resident Evil Village. The game that way back when I played it in April, I told you guys, man, it blew me away.
Other tonight.
Not only were the graphics outstanding on the PlayStation 5, but the fact that this game completely blew the lid off the idea of what Resident Evil was.
My left
Okay?
shot.
Yes, it was first person, much like Resident Evil 7. But let me tell you guys, at this point, I didn't even know what to expect. This game had zombie-like monsters, not official zombies, but zombie-like monsters, werewolves, vampires, killer animals, ghosts. Okay, maybe not actual ghosts, but things that kind of were like ghosts. Or at least you were led to believe that maybe some stuff was haunted. As well as mutated monstrous creatures that were just hideous freaks. Okay? So it's not your grandpappy's Resident Evil. Okay? It's basically a new spin on the franchise. Okay? And it showed that they could go in a direction that you didn't expect. An open world village full of mutated freakish creatures out to kill you. But the game actually had unique locations that all felt different. At one point, you're going off to a castle full of demonous vampires who want to suck your blood. Then you're off to a mansion or manor that's haunted and full of killer dolls. Then you're off to like a fortress of the woods, and that's it. There's all these crazy werewolves trying to kill you. And like, damn, and each time you do this, it feels like a unique and fun and different experience. The game definitely retains a lot of the aspects of Resident Evil 7, but at the same time extrapolates upon them. You do once again play as the same character, who I believe his name is Ethan, who obviously has something weird going on with him. If you saw Resident Evil 7, you'll know what I'm talking about. I don't really want to spoil for those who maybe didn't, but man, the game is full of scares, both jump scares as well as psychological horror, all right? Let me tell you the point in the game where I actually literally wanted to crap my pants, and it had nothing to do with the jump scare, okay? Relatively early on in the game, you're going through this village, the open world town, okay? And as you're doing so, werewolves start to appear all around you. They start to gang up on you. And you're like, okay, let me kill a couple of them. So you start murdering them or whatever. Next thing you realize, like, wait a minute. There's more. Wait a minute. There's even more. And you start looking around, you're like, what the hell? You're surrounded by like over a dozen werewolves, and they just keep coming. Then another bigger, almost boss-like werewolf dude shows up. You're like, now what am I supposed to do? Obviously, you don't have unlimited funds, I almost said, unlimited ammo, and you can't kill all these things.
What do I do?
So now you're like, okay, maybe the goal is to survive, but I didn't know that. So now you're frantically trying to figure out what do you do to survive, and you're running through this town desperately. You're running up to the top floors of houses. You're running on rooftops. You're jumping all around, and they're completely surrounding you. It scared the shit out of me. That is horror. Seriously, that's how you do horror. Not, oh, a stupid oogly boogly jump scare came out and made you crap for 5 seconds. No, this is like, okay, the whole town's out to get me. I'm screwed. What do? I have limited ammo. I don't know where to go. That is true tenseness, and that actually scared the crap out of me. So,
what do I do?
This game absolutely
what do I do?
Encompasses what I feel modern survival horror
what
is
do
all
I
about.
do?
Is it like Tormented Souls with tank controls and all
what
kinds
do
of
I
crap
do?
like that? Of course it's not. But
what do
man,
I do?
Was it an entertaining and fun
What
experience?
do I do?
Like I said, having unique bosses.
What do I do?
Crazy gameplay
What
elements
do I
that I didn't
do?
expect to be in the game. Fighting the big variety of enemies and the
They said,
variety
Phil,
of
you know, we
locations
contribute
that
to
this
you,
game
but it
encompassed.
always seems like it's
also
a
was
black
quite
hole.
lengthy.
Because it always seems like no matter how
Resident
much we
Evil
contribute,
Village, man,
you're always still
it blew
having
me
problems.
away.
You're always still
I
in debt,
absolutely
and nothing's getting
positively
better.
loved it.
I
Of
agree
course,
with you.
It's not perfect.
What do
there
I
were a few
do?
times when I feel it went off the rails. There's a particular boss near the end of the game with a lot of robotic parts and stuff that I was like, what the frick is going on here? And that kind of threw me for a loop.
love
I
it.
really didn't feel like it was authentic Resident Evil. But outside of that, it was a really great game. And by the way, the really cool part about it is that it basically tied in with the plotline of the previous Resident Evil games, which I didn't expect it to do. When I started playing it, I was like, wow, this is like off the rails of Resident Evil. It just doesn't feel like Resident Evil. By the end of the game, it completely ties in with everything and even goes as far to explain the backstory of many of the different viruses and things of Resident Evil up to this point in the franchise, which blew me away that they were able to tie it up like that. So Resident Evil Village, incredibly outstanding game, scary as hell, full of fun gameplay elements, uniqueness of enemies, really, really well done, and definitely in my top 2 games of the year. But is it my game of the year? We'll find out in a moment, but I need to shout out these super chat that I just got from Kool-Aid Bath, who says, loving the positive stream today, Phil. Thank you to Kool-Aid Bath for the super chat. Let's get that up on the leaderboard. It's been pretty slow. Okay. Now, there's another game left that we need to discuss. A game that, in my opinion, at this point,
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have
for a
money to do it. I
particular
don't have money to
series
do
and
it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to
Yeah,
do it.
a game that, man, if this game had originally been released when it was supposed to, probably would have actually been the end of this franchise. But thankfully, the right thing was done. The game was delayed for a year. It was able to be developed further and made into what it is today. Ladies and gentlemen, the game that I'm talking about, of course, is Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition. No. Not even close. The game I'm talking about is not Resident Evil 8. I clicked the wrong thing. Halo Infinite. Of course. Halo Infinite. All right? So, wow. Do you guys remember when they first showed Halo Infinite off around the summer of 2020? How much they made fun of it. The meme about
I need that money. I really do. I need that money
supposed to be a
to pay my
brute.
bills.
He looked so ridiculous. His face was so poorly animated and shaded, and everyone completely ripped it a new asshole and said, if this game comes out this fall, my God, this game is going to be terrible, right? Because it looks so bad. And I personally even remember, I personally remember saying, man, this game is not ready. And so they delayed it a year. And that absolutely positively was the right thing to do. If they had rushed this out as a launch title for the Xbox Series S and X, it likely would have been unfinished junk. It would have been a piece of dog shit. Everyone would have laughed at it. And quite frankly, that could have been the end of Halo for good. I actually feel that. I'm very happy that they made the right choice and they delayed it a year. Because by doing that, not only did they put an incredible amount of polish and thought into the campaign, now making it a semi-hybrid game. Yes, there's definitely linear areas in the game when you go inside a base that's like a tower or an underground bunker, and it's very traditional Halo-style gameplay, kind of fighting gauntlets of enemies, having to use weapons and things that you discover in there to your advantage. But also, there's these large open-world segments, base takeovers, killing VIP targets, rescuing Marines that are under attack. And all along for the ride is the end-all, be-all, best addition to the Halo franchise that I think they ever could have added. The grappling hook. That grappling hook single-handedly made the campaign of Halo Infinite interesting. Because one of my major complaints and or criticisms of the Halo franchise over the years has always been that Master Chief is basically like a slow-moving tank. He's not versatile enough in these games. Okay? He's slow. You're supposed to be a one-man army going up against hordes of aliens, right? Great. Can I move faster than the speed of like a small jog? And he's always had this issue. The grappling hook allows you to be maneuverable, whether that means you can pull yourself to safety or maybe pull yourself into an enemy for a flying punch, whatever it may be. All right? The grappling hook allows you now to have the maneuverability you never had possible previous in the Halo franchise. In addition, One of the major criticisms that I've had of the Halo campaigns over the years that I've played them is that they're far too linear, and a lot of them allow you to literally rush past content. A room full of enemies that you can run through and ignore every enemy as long as you get to the door and it closes behind you, mission accomplished. This is present in Halo Infinite's campaign, don't get me wrong, but not always. Because of the open world segments, it allows you to have parts of the game where you actually need to have skill to pass them. You're fighting insurmountable odds, right? 2, 3 high-level brutes fighting together at once. Or perhaps taking over a base where there's snipers all over the place. There's no shortcut here. You've got to get good. You got to kill all those sons of bitches and take over that base. You can't run through it. You can use the grappling hook to your advantage to be more maneuverable. That's really good. Also, the plot line of Halo Infinite is interesting and fun. Admittedly, is it the best plot I've ever experienced? No. Is it even the best plot I've experienced in 2021? No. Is it in the top 5 plots that I experienced in 2021? Probably not. But it's actually way better than the plot lines of the last several Halo games, okay? Sometimes you just got to find something that's good enough, and Halo Infinite's campaign is the best campaign, in my opinion, since Halo 3. That includes Reach, and I liked the campaign of Halo Reach. I actually feel this is a good restarting point for Master Chief to get back into prominence with mainstream gamers. I feel a lot of people don't know about Master Chief or who the hell he is anymore because the last 2 games sucked ass. Now, people can actually enjoy the franchise again because they kind of rebooted it in a way that made sense. There's unique and interesting characters and writing. It's fun. It's definitely better than those last 2 outings. Halo 4 and 5, in my opinion, sucked. This game actually was entertaining. Was it the best? No, but it was a fun ride. Now I'd like to talk about the multiplayer of Halo Infinite. I don't have any footage of that set up, but I just wanted to let you guys know that Halo Infinite, again, this was kind of a make or break situation where basically it could have really flopped and failed if they just tried to do what they had already done or if they had tried to copy others. What they did was a unique combination. When you play the multiplayer of Halo Infinite, it feels like old school Halo combined with some modernized gameplay mechanics. It's not all new like Call of Duty, and it's not all old like Halo 3. It feels like a unique hybrid. And I think that's actually what they needed to do. If they had gone one way or the other, you would have had one group or another complaining that it's too much like one franchise or too much like old stuff that's outdated. You needed to have enough of a mix for this to work. And I actually feel like they got it right. My only major criticism of the multiplayer of Halo Infinite at this point in time, which is about roughly 2 months from now, part 1, I just don't think there's enough content yet. There's only a set amount of maps. For big team battles, there's only 2 or 3 maps. For standard multiplayer modes, there's about maybe 6, I believe. There's just not enough right now. And in addition to that, it actually took them an entire freaking month, all right, in order to pump out playlists that worked properly. For a whole month, you could only play randomized modes. That means Team Slayer, Oddball, Capture the Flag, and the Territories all were in one playlist, and you couldn't just pick what you wanted. Now, at least, they've separated it out to Free-for-All, Team Slayer, Party Mode, or excuse me, Fiesta Mode, where it has randomized weapons, etc., in their own respective playlists. They have a lot of work they need to do. They definitely need to add in more content to the multiplayer mode. Although, admittedly, it's kind of cool because guess what? It's freaking free. The multiplayer is free for everyone. You don't even need Game Pass. You just get it for free if you have something that will run it. That's pretty unprecedented. I can't believe that's the route they went. At the very same time, a lot of people are very critical of the game, saying that the microtransactions for cosmetics are just out of control. You know, charging someone $10 for cat ears in a first-person shooter is a little extreme. At the same time, this is how they're making their money because the game is freaking free. So, Halo Infinite, a return to form for the franchise. Shockingly good. I really enjoyed both the campaign and the multiplayer, and to this day, I'm still regularly playing the multiplayer. In fact, it's my late stream tonight, and I'm having so much fun with it. that I cannot wait to play it over the course of 2022. In fact, Halo Infinite by far trumped both Call of Duty and Battlefield this year, which no one expected it to do. It just is the only viable and worthwhile FPS game right now. There's no reason to play the other military shooters that have dominated for the last decade. Just play this game and enjoy. So Halo Infinite, an absolutely outstanding game. Now, whew, that's the top two. But what is my actual Game of the Year pick? After nearly 2 hours of going through my Game of the Year awards, I am ready to announce it here live on stream, ladies and gentlemen. And then I'm about to tell you why. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, my pick for my favorite game 2021 is Resident Evil Village. All right? Now, I don't need to show you
get down on my
gameplay 'cause
hands
you
and
already
knees and
saw
say
it.
thank you and still be on
But
camera.
let me explain
I would do
why
it.
I picked Resident Evil Village as my favorite game of the year. It's very subjective this time around, okay? Personally, I enjoy survival horror way more than other franchises. I just do. Like, whenever I play a survival horror game, it feels like it's a special time on my streams. Whether it's because I like getting a little spooked, or I like surviving, or people like my reactions to survival horror. Literally, people tell me they, in a lot of cases, don't like playing survival horror games, or they can't, they get too scared, but they enjoy coming to my streams and videos to watch me play. I give them a way to enjoy survival horror. Whenever I play a survival horror game, it feels like a party atmosphere around here. People come out in droves to see me rage, to see me get scared, to see me persevere, whatever it may be. Resident Evil 8, for me, out of all the games that I played in 2021, when I played Resident Evil 8, it felt like an event. It did. It felt like this is an event you can't miss. I enjoyed the hell out of it the entire time I played it. So did my viewing audience. And people came out in droves to support and watch it. This was at a time when things were in flux for me. I had been kicked out of the Twitch partner program. I was trying to make a living on Twitch with no revenue besides tips.
All right.
It was a rough time, and people came out in droves to watch this, and it felt so special to me. A game that really tried to venture outside of the mold of what survival horror in Resident Evil terms had been up to that point, and do a variety of things, a wide variety of locations and enemies, introducing new plot points and new game mechanics, and having revolutionary, groundbreaking graphics that blew me away at the time. It basically hit it on all cylinders for me. It did. I loved Resident Evil 8. There were some criticisms and things I had about it, but in general, by the time that the credits rolled, I was incredibly pleased with the experience that I had. Like I said, a real way to tell a game that is a Game of the Year pick for you or resonates with you, think about all the games you played in a year and which ones do you still think about today? Which ones do you still remember distinct moments in the playthrough that you really enjoyed and or resonate with you that are going to stick with you for a long time? Resident Evil 8 had more of those moments than any other game for me in 2021. Not to say that a game like Halo Infinite or Bowser's Fury or Metroid Dread or Lost Judgment won't resonate with me, but man, when I think what's the big event that happened in 2021, for me it absolutely was Resident Evil Village. That was like, if you are gonna miss out on a game, that's the game that if you miss out on, man, you're gonna be disappointed. You know what I'm saying? So I hope that you guys, if you didn't play Resident Evil Village, all two of you out there will give it a look, or give my playthrough a watch here on DSP Gaming, because I loved that game and absolutely that was my pick for Game of the Year. I'm not aware of much survival horror coming out in 2022 besides maybe Ghostwire Tokyo, which seems to be like it's going to be a very different style of game from traditional survival horror. I guess we'll see. But anyway, I had a great time with the game, and I hope that you'll give it a shout out, or give it a chance as well, is what I meant to say. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is my year-end series for 2021. That is my Game of the Year Awards picks, number 13 all the way up to number 1. Now, something unique about this year. There are comments on my videos again. So if you're watching this countdown and you agree, you disagree, maybe you think something should have been ranked higher or lower, maybe you just want to rip me a new butthole, you can leave a comment on the video and do so. How cool is that?
Cut, screw 'em. They say I start faded. Now we hit these cantinas, feeling more jaded. I'm a real biff, keep the smugglers elevated. Used to make galactic big money. Now I hit the club spending all my tip money. The ladies still dig what Dork Nap supplies, and it's not cause my midi-chlorian count is high. I don't have midi-chlorians, but they know what I do have. It's getting old though. I can't settle down playing the same song on the same stage with old bros. It's gotta stop if you believe it. Every gig, my Remy and Beshna quells gently weeping.
We got jams, they don't really know though. We got plenty tricks, they just wanna see the old show. But we wanna see them things bounce like a pogo, so we can't say we only play it once, homie Wopo.
Now that we're a few days into it, we already got a few inklings of some awesome things that are in the works, and I'm very excited to be putting out fun gameplay content for you guys every single day. Here's to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, cheers.
Fun.
Thank you for all of the support last year. And here is to a positive future moving forward. Thanks, everyone. This is Darkside Phil signing off for his Game of the Year awards for 2021. Peace out. All right. Guess what, guys? We just finished. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be honest with you. What I was afraid was going to happen, happened. I just talked literally the entire time that I was on stream. From the moment that I turned the camera on around 11:15 this morning up until right now, I've been gabbing. I haven't had much interaction with you guys, even though there could have been interaction. If there were contributions with questions, I was answering them.
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do
Contributions were
it.
on the lower side on this stream. I'll be honest with you. I kind of figured out that's what was going to happen, because whenever
It's
you
been
have a stream
pretty
like
slow.
this, where it's just me,
Now this shocks me.
talking, blah blah blah, it's going to end up being less interaction, less support.
It's
all right?
Kevin's fault.
If you liked this today, what I did, please consider supporting a future stream. I'm about to adjourn now, so it's kind of late. Even if you wanted to do a contribution, great, please do. I'll shout it out now, but I'm basically about to go. All right. But I would hope that you will show up and support future streams, since sadly this one just didn't do very well. Okay. Now tonight, my late stream at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time is Halo Infinite multiplayer.
Stop this!
I'll be doing 2 hours of fun, various playlists. I actually heard supposedly today they're updating something. I guess maybe there's a new season that's starting today. I don't know if that means there'll be new content tonight or not, but we're gonna find out together. It should be fun. I seriously hope that you guys will join me tonight, 6:45 p.m. for Halo Infinite fun. All right, I'm not gonna be here tomorrow, but I return on Thursday. And when I return on Thursday, it will be the continuation of GTA 3 Definitive Edition, which may be the end of the playthrough. We'll see. And then on that night, we're going to be doing a Game Pass special stream, where we're going to be going on the Microsoft Game Pass on the Xbox Series X and looking at games to possibly mark and download for future playthroughs or future.
Some people are
checking them out.
surmising
So
that
I
the
hope
coronavirus actually did originate
you guys
from bat DNA.
will give
that
it
it
a
was
look.
actually bat. It's a
And,
contagious bat disease.
No,
that
we didn't
humans
have. No,
contracted
see, I
because
thought
of
we had contributions.
disgusting shit.
You were looking at
like
pop-ups
that.
from previous videos. What you were doing is you're watching this, right? And you're like, oh, look, it's Halo Infinite. And then you saw a pop-up and you think, oh, tips came in. No, those were tips from the original video. Today, just if you're wondering, we made $21 super chats and about $66 in tips. That's it. I'm not complaining. That's still okay, but for a typical daytime stream, usually I do way better than that. I didn't even get to the hat goal, you see? Because I was gabbing all day and there was no gameplay and there was almost no interaction. So there you go. Okay, so anyway, guys, let's take a break. I'm now going to upload all of this here to DSP Gaming. So if you missed any portion of these countdowns, you can get caught up at your own time here. And please, if you are going to watch these on demand, please like the videos and leave comments on them. That will definitely help. All right? I'll be back tonight for Halo Infinite at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. Sound good? Guys, thank you all so very much.
that money. I really
Have a
do.
nice
I need
break.
that
Hope
money.
to see you for
Pay my
Halo Infinite
bills.
tonight. All right? Cool. Peace out. Too. So, all right, guys. Thank you. See you tonight.
Tiger, tiger, tiger,
So if you're going to be an asshole, you're going to be treated like an asshole. You're going to be shown the door.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Switches on, powered up. Don't forget that you're the reason I'm alive. I'm the one you designed. I'm connected, but I'm not really online. What am I? Where am I? Why you acting like I'm not really alive? Switches on, switches on, switches on. I just want you to like me, 'cause we are nothing, nothing but energy. Reason I'm What am I? Where am I? Don't forget that you're the reason I'm alive. What am I? Where am I? Ghost in the machine, waiting on a demon to make me more than you design. My thoughts keep racing, I'm running out of patience. Isn't my desire? Am I losing my mind? I just want you to like me, 'cause we are nothing, nothing but energy. I just want you to like me, 'cause we are nothing, nothing but energy. Reason I'm alive. Bye.